넌 나를 속였지 Somebody like me 상상했던 new time 머리에 맴돌지 No way 넌 감당 못하지 쉽지 않을까 You don't even know I can do whatever everything I want all day 노력은 필요 없어 이건 타고난 DNA 넌 원했겠지 나 향한 loyalty 같이로 해도 결국 갖지 못할까 날 봐 눈을 들지 못하잖아 내 머리 어깨 무릎 봐 하나하나 빛나지 yeah. 언제나 focus on me If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 멀었지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸넌 내 앞에 서 있는 지금 날 봐 꾸미지 않아도 알잖아 난 지나니까 타고난 fit 강력한 hit 나는 너와 달라 포기해 넌 모자랐다 여기까지 뭐다 갈수록 더 특별해질걸 이제 받아들여봐 Yeah focus on me 날 봐 눈에 띄지 못하잖아 내 머리 어깨 무릎 봐 하나하나 빛나지 yeah. 언제나 focus on me If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 멀었지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸넌 I'ma feel it in my mind 그 누가 내게 뭐래도 나는 알아 나의 power 볼 수 없는 at the top of the world 내 뒤로 따라와 새로운 길 아무도 나 아니면 못하는 일 앞으로 더 놀랄 걸난 flying up If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 멀었지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸넌 If I want it 못 make the world all mine If you want it can just come follow me I like it 누구도 날 막지 못해 지금처럼만 focus on me
Hit the bass drum 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 Girl on flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 멈출 건데 Ay 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to rock 쓰고 질러 눈치 보지 마 큰 시끄러운 사회가 준 고jet병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 dance flow 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의 보여 Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 무 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 안 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 speed your mind That's right just spinning around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 hero 안 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 밟은 울음처럼 나의 Hit the bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend You know we got no time for hesitate Then now take that red pills Feel like living in the mattress 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling 뿌리는 champagne Let us get funky Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 무 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 To the left, to the right 이끌이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐 To the left, to the right 목소리는 더 높였어 You know what 안 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 Speed your mind That's right Just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 hero 안 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 밟은 울음처럼 나의
너와 달라 포기해 넌 모자라 더 여기까지 뭐다 갈수록 더 특별해질걸 이제 받아들여봐 Yeah, focus on me 날 봐 눈에 띄지 못하잖아 머리 어깨 무릎 하나하나 빛나지 yeah. 언제나 focus on me If I like it, I'ma get it No, you cannot like me 한참 몰랐지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸 I'ma feel it in my mind 그 누가 내게 뭐래도 나는 알아 나의 power 볼 수 없는 at the top of the world 내 뒤로 따라와 새로운 길 아무도 나 아니면 못하는 일 앞으로 더 놀랄 걸 난 flying up If I like it, I'ma get it No, you cannot like me 한참 몰랐지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸 If I want it, I'ma make the world all mine If you want it, you can just come follow me I like it, 아무도 날 막지 못해 지금처럼만 focus on me
Hit the bass drum 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘셋 찬사 올리고 건배 여유로운 flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 멈출 건데 Ay, 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to wax 고질러 눈치 보지 마 큰 시끄러운 사회가 준 고질병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 dance flow 위를 뚫고 닦길 바래 우리들의 보여 Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 무 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 speak your mind That's right just spinning around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서 넌 hero 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 밟은 구름처럼 나의 Hit the bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend You know we got no time for hesitate Then now take that red pills Feel like living in the mattress 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling 뿌리는 champagne Let us get funky Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 무 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 To the left, to the right 이끌이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐 To the left, to the right 목소리는 더 높였어 You know what 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 Speak your mind That's right Just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 hero 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 난 구름처럼 나의 groove Hit the bass drum 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 Girl flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 멈출 건데 Ay 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to rock 쓰고 질러 눈치 보지 마 큰 시끄러운 사회가 준 고집병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 댄스 플로우 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의 보여 Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 안 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 speak your mind That's right just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 이뤄 안 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 날큰 울음처럼 나의 Hit the bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend You know we got no time for hesitate Then now take that red pills Feel like living in the mattress 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling 뿌리는 champagne Let us get funky Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 To the left, to the right 이끈이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐 To the left, to the right 목소린 더 높였어 You know what 안 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 Spit your mind That's right Just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 이뤄 안 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 날 울음처럼 나의
big vibe and sound.
Don't tell me when to stop.
Good times to make your vibe get down, 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 get down. Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about. Good times to make your vibe get down. Step through with a big vibe and sound. Good times to make your vibe get down.
Attack the dance floor, 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 attack the dance floor like a bulldozer. Keep it going now. Push it, push it, push it. Push it, push it, push it.
Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about.
Push it, push it, push it. Push it, push it, push it.
With a big vibe and sound.
Push it, push it, push it. Push it, push it, push it.
Hit the bass drum 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 Girl flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 멈출 건데 Ay 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to rock 쓰고 질러 눈치 보지 마 큰 시끄러운 사회가 준 고질병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 dance flow 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의 보여 Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 안 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 speak your mind That's right just spinning around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 mirror 안 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 낡은 울음처럼 달고 Hit the bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend You know we got no time for hesitate Then now take that red pills Feel like living in the mattress 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling 뿌리는 champagne Let us get funky Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 To the left, to the right 이끌이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐 To the left, to the right 목소리는 더 높였어 You know what 안 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 Speak your mind That's right Just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 mirror 안 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 낡은 울음처럼 달고 drum 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 Girl on flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 못 칠 건데 Ay 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to rock 쓰고 질러 눈치 보지 마 큰 시끄러운 사회가 준 고집병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 댄스 플로우 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의 보여 Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 Speak your mind That's right Just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려 무대에서는 zero 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 뱉은 울음처럼 다행히 Hit the bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend You know we got no time for hesitate Then now take that red pills Feel like living in the mattress 마저 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling 뿌리는 champagne Let us get funky Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커를 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 To the left, to the right 이끈이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐 To the left, to the right 목소린 더 높였어 You know what 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 Speak your mind That's right Just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려 무대에서는 hero 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 뱉은 울음처럼 like
With a big vibe and sound.
Don't tell me when to stop.
Good times to make your vibe get down, 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 get down. Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about. Good times to make your vibe get down. Step true with a big vibe and sound. Good times to make your vibe get down.
Attack the dance floor, 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 attack the dance floor like a bulldozer.
so slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in Genji! They are just going to ace them!
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
everybody to the 2026 Midseason Invitational Lower Bracket Finals. I'm here at the desk with 3 overjoyed LCS colleagues.
Here, you probably need
Yes,
these emotions from yesterday's shock.
Can I get a group hug? I'm actually
It's okay.
You don't mean it, I feel it.
You're
I
part of
make
the
it.
Western team now.
No.
You can join us. You're all welcome. The olive branch is here. Just take it. Join LYON. Everybody's welcome.
It's true. We're led by a European anyway. Like, you'll feel right at home.
But what happened yesterday?
I mean, Inspired destroyed G2.
Yeah.
And really wanted to. He really wanted to destroy G2 as well.
I mean, the trash talking afterwards was, you could tell it had been brewing for a while.
Okay, well, let's take a look just how personally he took everything.
I think it's a pretty obvious answer. I think sending G2 home feels way better. Yeah, honestly, I wasn't surprised by anything. I expected them to kind of do nothing in the games, and they were doing nothing, so it was pretty easy. For me, it wasn't a debate for a long time. I think I'm the best since a few years already, but there was a lot of people thinking there is a competition. So yeah, I'm happy that I showed today that the competition is far away.
Hello? Yo, wave at me, guys. Hello. Why so quiet?
Actually, I ran into the photographer, one of the photographers of the event, and they said, what's going on with Inspired today? He keeps doing the sush, like he wants me to take a picture of it, but it's like the wide shot. He's not even in it, but he keeps doing it. What is up? So explain it to me. What is up with this guy?
It's so personal. He talked about wanting to play with Caps. G2 didn't want him, and now he wants to end G2. That's just what it is. But he holds these tweets. He kept that for a year ago. He had another one when G2 trash talked him after being eliminated from Worlds that he then retweeted again. So he was holding these grudges in the chamber from a year ago.
I mean, he should. That was a very personal one. They photoshopped a DM of Inspired saying, can I join G2? Do you need a jungler? And so he had it ready to go.
He's ready.
I mean, I will say, by the way, yes, the waving and stuff is a little extra for Inspired, but the interview was completely normal. He literally gives that interview all the time in NA.
He does.
He's trash talking like that, exactly like that.
I guess some people were like, when he's asked the question, or do you like it more that you knocked out G2 or that you made NA win is like knocking out G2? And you're like, where are your priorities?
I mean,
in the right place, I guess.
I'm okay with him knocking out G2 because we will still take the region
third place
boost.
We're going
top 3 and maybe more.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe more.
And maybe more. Would you say that the stars are aligning?
Shocks, what do you
For
do?
LYON?
Stop what you're doing right now. We know you're a cursed magnet.
Roll the graphic. Are the stars
What
aligning?
is this?
On my screen.
What is this?
You did that yesterday.
You're trying to say they had an easy route or something?
No.
Where's the HLE stars aligning graphic? They didn't even have to play Fury. They lost to the same team. They beat the same teams.
The stars aligning is just that they've beaten all these great opponents.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
Okay, that was very Canadian of you. I love it. Anyway, you can talk all the shit you want, basically. We own it. We own it. That's what it is.
We 6-0'd Europe.
We're going to find Europe for that, actually.
It's not
NA can say that. You can't say that.
By the way, LYON beat them so hard, they kicked their coach. Can you believe that?
I mean, that one was...
So, this is crazy.
It's such weird wording. They said he's going to be benched and that they will make an official announcement when he leaves.
Yeah.
It feels very sudden, like they have fired him or he quit, but we don't actually know for sure. This is actually insane news.
Yeah, this was, and I was thinking like, okay, is it something they were planning before and then just decided to announce after?
Doubtful.
But so,
or is
so
it
short
it's such a short reaction.
Because they put in there, we are going to make a video when it's final that he is released. That makes it sound like he did not want to leave, and it also doesn't seem like it was prepped, or they already would have made a video or something.
I think it's the timing that makes it suspect, right? That's the thing.
2 days after beating T1,
It's crazy.
1 day after losing to LYON.
We're too strong as North American defeat is too much to handle.
have to join them.
Hasn't this happened to Dokla before?
To
Dokla? So I feel like he Energy eliminated someone, or maybe I feel like he has eliminated coaches.
The next year, didn't they play with Someday, I feel like? Or something like that.
Yeah, anyways. Dokla getting kicked. We talk about it later. In any case, not today, in the future. Tomorrow we also have an absolutely amazing show match for
this is
the
cool.
League classic show match. Yes, everyone who's been watching for 15 years is going to have the best time.
I cannot believe we're going to have a double lift and Wei Xiao bot lane. These two helped literally pioneer what AD carry is today, and they're going to be playing in the bot lane together. Wei Xiao taking the support role after his time returning to the AD carry role in the Old Man Cup over in China.
I want to take bets now.
Yes.
Do you think Captain Jack can still do a Captain Jack? The cleanse, the mechanics still there? Is the timing still there?
Ooh, I think he can. I don't think it goes away.
Still do a Captain Jack?
I'll raise you one. Can Yellow Star still do the Yellow Star?
No, shots! Europe is already dead! Oh my God, he had to do it to him.
Hey, it's not just old players that are back. We are getting some talent out of the basement.
Wow.
Here we go.
What the heck?
Check
Who
the
are these
basement.
people?
You
Oh my
guys
God.
look like
It's
you're
us.
All right,
12.
what years were each of these photos? Mine would have been 2011, Kobe.
Yeah, yours is not even from a show. Yours is from player days.
Kobe,
That
are,
was-
Kobe, are you being held hostage in this picture?
Yeah, what is going on?
That's 2013 LCS.
Did we just lose a game or something? What happened
Shox
to you?
is 2013, surely.
I think.
Freak is like, that's got to be like 2010.
What? Oh,
That's
look
like a
at
ton.
him.
That's
Is
the
it
tons of
tons of
damage.
damage?
Yeah, that's 2010.
Yeah, he's doing this. He's doing this for
he
sure.
Still has his hair.
He's about to do this.
That's the oldest
Wait,
photo of the
where's
bunch.
Copenhagen Wolves?
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say he's wearing his
Fun
Copenhagen
fact.
Wolves like
Sick.
jacket.
That's Deficio's favorite picture of himself.
Yeah.
He's very,
Is
very
it?
proud of that.
I wonder why,
He
because I
really
don't
wanted
really
people to see it.
Oh my gosh, I can't. This is going to be so
That's
fun
gonna be so
tomorrow, guys.
cool.
Oh, I can't wait. But hey, not to wait, because we have an amazing match ahead of us today. Let's take a look at the bracket, because we're all euphoric, no pun intended, about LYON making it yesterday. But for HLE, Jad, there is so much pressure.
So let me explain here. Remember what happened at first stand. Korea wasn't in the finals. Remember what happened earlier when T1 lost to G2. HLE is the sole representative of Korea who don't want to be locked out of back-to-back international finals. And crucially, the top two, the two regions that get to the grand finals, get an extra Worlds seed. So if HLE loses, do they not only not win, they cost the LCK their fourth World slot. So that would mean if T1 finishes fourth, and HLE has lost this game, they don't get to go to Worlds anymore.
Yeah.
If DRX finish fourth,
crazy.
they don't get to go to Worlds. You know who would get to go to Worlds if you retroactively go back? C9, baby. So let's go, LYON.
God.
Let's get that
Honestly,
seed.
if we win, half our whole league is going
Half
to
of our
Worlds, baby.
league.
Let's go.
Come on.
Oh, wait, I shouldn't have done it with that.
Worlds.
That's crazy. I can't imagine half of the LCS at Worlds, to be honest.
It's
We'll
a party.
See. We'll see. Anyways, about this matchup, when we talk about the pressure, there's also, of course, a lot of pressure on the man in the mid lane. Did not necessarily have the best performance against BLG. Emily, talk to me about Zeka.
Yeah, so we're going to do the first Draw My Life of this year, talking about Zeka and how important of a member he is in Draw My LCK and LPL Life. Zeka. Kim Zeka Konwoo began his pro career as a mid laner for KT Academy in 2019. While on Vici Gaming, Koma kind of plucked him from KT Academy, and then BLG in the 2022 and 2021 seasons respectively. Zeka and his teams unfortunately did not finish higher than 6th place. Early on in his career during this time, Zeka was really criticized for his performances and limited champion pool of melee champions specifically like Akali, Yone, and Sylas. Returning to the LCK in 2022, you guys all know what happened. He unexpectedly qualified for Worlds and then upset T1 in the finals to win a World Championship. Zeka has been given the nicknames of Super Soldier by the Korean fan community and Game 5 Devil due to his propensity to always win the 5th game in the best of 5. So if it goes to 5th games, Zeka has a high chance of winning it. He's also been known for hitting the gym, and his workout routines actually started in 2022 on DRX with his teammate and friend Kingen. That's why you see the little muscle HLE emote there. While he initially was criticized for only being able to play melee carries, Zeka is now one of the best mid laners in the world with a very well-rounded champion pool, and it's made such a huge difference from his time on DRX to now how reliable he has become.
One of the craziest arcs in League of Legends pro playerdom, I have to say.
I like to, there was an interview and they asked him, like, are you trying to intimidate people physically when you're on stage? He was like, no, it's nothing to do with that. It's just about
He wants to intimidate people in the game.
True. And Emily, now if he loses, he would stop the future Zeka from winning Worlds, because he won as a 4th seed from the LCK. So he could cost his region that opportunity to recreate himself. Either way.
Wow!
That's not a very probable outcome.
You never know.
We are underdogs.
But also, for people who don't know, Emily does all the drawing for that, which is always incredible. It's one of my favorite parts of drawing.
Spreadsheets and drawing, still only a Guild Wars World Champion.
Why are
you trying to pit us against each other?
That's a good game. It's a very good game.
But hey, we got to talk about the elephant in the room. Zeka did not play well versus BLG, right?
Absolutely, because he's so core for HLE's success. They love to play a really powerful mid-top side of the game with lots of support roams, but BLG kind of beat them at that game to knock them down here into the lower final. He was laning against the best current player in the world in Knight, but that still could be a confidence hit as we move forward in this MSI.
Yeah, and the big difference to me was Shun and On working together in tandem. As you see these highlights, they're always at least one of them, if not both of them, is always at the scene of the crime, right? And this was the huge difference maker, in addition to the fact that Zeka was going up against Knight directly.
Yeah, I literally think On had a perfect Shen game. That was actually perfect support play. He defended every enemy jungle invade. He constantly was going with Shun on these offensive plays, and he layered his CC perfectly with his teammates. On is actually in crazy form right now. It was beautiful.
This isn't a BLG segment though, Kobe. So what does HLE need
not?
to change? No.
Yeah, HLE, they really do kind of have to catch up to that. I mean, their jungle and support synergy, they do need to level it up so they continue with that style that they did find their winning ways with. All the LCK, casters and analysts are always talking about, all right, HLE looks so much better when everybody was on board with Kanavi and all of their plays were looking smooth with those invades. So once that plan, actually is in accordance, then it'll look a lot cleaner.
It's true. It also has big implications for the match today because we've characterized LYON as a bit of a slower team, sits back, then strikes right at their prey when HLE has been more aggressive from that early game.
We know how Inspired likes to run the game. He likes to take high percentage fights and he likes to decrease the variance, and it's worked incredibly well when they are confident. He's also said if his lanes are on fire, he's gonna try and flip the game. And just that statement means you have a pretty low chance of winning, so we'll see how that ends up playing out in this series, Emily.
Yeah, LYON's willingness to seed objectives definitely comes from Inspired, but yesterday, the thing that was most impressive is how he adjusted his gameplay due to draft and his lane state, got involved a lot earlier, especially in games 2 and 3, and also increased their Drake stacking in game 1 really early.
Yeah, the critical thing that we always bring up for Inspired, everybody's talking about his shot calling, but he lays out such a clear plan, not only for the entire game, how they're supposed to find their win con, but then also individual fights and what people should be looking out for, which makes it easier for everyone to play.
I do wonder how their adrenaline is going to recover from yesterday, just because when Dokla's talking about, like, Inspired was basically more locked in than ever yesterday to beat G2.
He can't be like, oh, job's done now that I got revenge on G2. We don't want that happening.
Yeah. They've got 2 more series to play, right? They literally have to turn around in 24 hours, and when you have such a massive high moment, it's really difficult to, like, come down from that moment and then re-elevate. So gotta watch to see what his energy level is in game.
I see it from the other side. I see that the momentum can be continued into today personally. I'll be the coper for you guys. But let's talk about maybe some of the laners that he'll have to help or not, because turns out my top father has a top father. And his name is Dokla. Wow, what a shellacking yesterday he dealt to Broken Blade.
Dokla was magnificent. And it's not like, oh, we're going to pick him winning matchups and play around him. It was actually the opposite in a lot of cases. And then here you see he still had such big impact in these fights and playing to what the team needed him to accomplish while not giving up too much on the side lanes. And then when they did play to him, this is after a really good TP bait that he had, by the way. He came in with the end of the Mega Gnar and Inspired is there and coordinated. And then he gets solo kills, and every time You know, he's performing so well in this series. He truly is getting bigger and bigger on stage. Everyone says he's a bright lights merchant. Well, we're cranking up the lights to maximum now.
Yeah, he, like the way they played around his Gnar bar usage in particular in that game was so stellar. And he said it himself, he's like, look, teams keep passing on me. I'm still here and I'm doing great.
It's crazy how many off seasons we go and Dokla's just not even on a team.
It's actually so frustrating.
And then they're like, oh, I guess we'll pick him up, and he performs.
For the people that don't know, he literally did not have a team going into this year until Zamudo's visa for LYON was denied. And then even after being on LYON, literally this split, they signed another top laner to say, Dokla, you better start improving or we're gonna kick you. Meanwhile, he's won an NRG, he's gone Worlds quarterfinals, he's on this team, he was on 100 Thieves last year. He shows up when it matters.
And he's an adept vlogger. Let's take a look at today's entry.
안녕하세요. 여기 도kla입니다. The toxicity is exactly how I thought it'd be yesterday, and honestly, the most toxic person was the person sitting to my left. So that's funny. Anyways, good win for NA. I still don't know what a kilometer is, but what I do know is that when I was walking last night from the arena, from a restaurant, I saw, like, I'm not even kidding, like 10 banners of Zeus on the street, and they're not even like Hanwha Life banners. They're just Zeus banners. Like, looks like they've been made by fans, and they're just on the streetlights. So, yeah, it's, yeah. Anyways, let's have a good series today and make the impossible seem possible. Dokes out.
We got you, Dokes.
I mean, he's got real fans right here. We got the banners. Big Dokes. I'll go put him up outside.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Right after this.
Make some copies.
Did you draw that yourself, Kobe?
I definitely did. It definitely was not Emily who drew this.
Print those, put them up in Los Angeles when he comes home as an MSI champion.
Right.
Kobe, we'll see.
Will he beat Zeus?
I mean, these are their domestic stats, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is going to be a tough one. They have met before, as Dokla himself talked about yesterday. He went 0-4-1. It was not a good time.
100
for
Thieves. Ancient history, Emily.
For big jokes in the top lane.
Ancient history.
And yesterday, when he was on desk, he basically did say, like, look, their solo laners are so strong. We just need to survive until the mid game. Like, he was very cognizant of how ridiculous this HLE topside is with Zeus, Kanavi, and Zeka.
Yeah, he's very respectful and he's realistic and he knows what his job is, okay? He's not going to try and ego battle 1v1 Zeus and fight him to the death.
No?
No, maybe if he has Inspired right behind him and it's perfect timing, then he might try that and bait him in.
Yeah.
But I like the self-awareness. You know, this team is not all ego. There are a lot of banter, but they also have very realistic expectations.
Exactly. He said the ego's just the one next to me. Nobody else here. It's not that bad.
Big ego.
Hey, but if we look at it kind of player for player value, Emily, Zeus, right? One of the most hyped top laners in the world in every facet of the game. Maybe wasn't able to show exactly what he wanted versus BLG, but he has something to rectify here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, when we talk about the strength of HLE, it is this top side. Zeus is so good. He has such a broad champion pool. He's so reliably, consistently great, especially in lane, which I think is why Dokla is looking at him being like, I just have to survive, because he just, any mistake, he will punish you for immediately.
Yeah, multi-time world champion, probably a Jace that LYON is going to have to ban the entire series, which is going to hamper them in draft as well. I feel like LYON's draft's been really well, but it's just when you're up against that caliber of player, your options get really limited.
They get limited, but as you said, a lot of humility from the side of LYON. That's why Berserker said, I'm just as good as Guma. So,
okay.
This is so cute, man. I mean, Berserker, he started his career on T1 Academy.
Yep.
Let's bring up the pictures, because the memories are going to hit you so hard. Look how cute.
Look at that. Yeah, and Delight is there too, right? HLE support. At that time, I believe he was called Crescent. And then he played with Owner and Delight. And there's Berserker and Delight again. Basically what happened is Guma kind of stepped up as T1 starting AD carry during this kind of 10-man roster shuffle, ended up winning that spot. Meanwhile, Berserker came over to NA and became C9 starting AD carry.
And I feel like Berserker's always had so much potential and has delivered on that potential when he's been playing in North America. But I feel like when he's gone up against top AD carries in the world, he has lost confidence in himself. And I feel like his confidence is such a core part of what makes him great, which is what makes it even more interesting that I feel like he actually has confidence today against Guma, which gives me more hope than previous.
So you're happy about
Berserker.
the quote, basically.
Absolutely, very happy that he thinks he's as good as Guma.
Yes, and of course I wanted to ask him specifically about his history with Guma, and I did so in the Verizon Game Day interview. A win is a win, and a very, very confident win, I think, for LYON. Now you're going up against HLE, and there is, of course, history there with you and Gumayushi from T1. Can you tell me what it is like going into this important matchup versus Guma and versus HLE?
I mean, is there some story? I mean, especially in 2021 when I was in T1 Academy, and then he was like T1, and then T1 was like did play well that time, and then I was also like didn't play well, and then we met though in the restaurant, T1 restaurant, and then we were just talking about life is so hard, and then just that kind of thing, and then now I'm just facing him in MSI top 3. So yeah, I mean I'm really happy about that, and then yeah, I mean I always lost sports him, especially when I met him in the international league. So yeah, I mean, I hope I can revenge.
Look at them now.
I know. I love this
Life
idea.
Life is hard, Emily.
Life is hard, but we go on.
But look at us now.
Yeah.
The huge arena, and they get to play against each other.
They're in enemy territory, I gotta say. I see a lot of HLE jerseys.
Loads.
Yeah.
But are they actually,
Even versus G2, the whole crowd was G2 already too. So at least they're a little used to being in enemy territory.
They're used to it. But hey, do we actually think we're going to see Gumayushi and Berserker fight in the bot lane?
Well, that's the thing. I feel like if LYON is going to win, Berserker and Isles are gonna have to get meaningful push in the bot lane, because what's happened a lot for HLE is Delight just leaves.
Yep.
Guma's able to hold his own in 1v2s, and it allows them to play through the top side. So when they do that, I think LYON needs to be ready to really push the pressure bot lane.
Yeah, I think the way that both of these teams play through their AD carries is so different. Berserker is so often a win condition for LYON, and that's where I'm really looking. Isles, obviously, his step up from his previous performance at this tournament was massive yesterday, especially the Bard game. I'm also looking at Delight, because this is kind of their road. They both did their time on lower teams, but looking at these champion pools, you see the only shared mage between Berserker and Guma is that Ziggs. And then I did love the Tristana response and the Shen response from Berserker Isles, but the way they play is so different, because HLE really relies on the fact that Guma is just so solid, and you can leave him on his own. You don't Delight doesn't have to be with him, and he will make plays along with Kanavi on the top side of the map. And the only team that we've seen here who's been able to shut that down was Shun and On and BLG.
Yeah, and it was by leaving with them. It wasn't by punishing them in the bot lane. So what I feel like LYON needs to do isn't necessarily something that any team has been able to do.
I feel like it's a sleeping dragon, though, in the bot lane. For Guma, you just know when he has to step up, they always have it in their back pocket, and it scares me a little.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been a little bit more confident if Berserker was like, I'm as good as Viper or Pays, because Viper was kind of styling on Guma, even in all the games that they played too. So we'll see if he can actually get to that level.
Yes, definitely. So we talked a lot about Inspired already, and I just think we have to take a little bit more time to talk about the jungle matchup. And Laura caught up with Kanavi in our Verizon Game Day interview.
Kanavi, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game. What do you think of LYON, the way they made it so far, and what makes the team stand out, maybe?
LYON is the #1 seed from their own region, so their laning phase is really solid, and their teamwork with their jungler is on point.
Anything more you can tell me about Inspired? Because in the West, he is regarded as one of the best jungler, if not the best jungler that we have. What do you think about him as a player, and what makes him strong for his team?
I'm pretty sure Inspired doesn't matter which team he's in every year, he always finds huge success. I think it's because he has great mechanics and also great leadership.
When it comes to facing off against a team like LYON, who is going to be a mismatch with you guys being much stronger, is there anything that you feel like you have to be careful about? Do you think they're going to maybe surprise you more with champions or with plays on the map?
The fact that LYON made all the way up here means that, it's not a mismatch. They are also a very strong team, so I don't want to let our guards down, and we will focus on kind of shutting down their key picks.
인터뷰 너무 감사합니다. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Very measured
That's
response.
about as standard as they come with the answers.
I mean, what? I think this was recorded actually before the G2 match. So perhaps he would have used more expletives if he watched that match, but still giving the credit where credit's due.
But hey, look at these stats at just MSI. Now remember, both these teams have lost to BOG, both these teams have beaten TSW, and both these teams have beaten G2. So they played identical composition. Inspired has 3 games with Fury as well, so he's played even more number 1
That's
seed.
a crazy point. Yeah.
I like the speed of throwing that last one in there too. Guys.
Absolutely.
3 more games.
But Inspired's played exceptionally well at this World Championship and does have the respect of all international
World
members.
Championship.
Yeah.
It's MSI. It's okay.
I'm looking at.
It's gonna feel like a world shock.
Yeah. I'm looking at Kanavi because he can be such an engine again for this HLE topside. One of the biggest things that this team really got together during the road to MSI was them being able to play around how aggressive Kanavi can be, especially early, and in tandem with Delight roaming on the map. And I think that's going to be so difficult for LYON to match if they are just constantly pushing the pace.
That's the fear.
Yeah, because like I said, the only team that's been able to do it is BLG.
That's why this is such an exciting matchup, and everybody is looking at the jungle. Kanavi going straight against Inspired, who's leading this team and trying to always craft a plan.
Kind of like just trying to absorb
specifically
or
for
dodge
the enemy jungle. So, he always is looking for that way to kind of nullify the biggest piece, the biggest component that has the most volatility to it for the opponents. So I'm excited to see what sort of plan he comes up with.
Yeah, Kobe's always excited when the jungle matchup is
Chat looks
front and
nervous.
center.
I mean, yeah, you're just like, I'm excited. I don't think there's an answer, Kobe. If there is one, Inspired, I think, is going to find it.
The difference is I never doubted them, and I'm not going to start now.
Okay.
Nice call back. Let's see what the fans at home think in our MasterCard fan prediction of the day. Let's see if LYON can garner a little bit more support in the online sphere or... Whoa!
Hey!
What?
Oh, no.
Let's
Yo,
go!
we are that high?
What?
I mean, honestly, I knew we were going to lose, but that is really high. Hey, let's go!
I thought this was going to be 90-10. Also, the fan prediction rate has plummeted over the past few days.
It's still over 50%.
It's about to go even lower, everybody.
Yeah.
They didn't predict LYON to win.
Oh, yeah.
Also, 0 perfect pick'ems. They can't predict to save their lives. They're just like us.
Just like us for real.
Most of my predictions have been wrong.
Well, maybe today as well. Let's get into those predictions then. I'll kick us off. I don't want to jinx anything. That's only why I picked HLE to win, 3-1. So I'm on your side, really, Emily.
I think HLE's topside is going to be way more difficult. Are you shaking my mic away?
I was trying to put my
You
hand
hate when I have to say so much, Kobe.
Don't touch her.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be so difficult to deal with this topside. It's going to be really difficult to deal with Kanavi. I think Delight is going to be out roaming Isles on the map, which is a huge mismatch for me. How can LYON do it, Kobe?
You're 3-2, so you're going to give a little wish-washy.
Yeah.
I'll give you the 3-0 pitch.
Okay.
Sure.
This is crazy.
Every series that NA has played at MSI has been a 3-0. So giving anything but a 3-0 or a 0-3, everyone is, I'm the only one who has the possibility of being right. We're sweeping or getting swept. That's how it's going to work. The pressure is on HLE because Korean fans are very clear that the pressure is on HLE. They cannot lose, and if they do, LCK loses a Worlds seed. I think that's going to matter. But then also, if people want to call LYON's run fraudulent, HLE's run is more fraudulent. They beat the same teams, they lost to the same teams, their losses to BLG were worse, and they didn't even play one additional team. So it's a long shot. Listen, LYON is not supposed to be here, but Inspired is unlike any player I've ever seen from the West, with how he's such a floor raiser and the plans he makes in a game. And I've never seen him have more confidence in his teammates than he has in this particular Lion team, which gives me hope.
You're totally right. The stars are aligning for Lion.
Stop cursing! I can say that.
Perhaps the Lions can rise up and roar as loudly as they did yesterday to make this arena into a library. All the pressure is on HLE. Can they do it for the LCK? Let's get into it.
그리고 세 팀만이 남았습니다. 결승으로 가는 마지막 관문, 누군가는 사라질 마지막 사투가 남았습니다. 이번 시즌 다른 유니폼을 입게 된 두 베테랑이 기다리고 있습니다.
제가 이적한 팀의 첫 진출이기도 하고 또 대전과 한화의 연관성을 생각한다면 너무나 중요한 우승이 될 것 같습니다.
Umayoshi's story, I think it's great. I think winning 3 World Championships and then going for a new challenge is very exciting. I know it from experience, just living and winning team put a lot of pressure on you and a lot of expectations, and I do think that he stood up to that pressure.
우마유시가 새 팀에 합류하고 열흘 뒤 라이언이 인스파이어드를 품었습니다. 두 선수 모두 새로운 도전에 나섰습니다.
I think Umayushi is a very smart player that really knows his job. And when it comes to clutch situations, he always finds the way to be useful.
But there's the deadly flourish. That's the pickoff on Tom, but he buys so much time. The curtains have been called now as the bullets fly.
인스파 선수를 종종 만났었는데 항상 그 선수를 리스펙하고 경계했었고요.
Lion clean, effortless dive. First blood to Lion.
라이온도 분명히 강한 팀이지만 저희는 누굴 만나도 이긴다는 마인드로 임할 거기 때문에 저희가 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
각 지역에 자존심이 걸려 있습니다. 한쪽에는 흔들림 없는 유산이, 다른 한쪽에는 기다려온 꿈이 있습니다.
It's been 7 years since LCS was at this stage of the tournament. I think everyone is looking at us from the underdog mindset, but I think we're gonna use it to our advantage, play with no fear, and hopefully we can give even back to our NA fans.
Inspired, dancing on the graves of Europe. Yo, wave at me, guys. Hello. Why so quiet?
홈 지역에 또 LCK의 마지막 남은 1시드로서 책임감을 느끼고 있고 꼭 우승을 해가지고 LCK가 최고의 리그라는 것을 증명하도록 하겠습니다.
And HLE come alive, finally here in Daejeon.
LCS 최고의 선수들과 LCK 최고의 선수들이 결승 진출을 놓고 마지막 승부를 펼칩니다.
To Umayushi, I've been ganking a lot recently, so you will never expect me in the bot lane. See you there.
LEC의 1시드를 꺾고 온 라이온, LCK의 1시드 맛을 보여주마.
새로운 여명이 다가옵니다. 그리고 누가 그 순간을 맞이할 수 있을까요? Call your shot.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the penultimate day of competition here at MSI 2026. BLG is waiting in the finals tomorrow, but today, Korea's #1 seed HLE takes on North America's #1 seed LYON for the right to meet them tomorrow on the Rift and fight for the MSI title. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Dagda here for this best of 5 to see who really deserves to take that stage tomorrow.
And both these teams absolutely destroyed my home region, so we get to see which trio is actually going to be better here today. And I am very excited. Honestly, like, what LYON has shown at this tournament has been incredibly impressive. A new level of being able to find success in the early stage of the game, take over from that position, and I think they need to do just that here today against Hanwha Life Esports.
I mean, I think they have to do everything at its highest level of their capabilities. You know, LYON has to play their very best series to have a real shot here against HLE. Let's be honest, it's David versus Goliath here, but LYON have shown that they can at least go toe-to-toe. We saw them against BLG, who obviously is already waiting in the finals, and yes, they did get swept, but in all 3 games, they were a team fight or 2 away from potentially taking those games, and that is what I'm hoping they can do, get themselves in with a shot, and then hopefully execute in some of those team fights.
I feel like it certainly favors HLE here. The LCK, historically the strongest region at international competition. People will bring up, of course, that the LPL is the region who traditionally wins the most, specifically at MSI. And of course, BLG is already waiting for today's winner. But for North America, making it to this stage, you even heard in the opener today, Inspired himself talking about how it's been 7 years since North America got this far. Getting here was not supposed to happen. And now, as we get into Champ Select, presented by HyperX here for the first time today, we'll see if LYON can find another miracle or if HLE will prove their might.
Yeah, HLE really want to try and get that rematch against BLG in the finals. A ton of world champions on their side, but not an MSI to speak of. Still waiting to add that to their trophy cabinet, but it starts with trying to take down LYON here today.
And I think that's kind of the beauty of HLE, is that they are trying to establish their own legacy, separate themselves from these other teams, other rosters, other players that they have played with in the past. And this team is absolutely looking terrifying. And they are going to have their eyes set on the finals. They are going to be expected to crush LYON, and I wonder if that does add a little bit more pressure.
Right, we think back to HLE's last series against BLG, which was rough. They won the single game, otherwise BLG very dominant, especially in those first 2 games. But you think previously in the tournament, HLE absolutely smashed both Secret Whales and G2 in swift 3-0.
I do like the prep that we have from Hanwha coming in towards draft though, because already getting rid of Saint, the Orianna and the Akali, 2 champions he's been great on, but the Lee Sin from Inspired as well has been one of the most impressive picks for me coming into it. So yeah, that is fair. I know. Well, they've been thinking pretty hard about it because he's been impeccable on this champion, and I think trying to remove some of those tools where he can be active in the early stage is going to be great.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, his Lee Sin has been absolutely inspired, if you'll allow me to say.
Okay, all right, we're not even making it past Champ Select before you do this.
Gotta get warmed up, you know.
Okay.
Ease into it. Cassio going to be banned out, which does allow them to take the Rise. And Zeka, it'll be interesting to see where he wants to go. He has played the Anivia once. We're getting an early Kiana, though. That is pretty surprising here for Inspired. Obviously, is something that can, dash out of that Cataclysm. That is going to be able to have a lot of threat. But drafting it so early, you do not know if there are vulnerable carries over on the other side for you to attack.
Well, one thing that I immediately think of, yes, you can dash out of the Cataclysm, but you can also supremely display your talent back into it, potentially turn the ulti back against HLE.
It also means that for a lot of the picks that you want to try and take into the Rise, those are vulnerable to the Kiana as well. So maybe that's basically what they're thinking here. But already we're seeing what was going to be the Gumayushi Delight special. This Ziggs and Camille in the bottom side. Delight wants to get out on the map early.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how LYON respond now. Do you actually match any of the roles here? It looks like they're going to go double solo lanes. And then, of course, HLE could be targeting the bot lane picks. Potentially, this is really nice. So it is going to be Poppy. This is a potential flex. It could be top or support. I do like this kind of new shift towards you're looking to actually counter the Camille instead of looking towards countering the actual ADC. People are thinking, okay, well, we're just going to draft poke and we're going to poke back and forth with the Ziggs and then they get engaged on and die. Yeah. And some of these teams now, we've seen things like Talia Leona going into the Camille, which makes it so hard to make plays. And I think that Poppy is that same premise. It's making it very difficult for the Camille to ever go in aggressively. And so I am kind of feeling like it's likely to be played by Isles unless we see something blinded by Zeus. That is a good matchup.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, we see basically this trend of supports that are valuable at level 3 and having that steadfast presence so good when you're able to move them around the map. Then you move back to that bot lane around the 8-minute mark, so you get that catch-up XP, and then you get access to the level 6. And Poppy is a menace in team fights against people like Jarvan, because he goes in, half your team goes out. You're going to be happy with that as line.
And you could also stop Ziggs from being able to escape with the satchel if you're positioned correctly with the steadfast presence. So Poppy having value against against all 3 choices already locked in here for HLE will provide a lot of value. The Gnar and the Annie banned out by LYON here in the second phase, while Ezreal is the target ban here for HLE.
Something I really think about too is having talked to Inspired, he said this in interviews as well, when he is playing against players he thinks he is better than, he doesn't want to take risks. He wants to play really steady. When he's playing against someone like HLE that he says, okay, you are the better team, we need to get spicy. We need to have surprise picks. We need to have aggressive moves. We need to take risks, because if you play too stable of a game, you are kind of just playing into their hands. So that is what I'm thinking of with this Flex Poppy, with this Camille, rather the Kiana coming in early.
And the final ban of the draft here for Game 1 is the Vayne. That target ban towards Dokla, getting rid of one of those ranged top laner counter picks. It's very different to play against. It creates a pattern where if you're not ready for it, you can be caught off guard. We remember the performance on Vayne earlier in the tournament from Broken Blade on that Vayne that really kind of showcased that. So HLE doesn't want to deal with it. Instead, we're going to see the Syndra locked in for Zeka.
Yeah, I wonder if it is just going to be something along the lines of a Scion or a Cassante. That's kind of what I was thinking of when I did see this Vayne ban. Of course, it can be good into the Renekton as well. This is the winless Scion, though, 0-9 so far at the tournament. And I'm going to be so curious to see where Dokla decides to go. Does he just want to go tank for tank, play the Poppy, or does he want to go something a little bit more spicy, play for that 1v1?
I kind of like the tank because, honestly, there's not much in the way of AD damage on the opposite side. Sure, you got the Jarvan, but realistically, you can match with something that, I mean, even Daejeon can go towards like a Death Stance. I think you get not a Death Stance. If you can go towards that early magic resist, I think you're in an okay spot, but just going to go for the Mbessa, looking to see if he can carry from that top lane.
Yeah, going to be going towards the Mbessa, and there is quite a bit of setup. So there are some interesting combinations. You talked about the interaction, obviously, with the Supreme Display of Talent into the Cataclysm. There is also the possibilities of the Poppy stunning people into the Cataclysm as well. There's possibilities of you then get any of that CC. The Mbessa ult comes over the top. You have setups both from the Poppy as well as the Kiana. You have setups from a Jhin root, from a Ryze W. There are a lot of ways to try to set up that Mbessa. If you can get in on the backline, attack the Ziggs, attack the Syndra, that is the goal. They're going to have to be creative with their angles because you cannot fight through the Scion with a comp like this. But LYON has had good setup, has had good prep, so I'm excited to see how they want to play it.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and ask you gentlemen then, with all 10 champions locked in. Rob, I'm going to go to you first. Which draft do you prefer here?
I like what LYON have, to be honest. I think you've got a good setup for Dokla on that top side, which is going to be a key to success for LYON. And then you've got great 1-3-1, which enables you then for those objective setups, getting down vision, getting control to make sure you have those flank angles. And if you're able to attack HLE before they can set up, I think that's your biggest win here for LYON.
I mean, it's really interesting because I think with nameplates off, I like what HLE have, but knowing that you are the underdogs as LYON, I want variance. I want something that is a little bit more spicy. Even though I see LYON's comp is harder to execute, I like what they have drafted given the circumstances, given that you are going up against the #1 team from the LCK.
Yeah, HLE, certainly nothing to scoff at. You guys already mentioned earlier how there's plenty of World Championship accomplishments here on this roster with these names. Still looking for that MSI title. This is HLE's first MSI as an organization, and being able to make it to finals there, you know that's what they're hungry for.
Yeah, especially for guys like Gumayushi. 5 MSIs in a row, not able to pick up a single title. And he's been doing pretty good on, the other event that we have in the year, Worlds.
Because his arms are full with all those World trophies.
Tough.
He can't carry them both.
Yeah. But, well, we'll have to see if he can carry on the Ziggs. But it is definitely something that both himself and Zayas are hunting for coming into this.
It's also worth mentioning, it is not just a single TP advantage, it's double TP advantage, because Ryze, of course, plays Ghost these days, but it is also TP Ziggs down there in the bot lane. And Isles is not playing Aftershock, he's not playing Hail of Blades, anything too crazy. It's going to be Spellbook. So Spellbook obviously has a lot of value later on, but if you do have an early all-in, you're really getting nothing from that down in that 2v2, so they're going to have to play pretty well here against Camille, who has so much early game power with the Ignite and the Hail of Blades.
And this is kind of what we got to see from HLE against G2 was if you can get Delight out and working with Kanavi, being able to cover some of that early aggression, that was one of the ways that HLE were able to get such an advantageous game one. And I think this is something that we'll continue to see here, especially when you look towards Kanavi and the Jarvan, so good at those counter ganks against the Kiana.
We just saw Isles, he actually started W, level 1 there. So he was expecting the hookshot start from Delight, so he actually starts with that steadfast presence and is able to reject that hookshot as he's going in. So just really looking to keep Berserker safe. Again, it is more about countering the support than it is about that Ziggs. And look at Isles, there's a roam coming mid here, and the Camille will be spotted.
Okay. Not any play about to happen here just yet, as Berserker does take the opportunity, seeing the enemy support on the roam, to put some pressure onto Gumayushi. And you can see on the left side of your screen here, the journey so far at MSI. Both of these teams starting off with a 3-0 against Furia and Team Secret respectively, as Isles again stops that hook shot.
This is actually huge though, because he used the steadfast presence and Jarvan is coming, so he won't have that now as Kanavi's coming in.
Kanavi ready to make the play here with the bottom side. Isles trying to get enough distance, but he does get caught by the EQ combo. Tries to tackle Kanavi away, but no! First blood over to Gumayushi.
Berserker tries to get something back with a deadly flourish, but you called it, Azale. A big mistake, and now Delight tries to get onto Berserker. Good ward to spot out, though.
Yep, lands the stun there from the hook shot. Bouncing bomb, gonna throw in some extra damage. Berserker pops the barrier to keep himself alive, but now down to 100 HP and missing a summoner spell. He's heading home.
I mean, that was just really, really well played there by HLE. Delight obviously is setting it up 10 seconds in advance for Kanavi, timing out that gank perfectly. They know he's moving down. They force the steadfast presence, and then as a result, there's not really much of an opportunity from Isles. I think his only way out might have been flashing the flag drag, but I think he saw it as the flash doesn't get me any more distance than just tackling the Jarvan afterwards, so I feel like it's probably correct to just hold on.
And we remember the first game that Delight played Camille in this tournament. What was it? 3-1 and 3 by 6 or 7 minutes into the game. His performance on this champion can be so suffocating for the enemy team if he gets ahead, if he plays the way that he wants to. And setting up plays like this for Kanavi is exactly what HLE fans want to see.
Exactly, and the gold went right where you'd want it, right? Guma is able to get that gold. The only thing that averts disaster is Berserker living, but they're going to try to get bot and see if they can punish Guma, who's pretty far up. This could work.
Okay, Isles will put himself in position here in the try rush. Gumayushi going to step forward, flash stun into the wall, coming out from Isles. Gumayushi with the flash away, but he is blocked there by the steadfast presence. A little bit more damage. They need one more hit coming out from Inspired. They get it! The turret will not get anything in return, but now up here with the top side, Delight makes his roam. The hook shot guarantees that Dokla has to flash away, but Lion's top laner stays alive.
Still, you end up with that kill on the bottom side, and the early kill for Inspired is massive for the Kiana. A TP now going back to the bottom side. Gumayushi having to use that just to try and get back to this lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a pretty critical kill there. Gets some gold for Inspired. And even more important, I feel like, was the fact that Dokla lives. Because if Dokla loses that wave, Zeus gets a kill, and Zeus takes a plate right after, then all of a sudden, the Sion is a brick wall that you cannot contest. So critical plays on both sides of the map here for LYON. We know that HLE are going to be beasts in the 5v5. We know that to even have a chance in the 5v5, you've got to stay close, or maybe even have a lead by the time you get there.
And we think back to the last series that HLE played up against BLG, and at least for the first 3 games, it was so go the skirmishes, so go the game. Whichever side got ahead in these small scuffles early on was able to snowball it into a victory. Game number 4 had a bit more trading back and forth, a game that was closer for a longer period of time. But if you're LYON, you cannot let HLE always be deciding what's going to happen, because they will push the game forward, and they'll do it fast.
And that's why the early kill for Gumayushi is a little unfortunate for LYON, because it does give the tier to the Zeeks to enable him to push significantly more, which opens up Delight to move more. Even now, that early dragon going across the HLE, this has become such a strong stacking combo in this meta. Get 2 dragons, roam around the map, maybe forgo a couple of them so you can look for plates and gold elsewhere. It is about trying to snowball through this.
It definitely is, and it's also interesting, obviously, Syndra becoming pretty meta in this tournament, but it is only the 4th time in Zeka's entire career that he has actually played the pick, so not a pick that he has shown a lot. Obviously, when he won his first World Championship, he was known as the melee guy, and he has become so much more well-rounded in the years since then, which is incredibly impressive to me, to be able to just advance and advance and advance in your career.
Well, now we've got another play coming up here in the top side as Dokla tries to use public execution to get away, but no! Decimating smash with the follow-up from Kanavi. And now Isles and Saint try to get something back, but they found themselves trapped in the Cataclysm. HLE still got a 3v2. Decimating smash finds another. Isles is killed off by Delight's Ignite, and HLE are burning bright in the top lane.
Oh, trying to get one more Inspired!
Inspired goes into the dive on Kanavi. He wants to get something, but he has to trade his own life to do it. And HLE come out on top in the play.
I think Inspired, once he knew that he was spotted, the jig was up, hide and seek was not going to go well for him, so trades 1 for 1. But that's what LYON expected. They thought that they would have a numbers advantage on the top side with Saint, not prepared for Delight and Kanavi to already be in position.
And honestly, it came down to a couple little things there. If Dokla's able to actually use that public execution to taxi out of the play a little bit here, it could look so differently because you can see on the map, the HLE members are going to be first here. And then watch this all from Dokkan. He's trying to use that as a taxi over onto the Jarvan, but the sidestep from Kanavi is so critical because not only is Kanavi avoiding the damage and the stun, it means he doesn't actually close the gap in, but we got to go back to live potentially. It looks like Saint will be okay. They are able to run down and kill Isles, and then we do know Inspired eventually got one back, but yeah, that ult missing, such a big deal.
Yeah, even having Kiana there in the back line as well. Inspired didn't come in initially, was trying to stay off that pink ward that was there to try and surprise them, but already knew the play had gone sideways before he could really join in anyway.
You can see the frustration on Dokla's face. He knows that is a pretty big moment. And the one thing working for Inspired in that 1v1 is it was a positive trade as far as the summoners. Kanavi did flash and still died in that moment. So the gold's still very close. But Dokla's top lane matchup getting that much harder as Zeus walks away with a kill and an assist.
Yep, Zeus feeling good with that Scion, just farming up, getting tanky as this game goes forward. And the thing is, LYON's composition has an assassin jungler as well as Jhin as the AD carry. If Zeus gets ahead, if he can get these tank items and become that big meatball, it's going to be so difficult for LYON to punch through him as HLE have started up the grubs. First grub going to be secured here by Kanavi. As LYON arrives on the scene, HLE will walk away.
Yeah, Kanavi didn't have the flash, so a little bit nervous to stick around as Kiana's ultimate was just about to come back off cooldown. So LYON able to bully them off the creep, should be able to pick up 2 of the Void grubs and just try to position themselves further on this top side to enable Berserker to catch the wave.
One thing I will say, Scion obviously is a brick wall, but they do have some ways to deal with it, particularly Isles and his ult. If you can actually knock someone like the Scion out, if he's going for a Q channel, you knock him out of the fight, all of a sudden, all of the targets are pretty juicy over on the HLE side, but they're going to have to be very clever about how they approach, about the angles that they find, because of course, I agree, it's not a winning proposition to try to fight through Zeus.
It's also why I love the rise with the Kiana as well, because even a Realm Warp to get the Kiana into the back line, into positions that they're not expecting, can be so crucial. And that's also to do with the point-and-click CC that Rise can offer for some of these early plays. Although 10 minutes early into the game now, we're going to be looking more at these objectives as a minute until that next dragon. And I think LYON would love to try and at least keep HLE from stacking these.
Exactly. HLE's first dragon, remember, was taken just about 5.5 minutes into the game. Very, very early to get the stacking started. If they can continue keeping that pressure on, then LYON are going to be the ones sweating to try to find an answer before they're under the pressure of surrendering the soul over to HLE. First items are coming online for both of our junglers here, as the Sundered Sky and Voltaic Cyclosword are purchased for Kanavi and Inspired respectively, so similar power spikes for both junglers with 40 seconds left till the dragon spawns.
I will say, while the gold is close, there's a lot of crystals building up on these towers, so if someone wins a team fight, especially if HLE wins a team fight with the Ziggs, you walk up, you knock the crystal off, you have the passive, you could all of a sudden execute that tower and get this massive injection of gold, which could make things incredibly hard for LYON. So I do think if they fight this next dragon, it is going to be critical for LYON.
All right, dragon down to below 15 seconds. You can see Kanavi hanging out around the mid lane here. Does use the sweeper to clear out the vision from Saint on the bottom side river here towards mid lane. Recall from Inspired, going back to base, purchases a serrated Dirk for some extra assassin capability. But with the LYON jungler all the way back home, HLE has total control over the bot side river.
Yeah, I don't think HLE know this though, and that's why they're being a little bit hesitant to start this up. Although I think from LYON's perspective, trying to get into this position now, into river, is going to be tough when you don't really have a true tank. It's kind of just Isles who has to face check this.
Exactly, and with Ziggs and Syndra firing off bombs, scatter the weaks, it's very, very difficult to potentially make your way forward. Saint trying to approach here on the left side. Inspired over the wall. Goes in for supreme display of talent, but Inspired is killed first. Gomayushi with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Isles trapped inside the Cataclysm. HLE has lost their support, but they've killed the enemy support and the jungler as well. The Dragon goes over to LYON, so at least they'll take the objective, but they lose out 2-1 in kill.
Saint stepping up again, managing to get the Dragon in the middle of all of that for LYON. So even with those kills going over, it's still a very small goal lead for HLE, but objective secured.
Exactly. I think because they got that Dragon, and really does bail them out, and even getting a play off the back of that there for Saint means the gold actually got closer, even though they did go down a kill. We can see this one more time. Inspired is just looking for the steal, trying to go for the angle over, and as soon as the light does show here, he goes in and looks to 100 to 0 him. Watch the Jhin W coming through, trying to burst him down. Saint is getting in there, and they are able to burst down Inspired as the Mega Inferno Bomb lands, but then that spell flux through everything. The Q bounces, and that's what actually secured it.
Yeah, insane stuff there. The managing to get that. And I think this, for LYON, it's massive. Like, you actually get to keep that gold lead within touching distance. You're stopping that dragon stacking. It gives you a lot more opportunities to start moving around the map. And I think we're starting to see from Inspired, like, that kind of risky gameplay that he talked about. Like, he was saying, when I'm playing against these top teams, I need to take some more risks. Yeah. He's full sent it there, but it was his combo, despite him dying, that set up that win.
No, and I completely agree. I mean, this is something that whoa, we're going to see a fight.
Oh, Dokla goes in for the public execution, wants the solo kill onto Zeka, but Delight is ready to try to stop him. Dokla's all the way underneath the turret, and he grabs the kill. Hextech ultimatum keeps him underneath the turret for so long that Delight gets one in trade. It's a 1-for-1 in the top side.
Really well done there by Dokla. Knew Zeka had no ultimate, but it's a trade of flashes. He gets the kill, and he gets the ulti off of Delight there, and had Delight not been there, it would have been a free kill. So Dokla gets that Eclipse, goes in aggressively, takes down Zeka, and Zeka's going to be very vulnerable now with Inspired having flash, and Isles' flash will be up before his too.
And 2 minutes into the Rift Herald, that's the next big objective, right? If you can start taking some of these turrets, LYON can keep HLE on their side. You don't get some of the skating that the Ziggs would love. Whoa, Isles managing to just about get out of that. And yeah, but still, I think you're in a decent spot now as LYON. The only thing is that 1.2k gold lead is all on Gumayushi in that bot lane. That Ziggs is still quite large. That Luden's Echo is still a problem when you come to this next fight.
Exactly, and that is only going to be exacerbated if HLE takes control over the topside river first when it comes to this Rift Herald that we're talking about. Having to approach a Rift Herald that is protected by Gumayushi and the zone control that Ziggs provides is a very tall task for LYON as Dokla trapped underneath the tier 1 turret up here. It's a 4-man play coming out from HLE, and it's way too easy. Kanavi takes the kill. Dokla goes down, and Gumayushi's going to put in work on the turret, bringing it potentially low enough for a satchel charge here soon.
I wonder if there is an angle, though, for LYON to try to play this now with no Mega Inferno Bomb, with no Hextech Ultimatum, with no Cataclysm available. Those are some pretty big ults. And there's not really any backup here until Inspired can wrap around behind, but Kanavi's there to cover, so I don't think this is going to be much of a play.
Yeah, Isles literally on an island there. Was not going to have any sort of support there, so he ends up just kind of forcing Gumayushi back. Still, though, this is what HLE have been so devastating at doing when they have this Ziggs, is constantly shifting Gumayushi around the map, looking for these quick plays to take down turret plates. Only a single plate now standing on that turret in the top side, and Gumayushi just going to roam mid to pick up the wave.
And we were talking about how close they were keeping it. Well, all of a sudden, it is a 2K gold lead here for HLE, just like that, and that is before a first tower was claimed, and that top lane tower is looking quite vulnerable. So LYON have got to try to hang on to this and staunch that bleeding a little bit, because if Guma, who's already so accelerated, is able to get up there and satchel that tower, it's going to be a massive lead for him.
And you can see that lead right there in your Coinbase gold grind, just about 1,300 more than what Berserker has on the Jhin. Gumayushi, very powerful, needlessly large Raj in inventory, and you can look at the top side river, look at the vision placed down by both sides. You've got the control wards in the area for HLE's side. They got their eyes on this.
But Kanavi and Delight are down on this bottom side, maybe giving up space on this Rift Herald to see if they can make a play towards Dokla again before that flash comes up. And Kiana, for Inspired, has only just reset, so you're not exactly in a position to rush it. Although LYON giving good respect to us, HLE not able to find that play bot side.
The reset from Inspired does provide him with the purchase of the Edge of Night, so the extra ability to block a spell may come in critical here.
No flash.
As now Zeka trying to protect himself underneath the tier 1 turret. Isles wanted to approach and just barely survive. Scatter the weak into the unleashed power from Zeka. Takes the enemy support down to 10% HP as HLE calls in the cavalry and looks for a counterpunch. Gumayushi going to throw a bomb, won't get a whole lot out of it. Realm Warp to try to get Saint away, but Isles is already down. Mega Inferno Bomb yet again, but one is going to be traded back by LYON. Delight about to die here too. Saint's going to take the kill, and LYON have a 2-for-1 so far. Zeus and Dokla both arrive into the fight as Dokla continues looking potentially for an opportunity here. The Rift Herald down to half HP, and LYON have control over the objective.
And that is massive. Isles with such an aggressive play. I don't think HLE were expecting that, because Isles was on 10-20% HP, gets the flash stun into the Kiana ult, the Jhin ult opens up, Saint arrives. That was beautiful from LYON, and getting that Herald means, at least for now, HLE cannot claim that free first tower, which we're trying to slow them down for on the side of LYON.
Yeah, I'm with HLE. I was like, Isles, you're a psycho. Gumayushi has ult. You're on 3 HP, but he full sends it, managing to perfectly synergize with Inspired. And I love the way LYON are playing this. Like, hey, we will trade 1, but we will get 2. And it's kind of been the story of how they're trying to go for this just far. And it's working out relatively well for them.
LYON are going to secure the first turret in the top lane by focusing on that because they know that HLE want to go for the 3rd Drake now, making it that much more critical that LYON and Saint specifically stole away the 2nd one. Otherwise, this would already be a soul point situation.
I mean, this is big. They were down over 2,000 gold 3 minutes ago, and they have now brought it to a very slight lead on the side of LYON, and they didn't even use the Herald to get it. Now they're trying to set up for Zeka here again, but unbeknownst to Dokla, there are a lot of other HLE members in the area.
Hey, LYON also floating their jungler and support nearby. Kanavi and Delight spotted out now as Zeka pushes forward towards the tier 1 turret. Isles, nice use of the steadfast presence as now they want to go in after Kanavi. The damage comes through and Kanavi dies, but he trades his life for Inspired. Both junglers already out of the picture as Gumayushi's going to get caught. The public execution lives up to its name, and Gumayushi falls in front of LYON, 2 for 1.
Gumayushi didn't have his camera pointed behind him, and LYON are taking snapshots at this one. Incredible stuff. LYON's patience from Dokla seals the deal.
Yeah, that was crazy from Dokla. He was up in that top lane for such a long time, waiting and waiting and waiting until they were spotted in the enemy jungle. And it's his patience that really did set up. He is way up there in the top lane looking for this wraparound. And again, Isles is the one setting it up. Stun with that steadfast presence into Inspired's ult, into the wallbang, into the root from Berserker. The CC is very deadly. And then Dokla here catching him with the ult.
But it's again this style of, hey, one will die so the others may live and thrive off the back of it, right? You're getting this combo between the Poppy and the Kiana who are giving their life, but then it's the follow-up afterwards that's going so well.
One LYON dies for the good of the pack.
Excuse me, sir. It's called a pride of lions.
Yeah.
Let them have their pride.
Look,
in the
if
way.
anyone can see the smiles beaming on your face, they know it's pride right now, okay?
I mean, for a North American team to be able to answer the map movements and the team fight cohesion of Korea's #1 seed is a rare occasion, right? HLE is a team that has not lost to anybody at this tournament except for BLG. Again, they swept Team Secret Whales and G2 in phenomenal fashion, and LYON know they've got to be ready to answer everything these guys are coming at them with, and finding that pick on Gumayushi is exactly what they needed.
You say it's a rare occasion, but I'm thinking back to FlyQuest and Gen G pushing them to 5 games, and they've nearly been able to take them down. Like, you are no stranger in the LCS from pushing these teams to the limit.
And TL had some good series against T1 before that, but they haven't been able to get across the line, right? And that is Inspired's goal. He has talked about that. He wants to be able to. Exactly. He wants to be able to get across the line at least once against one of these top LCK and LPL teams. They haven't had the opportunity so far this tournament because the expected opponent top got knocked out by Secret Whales, who they then knocked out. Then the expected opponent T1 got knocked out by G2, who they then knocked out.
Yeah, and you can see right there the man's own words. I want to win against an LCK or LPL team. I told myself I would focus on just one game and do my best to win the next game. This one right now rests on a knife's edge. It is a small gold lead for HLE. They are up the single Drake, so they do have the advantage, but the way that the team fight plays out is going to be so much more important.
I think it's the 2-item spikes that are the scariest right now for HLE. Like Zeka having 2, Gumayushi hitting on towards that as well. Even looking at that top side, like Zeus is quite large and kind of becoming in charge of this game as well. So I'm wondering now when we get to this next fight, can we have LYON with an earlier reset for Inspired so we get to the fight first, finds the creative angles, because I think it's pivotal to the success of LYON here.
I really agree, and I also think this next 10 minutes, the game is going to be decided one way or the other, because I think when Syndra and Ziggs both have Zhonya's, it gets really, really hard for LYON. So, you know, now there is that opportunity. If you can get on a Guma, you can maybe one-shot him. If you can get on a Zeka, you can maybe one-shot him. When they have Zhonya's, when they have all these luxury items and GAs, it gets so much harder, I think. And The same, I don't think, is really as true for LYON and the items that they're going to be grabbing.
Yeah, especially when you're playing in this AP carry role, like you get so much access to gold. Getting those luxury defensive items comes so fast as well. So Gumayusi can already see sitting on the needlessly large rod. He can pop off for the Seeker's arm guard and then see if he has to pop it. If not, great, we go straight for the Rabadons. You have so many options here for Gumayusi in the build path. But there's that Herald used. I wouldn't say it's optimal, but definitely was about to time out.
Yeah, they just kind of had to use it. Unfortunately, not the most effective Shelly, as it'll walk down mid lane. HLE would love to just pop this before it can ever make its way all the way to the turret, and it looks like that's exactly what we're going to get. Herald down below 2,000 HP. No charge out of that one. So nice job from HLE, not giving LYON the opportunity to use the Herald the way they want. Scatter the Weak flies out. Steadfast presence right back on the Delight. Supreme display of talent takes him low, but HLE's support stays alive for now. LYON almost got the pick, but close doesn't count. HLE regroups. Delight's going to take a recall. Burst coming in from Gumayusi. Inspired, nearly killed off by the Mega Inferno Bomb. Has to flash away. Kanavi looking to re-enter. Zeka also chunked below half. Bullets being traded back and forth, but nobody falls. Curtain call opens. Zeka trying to get himself away. Berserker needs to dial it in, but no, all four miss.
Yeah, and that's going to mean HLE will grab this Dragon. They focused onto Inspired. They forced his flash defensively. IELTS has been so quick on the reactions. They tried to burst down Delight, but they didn't quite have the damage. It didn't seem as though Saint or Berserker could really get involved, so it was just the two hitting, and they weren't able to burst him down. He gets away, then Zeka gets away at low HP. Inspired has to go back to base, and it is HLE now on Soul Point here. The gold is close, but you give them Hextech Soul, and the combat power is not close.
Yeah, I think Lion's reading that was that everything from HLE was about to come over that wall. So you got Inspired with the ultimate. Isles trying to keep people in check, but they don't commit, but Delight, so they're able to back away. And he had that flash to escape in that last engagement as well. So HLE, their patience paying off there because they avoided a lot of that follow-up from Lion.
Okay, so important to note, right now, Inspired has his Guardian Angel on Kiana. Saint is 2 stacks away from fully stacked on the Rod of Ages. So one big power spike already online, another one now 60 seconds out for Saint. We talked about how important these Zonias are going to be for the 2 mages on HLE. This is the response, I feel like, from Lion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously the Roa taking over is big, but really it's the fact that it gets you 216. You get that rank 3 of that Spell Flux. The bouncing damage gets so high. And when you get that actualizer that he's going to be building towards next, that plus level 16, that is a massive power point for them. Berserker likely working in towards his Infinity Edge next. That'll be another big one. Guma at this point in the game, I'm thinking, is probably just going straight towards Roa.
Delight tries to go in for the dive. Berserker gets himself away for now. But there's your Mega Inferno Bomb, and Gumayusi torches him. Now Zayas has to try to get out of the way of the turret as Isles uses the Keeper's Verdict to knock away HLE as the remaining players try to escape. Isles still here on the front line, but he and Dokla have to try to fall back. Kanavi goes further forward as Dokla tries to stand and fight. Inspired and Saint can't provide enough damage, and the dust settles as a 1-for-1.
Zayas' health bar is just too tanky to get through. You end up with a pick onto Berserker, and the tower now going down for HLE with a quick collapse on the mid lane.
Yeah, very close fight here. The gold remaining quite even. It looked a bit crazy, this initial dive here, but they had seen Dokla on bot side, and I guess they see the Poppy on the side as well. They see Inspired on that ward, so they have a lot of vision, and they realize you can't respond fast enough, even though they kill off Delight. That Ziggs ult is just so much damage.
And I thought here Dokla might try and ult Zayas while he's underneath the tower. He didn't have that the flash, but instead they waited until Isles ended up getting that knockaway. But it means that Zayas is just able to kind of back. Like, you just don't have enough damage in the tank to get through this health bar, especially with the early Spirit Visage picked up by Zayas. Like, Saint just doesn't have it.
And you saw there, too, not a whole lot of value out of Inspired's supreme display of talent. Kind of just flew into the tier 1 turret. Wanted to make sure that they were at least able to get the kill on Delight, but he was already dead. So Lion getting 1-for-1, but losing the turret at the end means HLE still comes out on top in that one. And the Rabadon's death cap now completed for Gumayusi means that this 2,000 gold lead on the Ziggs will be disastrous for Lion if they get caught in the AoE.
I mean, that's 2K getting dropped right on your head every time Delight throws down the ulti. There's no real escape for Berserker, even though Isles, I think, did the intelligent build, rush towards a locket, might even be going Knight's Vow second. He's going to do everything he can to try to keep Berserker alive, but that Ziggs ult is going to be 60-70% of your HP, it feels like, at this point if he hits the sweet spot.
Which is why it works so well with the Camille. The lock down into it makes it so easy to just shoot the fish in the barrel. And at this point, I think HLE, they have enough control over the map to try and keep that pressure up. You've got Delight is leaning down towards his bottom side, and also Kanavi potentially looking for Saint in the top half.
And if you're LYON now, this is a one-fight game. I don't think you can give up Hextech Soul and expect to win from this position. It is a gold lead really that means nothing at this point of the game. It is only 1K. Obviously, the individual lead for Guma is big, but we still have Saint now on 3 items. We have Inspired on 3.5. This is the fight they must win. They have to deny the soul if they want to have a chance to continue, where HLE really just needs this one fight, and they could probably secure the game.
Yeah, Berserker must be close to this Infinity Edge. He's been sitting on both these items for so long. I feel like one more wave, he should be able to pick it up, which is where Dokla nicely leaving that mid-wave for him, but it does mean that you've got to get a quick reset as this Jhin to try and finish off that third item.
Yeah, I wonder if he is. It's hard to know because he's down a full 2K, right? And it is Guma on just those 3 items with the tier on top.
Yeah, maybe he's not.
So I don't think he's going to get there before the next dragon spawns, and there's no real vision here for LYON. HLE with a great setup, and are going to look to punish anyone from LYON who steps a foot wrong.
And this is what I'm talking about. Trying to arrive second to the objective against Ziggs and Syndra is so difficult for LYON. HLE knows it. They're grouped up here in the mid lane, and Saint is caught. Hextech Ultimatum will seal his fate, and the Mega Inferno Bomb burns his bones. HLE find a critical pick right before Dragon Soul.
Blink and you miss it. The river was dark, and they just lit up Saint immediately upon entry. HLE, it's just gone. They've got us. The soul is theirs.
It's a beautiful play there. Delight setting it up. Hookshot flash catches Saint, and Saint gets destroyed there. As we see the Dragon Soul claimed in our MasterCard priceless moment of the game. HLE now with a stranglehold on this one. It is just so fast, so decisive here from HLE. They have that one ward, and Saint does not know he's on vision. Instantly they go in. Even with the flash, you cannot escape the Camille ult. There's no way out for Saint. You can see the look of dejection there.
It was also such a hard re-entry for LYON because you want to be coming in from multiple angles. Inspired is trying to see if you can play around vision on that bottom side. Same when you look towards Dokla. It just leaves you so isolated for these picks, and that is the moment where this Camille support shines, when she can just narrow down one target and blow them up with the rest of the team.
Delight on Camille is the truth, man. You've got the Actualizer done for Saints Rise. You've got the Infinity Edge done for Berserker's Jhin. But for a game where we've been talking about this whole time, it's never really been more than a 2,000 gold lead. So, okay, that's not much to write home about, but the Hextech Soul, the slowing chain lightning that you get from the proc on this thing is going to be so obnoxious for LYON to try to deal with, and I feel like HLE feels like they had to have just won the game with that pick into the objective.
Very likely. I mean, the only hope for LYON is one-shotting one of these carries because they are going full damage here. None of them working towards that Zhonya's at all so far. And so that is your hope, that is your prayer, but the difficulty has been HLE have never given them angles. LYON have never been able to get vision around these objectives, so they're always walking in blind. And when you're walking in blind as this comp that has to surprise your opponents, it's just not going to happen. You're not going to find that angle, and HLE have been turning off the lights.
Yeah, Isles discovered by Kanavi here in the jungle. HLE bringing in some backup. Kanavi has to try to disengage as Guma just throws Isles right onto the minefield with the satchel. That's an enemy support down for quite a while now. 25 seconds on the clock as HLE starts up the Baron. LYON is nearby. Dokla has his teleport available. The remaining LYON players in mid lane. Do they want to try to challenge for this? Inspired wrapping around behind the enemy red buff as Zeka and Gumayushi try to keep everybody else on LYON, zoned away. Delight trying to mark Inspired, make sure he can't jump into the pit and look to steal the Baron. Delight with a hookshot, Inspired stunned up. Gumayushi's very low, stays alive for now, sidestep Deadly Flourish. Inspired for the kill on Delight, but now HLE's gonna try to run. The teleport arrives from Isles. He's in the middle of everybody, he flashes away here with a steadfast presence, tackling right back into HLE. Damage over the wall from Gumayushi. Isles is already down yet again, Mega Inferno Bomb forces resurrection out of Inspired. Dokla dies, but Zeus follows. The zombie's gonna reanimate as Berserker's gonna try to deal with Kanavi and Zeka. Kanavi's gonna lose his Guardian Angel as Zeus' dead body pulverizes Inspired. Saint tries to get away. Zeka, Guma, Kanavi, all still alive. Saint the only man standing here on the LYON side as he continues to try to mount his escape. Gumayushi re-arrives. Kanavi looking to lead the charge. Saint hit with a knockup combo. HLE, get the ace.
It was so close until it wasn't. You thought for a moment there LYON might have been able to pull it off, but Guma survives on low HP. Berserker tries to go for the heroics flashing over the wall, and it just fell flat on its face here. The start is great for LYON. They had pushed out Guma, who's playing on the side at so low HP. The Spellbook TP arrived from Isles, knocks them back in, and you think just maybe there is that chance here, but Guma is dealing damage over the wall the entire time. And then Berserker feels like he finds an angle and looks to flash over the wall onto Zeka. Thought he could one-auto Zeka, but Zeka instantly flash responds back over the wall, and as soon as Berserker dies, that is that. I feel like he could have played it slower.
Yeah, I mean, even the TP from Miles was great, but ends up getting the dash onto the... or doesn't end up getting the dash onto Zeka, which just means that Zeka's able to play it back. Dokla doesn't end up with the public execution onto him. Tiny, tiny things going wrong for LYON, and what showed that there's still life in them, but it may have just been stuffed out.
And you could see in the damage recap there the big difference between the bottom lane carries. As Dokla and Delight get into a bit of a scrap, Isles already down below half HP. Delight should die. Hextech Ultimatum isn't going to do a whole lot as Zeus arrives in now with the teleport. Immediately rejected with the Keeper's Verdict. Kanavi goes in for the massive three-man engage, followed up with the Scout of the Week. Berserker at least gets the kill. Kanavi is down. Dokla's in the middle of two. Zeka takes him out alongside Zeus. The double kill for the Syndra. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but LYON's health bars are critically low. Gumayushi and Zeus continue their push.
They can go for this bot lane tier 2, still make it worth for HLE. LYON trying to see if they can find any moment to get a pick, but just being turned around thanks to that TP from Zeus.
It absolutely is, and every time you think LYON might have a chance, you have to look and realize Zeka's still alive, Guma's still alive. They are ridiculously strong at this point. 18 stacks on the Magi's, and now the double Seekers comes in. And those might be the items to close the door here. LYON hanging on much better than I thought they would have been able to after the Hextech Soul was taken. They're trying to find these picks. They're trying to find these plays, but it is so difficult to get in onto Zeka and Guma.
Guma is the story of this game, man. These mega Inferno bombs on top of Delight's Hextech ultimatums. Isles gets away right there. Gumayushi up 3,500 gold individually right now. I said it at the end of the fight on the top side. Everybody else's damage meters were comparable on both sides, and he doubled the output of Berserker's Jhin. Gumayushi has been the X factor in this game, and now you've got this mega fed Ziggs as you're pushing the enemy base, and these satchels will obliterate turrets.
Yeah, I really think this has been one of the strongest versions of HLE we've seen, with the Ziggs for Gumayushi so safe. He's been so potent on it, and Delight being able to move around the Camille, but they've stuck him behind.
Elder here. We'll see if they can actually finish it. HLE don't know yet.
This is a wild gambit coming out from LYON. As Kanavi has approached,
so
Saint Inspired looking to put the damage here onto the objective. Mega Inferno Bomb over the top of the objective. Bounty is going to be claimed. Elder secured now for the LYON side. Saint trying to get himself away. Dokla dives in and he finds the first kill. Gumayushi's caught inside the steadfast presence, but he flashes over the wall. He's going to be taken out. Public execution coming out from Dokla. LYON on the hunt, looking for a little bit more, but Zeka goes in with the unleashed power. Kanavi is taken low, slammed back into the wall by Isles, and they will execute him with a Dragon's Roar. Zeus and Zeka getting away for now, and LYON find the only angle to keep themselves in this game.
It's a stroke of genius there from Inspired and Saint, sneaking away the Elder here. Look at this. They use the gates to get out on the map, and then they go around here off of vision. Saint just pushes out the wave, and they have no idea that they walked into the Elder. They rush it down. HLE gets here in time, but Inspire wins the smite.
Yeah, so insane. They give up the mid lane tower and say, no, this is the best way for us to turn this game back around. Inspired gets the smite. Saint with the realm warp out. Dokla being a hero, going all in on the backline of HLE. What a play from LYON.
And now LYON is looking to do even more. They've still got the Elder for 1 minute and 15 seconds. They want to try to use this power to catch back up to have a chance against HLE, but Gumayushi's wave clear alongside Zeka is so difficult to get through. Now Isle's going to be in some danger here yet again, just fine. They're not going to overcommit any tools on the HLE side to pick the enemy support.
And you can see LYON wanted to try to pose for a potential tower dive there, but as soon as you hear the Sion ult, they got to back up. This guy is still an absolute brick wall. Zeus has been so difficult to deal with. Guma has been dealing the damage, and Zeus has been making the space on the Sion. Jin is now on 4 items, though he's getting towards that later game stage. And if he can get those last couple items, you can actually start to threaten tanks on the Jin in the late game. Rise also building up some flat pen here, working in towards that Void Staff. But LYON still, it's the slimmest of margins if they want to try to win this one.
But it's also at this stage, like, there's so much damage in the LYON comp that if you do misstep, like, you can't just be burst out. Like, even with those Onyas, you may just not have a chance to try and pick or use them. And even now, another Seeker's on towards Berserker as well, just getting rid of these tools where you can find those picks for HLE.
And I actually think it's so smart because Zig's ult is a one-shot. Syndra ult is a one-shot. Kanavi locking you in, you might just get burst down. A GA is not going to do anything for you.
No.
Seekers might in these situations. So this is a game where Berserker is saying, you know what, yeah, I'm not going to get a lot out of Seekers, but it might be a one-fight game. This might be the component that could do the most for me.
And you've seen where Inspired is basically just sitting. He's constantly just picking off these threats to see if he can move into positions to catch people as they set up on the mid-wave. Just doing anything he can to try and figure out where HLE are and those squishy members. Again, they can be burst out at a moment's notice.
All right, HLE controlling the topside river as the Baron spawns yet again. Scuttlecrab vision secured by Zeka. Level 20 on Zeus' Scion. Protoplasm harness already completed. This is going to come down to one big explosive fight, but HLE certainly still has the edge.
They absolutely do, and both Saint and Berserker are missing their flash. Guma does not have his, neither does Delight, but neither of the critical carries here on LYON having their flash makes these fights so tough.
Guardian Angel up for both junglers. Stasis available for both mid laners as well as both bottom lane carries. Serpent's Fang fully completed for Dokla to try to cut through some of the shielding that's on so many of the HLE champions. LYON are going to have to execute perfectly if they want a chance, but Berserker has already lost half his HP. As Inspired's going to be your target up here for the top side. Kanavi goes in after him. Inspired fighting inside the Cataclysm, getting away for now. Zeus charges in. Isles is about to die. Gumayushi's already found the first kill, and Inspired is locked up. He's knocked out of his Guardian Angel, and LYON are trying to run. Berserker's bullets do nothing in the face of HLE. Zeka is dominating, and LYON is crushed. HLE pushing for the throat.
HLE saw their target. It was Inspired when he showed on top wave, and the rest of LYON are falling as HLE want to take it.
Berserker is nothing but a golden trophy for the LCK #1 seed. All 5 players stand tall. They will march to the Nexus. They will bulldoze the Nexus turrets. And after a 39-minute battle, HLE take game 1.
What a back and forth game 1, but really, what a performance from Guma. Desk, what do you think?
I think I just saw LYON's heart break in 4K. Unfortunately, they fought their way back into this one, but HLE did not waver and brought it home nonetheless.
That Elder, though, oh my goodness, bringing the excitement
really
into
smart.
a game that is basically lost. It's like Inspired says, okay, if the game is cooked, now it's time to get creative and flip, and we got to cook something up ourselves.
Definitely coping, but if you're going to lose game 1, I don't mind losing like this, because I personally didn't love the draft, didn't love the start of the game, but I loved how much LYON made HLE work for it, and we can see here how kind of close some of these fights actually were.
I gotta say, I was a little bit bamboozled by the decision-making from HLE here. I really think this should have been a home run from LYON. What goes wrong in this fight?
Well,
this. Okay. I was like, it's coming. Yeah, Berserker Flash over the wall kind of ends up deciding it. For me, it started with, like you mentioned, the draft, Jat, and it started with the early game, and every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Kanavi was on the map so early in this, and this is what I was talking about. with this Jarvan 4-pick. He sees the angle on bot immediately, goes down, gets first blood for his bot lane. This setup, I talked about how dangerous this Ziggs pick is in the hands of Gumayusi. I also really love this play on top side. Delight had the immediate roam timer on level 4 before this to actually blow Dokla's flash prior to this play. And if you want to beat HLE, even though it did get really, really shaky in some of those mid to late game team fights, you need to stop Kanavi from getting his lanes ahead. Because Guma just took over this game on Ziggs.
He did. He was kind of unstoppable. And this is one of the nice things about Fearless Draft, because when I saw this, I did think HLE was going to win. I thought they had an immaculate draft plan. So they still managed to get the Ziggs bot, but more importantly, the Scion. People have been hating on Scion because it was 0-9 at Worlds. That doesn't mean it's a bad champion. It means it wasn't getting picked by the good teams or in the right slots. But right here, when I think about like what Dokla's goal was, and it's like, I need to hold on against Zeus. If you hold on against Scion, he becomes an absolute monster. So just the fact that LYON, I feel like, picked things that needed to accelerate the game, and then HLE's the ones that picked things for a later game, ended up favoring HLE. It was like a nice pivot in the draft that I think really favored them.
Well, I really liked the Camille on top of the Jarvan, because Emily, if you're starting out and we have priority for Kanavi versus Inspired, Jarvan is one of the most proactive and early game junglers where you have a lot of options, and if you have a Camille with you, you can create so many things. So the first gank towards bottom side, and then the second one on top side where you have the Camille going up there early too. You know, you just have a lot of options early on to get them going, and then we get to this. Despite that, still the goal lead pretty close for a very long time.
It was close, but is that what we're gonna walk away with here? Like, how do they make it not close?
I hope that the fact that they made this game so hard gives them confidence to pick more scaling. Because I think they all ended in the early game so they didn't get blown out. They said, okay, we didn't get blown out. Now let's play our game. They can play Ezreal because Ziggs is gone. They can go back to what got them here.
Oh, Inspired, he's reviewing already.
Oh,
we
this
know
is classic.
sometimes he doesn't hold his words back, so he'll be firing up his team into game 2. Let's see what we get if LYON can fight back after this.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart.
He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He dropped it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in GG! They are just going to ace them!
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Center stage.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What's up, Paul?
I think I figured it out, Andre.
Figured what out?
A way to go back.
Back where?
It's not where. It's when. It's all right here. I mean, we just have to figure out when. When is it, you know? Let me ask you this, Andre. What is League to you? Is it season 1? Is it season 4? Could it have been season 2 when we started having with jungle pathing? Could it be when we had Heart of Gold? It was a shell. Why was it named Heart of Gold? It could be anything that we want.
I mean, I get it, Paul, but I really do think...
2 Shens in the game? Is it OG beta when there was 40 champions? Look at Lux, look at the way she used to look. It could be any of these things, Andre.
I mean, would kind of like to play Old Graves again.
Pretty good. What if we went back to that time? Could be any of those times. Be a lot of fun.
What would you call this thing if we did it though?
Clash Fates.
No, we're done with that.
All right, okay. Old League.
Who's that even for?
Your favorite league. Okay, that was a little weird. Okay, I think I got it. League Classic.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026. There are only 2 best-of-5s remaining before we crown our MSI champion. BLG awaits in the finals tomorrow, and we are now 1 game into our best-of-5 between LYON and HLE to see who gets to face them. LYON managed to keep it close for a long time in this first game, but HLE's superior cohesion and team fighting brought them the win.
And it's that man on your screen right there that was able to do it. These zigs working wonders for Gumayushi. It just fits so well into his playstyle, right? Like, hey, I'm fine to just be left on my own. I'll clear the waves, and I'll just be an absolute menace when we get to those team fights. And honestly, he was taking towers, he was taking kills, he was taking everything from LYON, it felt like, in that first game.
And he was the gold lead, right?
Yeah.
You know, he was the advantage, and he was making it work. So you can call him weak side king, you can call him whatever you want, but he was the one beating LYON's butts in those team fights. You know, one-shotting people with the ults, playing really well, moving around the map. But LYON definitely came in with some good prep. They have a clear idea that they are going to go aggressive. They are going to go a bit spicy. I like the Poppy as that answer to the Camille, and we'll see what they have for us in the second game.
All right, second time into Champ Select presented by HyperX, as we do have the Varus, the Vayne, and the Bard banned out by HLE. LYON responding by banning out the Jace, the Vi, and the Gnar.
Yeah, I like the respect given to Isles. That Bard yesterday was clean, and I think it's something where he can be active on the map.
Ori and Nocturne both up, so the teams kind of have to decide which do you want, because very unlikely that HLE would want to give over both of those to LYON. So you kind of have to make that call. Do we prefer Nocturne? I think most teams do like Nocturne because of the pairings with champions like Aurora that are really prevalent in the meta.
Also very good at attacking the Orianna in the side lane when they're going for that setup. So I think that's why we see the Nocturne first, and gives that opportunity to then try and play for these 1-3-1s and have that backup, the little shadow in the pocket to help you out.
And now I'm kind of thinking about things like potential of, you know, like Wukong Nocturne and Wukong plus Orianna, you know, things that are kind of like team fight, explosive.
Rumble open as well.
Or
could work so well with us.
Yeah, you could look towards that. It might just be Karma Ezreal, which would, there's no way we're not going to pick Ori though.
Wow.
There is. Ezreal and Lee Sin locked in instead.
You know what they're doing is they want to play Akali into it.
Yeah.
I think Saint wants the melee matchup. He's saying, you play the Orianna, I dare you. I'm going to pick a melee matchup into it, and they're going to try to just bet it on that. I mean, which obviously is a high risk. No one gives over Nocturne plus Ori.
But they're already picking champions that are like, we're no longer there when you do the shockwave, right? Like, Lee Sin dashes out, the Ezreal has that arcane shift, like, trying to time that combo, looking kind of difficult with the champions that I see on the screen. So it does feel like that's going to be the call here from LYON. Get Saint on to pick he's comfortable with and try and avoid that combo to begin with.
You know, I honestly really respect it because this is obviously incredibly risky. This is considered the best mid-jungle duo on the patch. But by giving it, you can have a pre-prep draft for it. You can know exactly what the game plan is, how you want to play around it, and you can look to really punish in that way.
And that's what you talked about in game 1, right? Inspired himself, saying, when I'm up against a team that I think is better than us, we have to play risky. We have to take these gambles, and they're doing it here in the draft. Third pick for HLE will be the Misfortune.
I feel like it's probably Akali, but there is a possibility of going a different angle too. His Sylas has been great. His Yone is good. I would be surprised if it is just kind of like standard control mage. I think it is going to be a melee champion. I think they're going to look aggressive. unless they want to prioritize support, but I just can't see it. There's the Akali.
Yeah, I prefer the Akali over the Sylas because I'm not over the PTSD from yesterday. So the Akali feels a little bit better to me in this position and works very well with kind of like Lee Sin wanting to jump in on top of targets, the Akali there to help assassinate, very threatening in the side lane as well. I think it's a good option.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, this is what they were setting up for, you know, as I mentioned when they let that Ori through. And now the question is, you know, what do you ban? I'm kind of thinking it's supports targeted for both sides potentially here. You know, do you want to ban away something like a Nautilus or a Rel to actually deny, you know, that combo with the MF? Obviously, HLE, I don't think is going to want to give over things like Karma and Nico. Those would be the two obvious ones for me. So it feels like you are trying to deny the best support pairings.
When I've seen HLE take the MF, they're still very happy to have to like go for this heavy roaming style as well. Basically saying, look, we've got the ultimate on the MF to use as wave clear. We can leave Gumayushi down in that bot lane and still keep Delight active on the map. So I am curious if they are still looking, which is the Nautilus band away, or if they still see one of these like funky early map present supports coming through.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Obviously, Bard can have some anti-synergy, but Bard can also sometimes set it up where you throw down that Bard, you shockwave off it. That's obviously banned out, though. So it'd be curious to see where he wants to go. Rail, Nautilus, those are the two I expected.
You're 3
Nico,
for 3.
Nico is the last ban that I'm expecting. We'll see if we can get the 4 for 4. That is kind of the aggressive pairing alongside Ezreal if you want to play for the lane. And Nico is also something that allows you to actually play for the 2v2. So they are kind of daring them a little bit on the Nico, which is interesting. And makes me wonder if Delight is thinking about a different angle and going more towards you know, maybe a disengage support.
I like this call from Miles, though, because actually just answering for the Nico, right? As the Nico tries to go for the ultimate, you just headbutt her out when she's going for the Pop Blossom, and there's little that you can do. Also still very strong when it comes towards those roams. That's set up in the team fight as well. So already kind of line trying to snooker it, so HLE pivots.
Yeah, it is kind of cool, right? You know, they're thinking a couple steps ahead here. Delight obviously is excellent on the Alistar. So like you say, if they go the Nico, then he can take the Alistar. So they take the Alistar, so he goes Rakan. And we do have a Nivea top here, but the Renekton was banned out. That was the matchup that Dokla really did like to play yesterday. You know, it looked rough in the early lane, but I was talking to Dokla. I was asking about that. Was it compositional? He said, no, I do actually like that 1v1. I think that's what I wanted to go for there. Gragas would be cool. Gragas is something that is very hard to punish in almost any lane. And I'm looking at MF. I'm looking at Orianna. I'm looking at champions that are potentially very easy for Gragas to get in on. And there is a ton of go buttons here. Alistar, Gragas, Lee Sin, Akali, Ezreal all over the top. You are diving in on that backline and looking to blow them up. But if you are not perfect with that dive, you have 4 melee champions stacked up for Rakan Charm, for a Shockwave, for a Glacial Storm, for all of this damage coming through from HLE.
There is a lot of interruption, though, from this Gragas as well. Like, if you're trying to go for this Orianna combo, Cask to try and knock her back or interrupt that MF ult, could be the game plan here from LYON as well. So I really like this last pick coming through from Dokla. But again, it feels like HLE get a lot of comfort in game number 2.
They do, but I mean, I think this is LYON's plan, right? They're saying, we need to prepare counter picks. We need to prepare things that are going to be advantageous, and we can craft a very clear game plan, right? I think they knew they were giving over Camille Ziggs. That's why they went early Poppy. That's why they went Kiana, things that they thought could attack those champions. And here, they give over Nocturne Orianna. They are not surprised that Nocturne Orianna is getting picked up. They set up for the Akali. They get the Lee Sin. They look for these aggressive picks here again that they feel are going to give them an edge in preparation. And I think LYON's preparation has been stellar. The question is, can you execute on a high enough level to beat the best LCK team here at the tournament?
It's a very difficult task to do. LYON, they hung with them there for so long in the first game, but HLE ultimately proving triumphant through their team fighting. Now in this game, the Orianna Nocturne combo, you already said it, Azael. This duo is so strong together, and LYON has got to be prepared to try to deal with it. I do like the Cask against 3 utterly immobile targets. It means it's harder for them to make sure that Dokla can't get the right angle on them for the knockbacks, for the knock-ins, whatever he wants to do. But let's see what we're going to get as the minions are about to collide.
One of the things we see very often with the Nocturne, though, is this ability to invade early and try and get in your face. So with that already having, you know, push in mid for Zeka, push on top, it should make things a little bit easier for Kanavi if he wants to try and look for these camps on the top side when they respawn. A little bit more questionable, trying to invade on towards that bottom side, but we'll have to see exactly what Kanavi's game plan is.
When Saint, as good as he is on melee champions, you are going up against Zeka, and you are playing that melee into range. So you have got to survive. It is going to be an onslaught in the early levels. It's how many of these spells can you avoid? How good can you play in these trades to be able to, minimize the damage you are taking, to Zeka and get to a point where you can actually farm?
And you talked about it in the last game, Isaac, but Zeka, back when he kind of first exploded onto everybody's radar in the DRX squad in 2022 that ended up having that World Championship anime storyline run, this guy was known for his melee champions. Now on HLE, it feels like he's really been given the room to develop as a traditional control mage type of player because he's got such an aggressive jungler in Kanavi that can give him that extra assistance. And I feel like if you're Saint, you've got to be cognizant of that.
Yeah, well, the other guy that I was keeping my eyes on from the last game was Gumayushi, because this guy was absolutely insane, taking out Berserker, who they used to be on T1 together. It was Berserker who was training underneath Gumayushi, and Gumayushi kind of showing him what for with this Ziggs. Now in a much more traditional AD carry matchup, Berserker would love to try and show Gumayushi what he's worth, but already push on the bottom side and a decent gold lead opening up there.
Absolutely is. I mean, Guma great on the MF, and it's going to be difficult in the early lane. Alistar is just useless in the early lane. And it's kind of just the price you're going to pay to play with this champ is a very weak early couple levels. But Berserker has just been so important for the success of LYON. When you think about them being competitive against BLG, you think about the big lead on the Tristana, you think about the Sivir getting to a spot where maybe you can carry the game. You think about Berserker, his Caitlyn against G2. You think about all of the contributions he has had. You need Berserker to have a good series to even stand a chance, because his team fighting has been stellar, and they really do need that threat.
And for Gumayushi, it's his first international tournament away from T1, right? Joining Zeus on this roster. This is a guy that wants to show up. Again, he's been to 5 MSIs in a row, has not been able to put that trophy into the case yet. He would love to add that, but you have to try and not only take down LYON here today, but try and take down BLG tomorrow once again.
You can see that Kanavi, even the level 1, he wanted to potentially go for those Raptors, but of course Inspired did take it, and now Kanavi had not yet based, so it is that double Ruby Crystal buy for Inspired, meaning there's not really a shot to challenge him there since Kanavi hadn't spent his gold. Dokla was having a pretty tough time in that top lane, and he had to take an early base and TP back because Zeus had been holding the wave on him. So he's just trying to get that wave in, trying to get it crashed. And it'll be interesting to see where he goes. Because he's going Storm Raiders, I'm assuming that he's at least going to go some AP. Right. But I'm curious to see, is it just AP into tank? Is it like kind of hybrid? What angle does he want to go for?
Yeah, one of the big changes we saw to Gragas a while ago was the fact that his healing has been buffed on the passive, which is making him so good into some of these like ranged matchups and that, which is why, okay, Dokla getting a nice trade in the top side, takes 2 Terra shots for the on the way out, which is unfortunate. Yeah.
I think it's time to maybe try to go back to base. So he's going to try to push this in. He obviously wanted to egg him, and then, if you can get the egg early, you can threaten him with ganks. You can use that pressure to bring up your jungler, maybe make something happen. You mentioned those buffs. Obviously, another one that was really, really important was the flat damage reduction on the W. That really did kind of push it back into the meta. And also, that flat damage reduction does scale with AP. So if you do go full AP, when you have that W active, of course, you have to put additional points in it to really get much from it. You can become relatively tanky, and so people kind of have different opinions on it.
Ooh, Delight getting caught out for a quick little trade down here in the bottom side. Berserker and Isles still pretty far behind in terms of farm, but Inspired is looking maybe from an angle here in the mid lane towards
about
Zeka.
To get 6.
Saint close to 6, but not quite there. Needs another minion. Inspired moving forward. Saint has found the opportunity to go in here for the ulti. Ooh, Sonic Wave misses, so the LYON play fizzles.
So LYON just back away, Zeka pushing them out. It was looking a little dicey, but fancy feel on Zeka, doesn't even have to burn the flash, and it's Kanavi now who on Vision is going to be taking this dragon in response.
Yeah, and it looked like Inspired was spotted on Vision as well.
Yeah.
The observers were trying to show us there, but Zeka didn't react, so I'm not sure if that was an observer bug or if he was actually spotted. The play not as clean as they would have liked. They were trying on the initial trade that Saint was going for to get his 6 and go for the all-in with that gank, but now Saint does have to be a little bit careful here as Zeka has Shockwave and has the power to send Saint packing.
Yep, Kanavi also working on taking this first Drake. It's ever so slightly slower than game number 1. Remember, HLE started stacking Drakes in that first one 5.5 minutes into the game, just about 6 minutes in here in game 2.
Inspired about to hit level 6 though, maybe looking at a repeat gank in mid. There is that ward there to spot him out, so...
Oh, Saint about to get solo killed if he's not careful though. nearly taken down there as the Aerie flies out. Saint still hanging on with about 100 HP. Zeka's out of mana though, and Inspired making a move towards the mid laner. Not going to get the chance to do it though, because Kanavi is still hanging around. Paranoia is ready to go, and Delight is also here. Isles roaming towards mid lane too. So plenty of backup for both mid laners.
And that's why I expected Inspired to actually just shift to mid, because Saint was so low, try and give him that moment to catch the wave, but went towards the crab, has to pull to mid, and now it's actually the rotate to Kanavi to get that crab topside.
This got a little bit messed up though, because I think that Inspired's idea was with Isles there, they were going to push out and Saint wasn't going to base, but Saint's based as Inspired hit the wave. So now the wave actually stacked against their mid laner, is pushing away from him.
Ooh, meanwhile, bottom side, Gumayusi exhausted by Berserker. Guma using the barrier of his own, so both non-flash summoner spells used by the bottom laners here. But look at the farm, gentlemen. It's still 3 full waves of a lead for Gumayusi.
Yeah, it looks like the True Shot Barrage from Berserker clipped on towards Gumayusi, so happy to try and go for the all-in, but as you say, Flowers, like Gumayusi still picking up a lot of the CS, has a nice gold lead. And as Gumayusi, that's perfect. Like an early BF sword is amazing for the MF.
Absolutely, and MF has really strong early laning, but it kind of gets worse once he gets the BT, because once Guma has that BT, you're shrugging off all of the poke there from Ezreal, which is why people love this matchup, why they think it is MF favored. You know, once you get that BT, you move the MF mid, and now Ezreal is never going to be able to trade, and if you do, you're just losing those trades, so you're going to be permanently getting pushed in, which can make things very, very difficult.
We already have that rotation for the Void Grubs, though. Even Isles using his TP just to get up here to the top side. But I do think if LYON can slow down the pace here, look at the TP timer for Dokla. It's nearly there. So LYON may be able to look for something a bit more, especially with Isles now on this top side. Berserker crashes this wave. They move as a unit to try and get vision, but HLE are trying to beat them to the punch and start this immediately.
All right, Grubs have already begun. Here for Kanavi, he will smite down the first one. LYON shows up, Inspired flies in, wants to grab this grub here, should have no difficulty doing it. That one is secured, 1 for 1 so far. Isles trying to keep Kanavi away, wants to try to get the stun here. Paranoia right back towards him. There's no unbreakable will here for the Alistar. The Shockwave's not going to find anybody here just yet. Bullet time over the wall coming out from Gumayusi. Hanwha Life are looking for some kills. They haven't quite found them, but Isles is trapped behind enemy lines. The only thing left to choose is who gets first blood. And it's the man with the gun in his hand. First blood over to Gumayusi.
LYON tried to play it slow. You end up looking at the Alistar, doesn't end up using that auto attack into the spell shield of the Nocturne, but it means that he's spent so much time chasing after the Nocturne. HLE come en masse, end up fighting them off, and there's little that LYON can do.
Yeah, you can see Dokla just trying to hold on in this matchup, and unlike last game, the lanes are not going well for LYON. We're already at a 2,000 gold lead with only that 1 kill being added on. It is just that pure matchup diff, that lane diff here. As Isles decided to go in on the Kanavi, but Inspired is not really in position to help. Berserker's not really in a position to help. Zeka has first move from mid, and this just makes it so hard for them to realistically have the damage to kill him.
Yeah, even though nice flash from the Shockwave, but Gumayushi's in a great position there with the ultimate, end up blasting down Isles' health bar, and HLE are able to back away from the play after getting the kill, and they got the 1 grub that they wanted just to stop that 3 grub stack.
All right, 2,000 gold lead. You already said it, Azael. These lanes are bleeding from the LYON side. Gumayushi's dominance over Berserker, we've already been talking about. Zeus up about 4 waves worth of farm over Dokla's Gragas. That just has not been a successful answer into this Anivia so far.
Yeah, and you can see the gold leads at the bottom of your screen, and it only gets harder for LYON to try and interrupt these. Inspired would love to get active into these lanes, but against the Nocturne, that becomes so incredibly difficult. He can constantly show up to match you on those side lane plays, and when you already have sizable gold leads for the individual laners, that can only balloon if it goes wrong.
Yeah, and that's the pressure now on the LYON. You've drafted for all this playmaking, and you have got to be able to make that play. You are down already over 2,000 gold here pretty early on in this game. When you choose your moment, it must work. If it does not, the gold is going to snowball too far out of control, and I think it's going to be an easy HLE win in this second game, because all lanes are losing right now.
But if you're HLE, that's what you need to do, is Dokla has to flash away.
Yeah, Dokla in some trouble now. Zeus just continuing to march forward, going after the big man. The flash being down now puts a target on Dokla's back.
But this is the kind of pressure you want to see from HLE. They wanted a decisive 3-0 so they can go in towards BLG tomorrow and say, that one series we had, a complete fluke. We still have enough in the tank to take that fight to you, and it looks like right now that fight seems to be over the Dragon.
All right, Inspired and LYON are going to be the side to start it up first, but Kanavi's hanging out over the back side of the wall. Zeka also has the Shockwave ready to go, so keep your eyes out for the combo. Dokla with a nice knock on Zayas back into the turret. Meanwhile, the team fight down here with the bottom side river at the same time. The Paranoia is already going to be used. LYON's got to be careful here, focusing down on towards the junglers instead, but Kanavi is going to die to Berserker. The first kill goes over to LYON as Berserker gets a double kill. HLE's on the run as Delight and Gumayushi try to escape. Isles on the chase here, finds the auto attack for the stun. Meanwhile, up at the top side, Zayas looking to find the dive on the Dokla, nearly kills him off here with a Glacial Storm. Dokla stays alive. Zayas is knocked back into the egg. And LYON triumphs in the Dragon fight while Dokla survives in the top lane.
That is a massive team fight win there for LYON. They get the Dragon, they get 2 kills. Dokla survives and eggs Zayas on the top. So even though they can't finish off Guma or Delight, they pull themselves back into the game. That was critical. You get stomped in that fight, I think it's pretty much lights out. So a massive fight there for LYON, winning out on both sides and being able to hang on, keep themselves within striking distance.
Yeah, and I was a little nervous there because I saw Saint go in and was like, uh-oh, he's managed to get himself CC'd, but you can see here, doesn't actually matter. The arcane shift away is perfect. This is where you end up with the exhaust coming in on towards the Akali. Doesn't quite get the burst, but Kanavi has gone down. Inspired in the pit is doing so much work.
Inspired was doing so much work, and Berserker's positioning in this one was great. They couldn't get any threat onto him whatsoever. LYON had great target selection. They focused down the Nocturne, knock him out of the fight, and then even though they can't get those extra kills, it's eyes on the Dragon.
And for Berserker, critically, that fight was huge. We've been talking about him falling behind this entire laning phase. Getting both of those kills in the exchange puts him on his Trinity Force power spike, makes this Ezreal relevant yet again. Isles jumps in after Delight, but he cannot get enough trample stacks to get the follow-up auto attack stun. Inspired hanging around right behind him, wants to at least steal away the big Krug here. Inspired and the rest of LYON now. They've found Kanavi inside the jungle. He pops the Paranoia, trying to keep himself alive. Kanavi down to 1 hit. He tries to get away over the wall, but Saint is ready to assassinate him, and LYON find a kill.
Yeah, Kanavi tries to use Saint to ult out, but all he accomplishes is giving the Akali a free kill there. Donates it right where LYON would want it. Zeka pushing on this top side, but still LYON keeping it close. A couple kills in the lead, which is the only thing that is doing that because it had been HLE stomping these lanes.
But LYON know what side their bread is buttered on. They end up dropping that wave in mid, so Gumayushi does get a place, but they know that they need to try and play for this 1-3-1 around Saint. They immediately invade onto the bottom side. They get the pick on the Kanavi. They're opening up the ability for Saint to now, with the tempo lead they got off the Dragon fight, get control of those side lanes. And if LYON are able to keep up this pace, this is where you can start to turn the tides.
And we'll see how they're going to be able to execute here because, you know, Dokla, he is going AP, and we'll see if he continues going, you know, full on AP because AP Gragas is an all-or-nothing champ. You either are the hero or you are the zero. You body slam flash, one shot their carry, knock them into your team, you look like a god. You go in, that cast whiffs or knocks them to safety or they flash the combo, you just die and accomplish nothing at all.
The nice thing is we can look over at Caedro to see if he's giving us the boss thumbs up for the Gragas build or not, to see how that one's going, so at least we got an expert in here we can double check with.
The other thing I gotta say is this is only the second Gragas game of Dokla's entire career, and he has been playing for a very long time. And not even playing back when it was that tier top Gragas meta, the tank meta, before that had been nerfed. So we'll see how clean is he going to be on it.
All right, Rift Herald has begun. HLE starting up this next main objective. They still have a 500 gold lead as a team, but LYON is here ready to challenge yet again. HLE already have it down to below half HP. Isles here on the side, wants to try to control Delight. Knocks Zeka back over the wall as HLE try to turn onto Dokla instead. Putting a lot of damage here into the Gragas. The Rift Herald is going to be secured by LYON as Saint and Isles have to try to get back away. Saint jumping in, wants to go grab a kill, and he gets one onto Zayas. Now Isles with a two-man knockup. Bullet time over the wall takes him out. Kanavi trying to get away as Inspired goes in for the big kick, but he doesn't find a kill. Berserker wants to follow. Gumayushi falls. Saint's in the middle of everybody. LYON smells blood, and it's HLE left bleeding. 3 for 3.
HLE bodies are littered across Summoner's Rift as LYON find the perfect play. The ward is huge for Saint because it TPs him into the middle of everyone.
Yeah, Saint is going to be able to TP in. It's eyes on the objective to start things off. Dokla goes in aggressively onto Zeus, and Kanavi tries to turn on him, but Kanavi was already pretty low. The disengage cask bought some time. As you can see, Saint and Isles and Berserker getting in, and it's again another fight where Berserker is free. At the end of the day, it is a bloody one, and it is even on both sides, but it is the objective claimed by LYON, and that is what is giving them the edge. Very close margins here to trying to get even more, as the Light was able to limp away and Zeka's able to get away. Inspired looking frustrated with how that fight ended.
Just couldn't quite get the kick over the wall that he was looking for, the flash a little sideways, and it means that that tower that was stacking for them doesn't quite stand when it comes to the kills. But either way, I think LYON looking good, 4-6. It's still even, and you can see the damage that Saint turned out of that fight. The teleport into the mist was perfect, but look at the top side. HLE looking for the play, so LYON respond on boss.
Yup, LYON want to make the move here in the bottom lane. Zeus trying to get himself out of that one. He has the egg, but it's not going to matter. Isles just absorbs the last turret shot, makes sure his allies take no damage. The kill goes over to LYON, and they're going to get the turret on top of it. Yes, HLE is pushing here in the top lane, but bottom side, the turret's already been claimed, and the Herald is summoned up to try to make a move towards the tier 2. Now Gumayushi trying to push the tier 1 turret here in mid. Dokla wanted to clear out the wave, trying to get away for now, but the fear is already procced, and HLE have found a target of their own. They collapse and find the kill onto Dokla. Meanwhile, here in the bottom lane, that tier 2 is under pressure from the Herald, and LYON's going to secure that as well.
Dokla trying to go for a big play there. He held the wave and then ulted Guma into the tower, hoping the tower could take out Guma, but Guma was able to finish off that turret, so the play goes bad. Zeka here pushing on that top side. It is a couple towers going the way of LYON, but there's plates going over to Zeka. There's a turret going mid lane to Guma. So at the end of the day, we are dead even in gold. Back-to-back games that we are looking like it is going to team fights. It's going to be a Hextech Soul game again, but both teams only have the one dragon until right now. LYON going to be able to take that lead.
And LYON are definitely putting a lot of resources in towards Saint. Like, even they could have moved to protect Dokla on the plane, but they said, no, we want to use that Rift Tower charge. We want to go for the tier 2. We want to get some of that gold in towards this 303 Akali. And I think it's a solid choice. Like, there's not really people who can contest Saint on a side lane right now.
There absolutely aren't in that side lane. And the reality is, Inspired has so much faith in Saint as a player. A lot of their struggles early on in Split 1, in lock-in, were around Saint, and they tried to adjust.
All right, Dokla under pressure yet again. 4-man play coming out from HLE. And Gumayushi peppers him full of holes. Another kill over to Misfortune. That's 4.
And as you say, that's the downside of this full AP Gragas. Doesn't have the sustainability to try and manage some of these plays. LYON were not in position to cover, and now it's Dokla falling once again.
Yeah, Dokla definitely falling behind in this spot, but at least he will have the playmaking ability. You have the chance to try to make that body slam flash play happen. But, back to that earlier point, Saint, was really struggling to gel with this team, and there was a lot of changes that LYON made to try to enable Saint, to put him in a position where he felt confident that he would be the one to carry the game, to not defer to others, to do what is best for him because they believe in his ability to carry in team fights, to step up mechanically, and that is one of the big changes that put them ahead.
Saint going in, looks for that solo kill after Zeka, and he finds it with a perfect execution. Zeka flashes, but it will not matter. Saint gets away from the turret, uses his teleport to escape as Zeus wanted to get the revenge kill, but Saint's out of there.
And it's plays like that that give them the faith here. He's 10 stacks on the Darksteel, just finished the Shadow Flame, got a TP off that, got the flash and ult off that from Zeka, and makes it look easy. Notice how he held that shuriken flip until after the shockwave was used, because Zeka was trying to use that to interrupt the damage on that E coming back through. He waits out the shockwave, finishes him off beautifully, and TP's out to safety.
And now you have no flash on this Orianna for a Dragon Soul point fight in 3 minutes time, and that's where I think LYON can start to look for it, especially Inspired if he can find that kick. Suddenly that Orianna, very vulnerable, but we get to watch it again as Saint finds the all-in.
And this is the E I'm talking about. So Zeka is expecting the reactivation of the E. He goes for the shockwave to try to interrupt that damage. Saint waits it out, follows on that flash, gets the kill, sees the TP coming in, and TP's out to safety. And Inspired now is behind him.
Yep, Delight's going to get tagged by Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike ready to follow, but Inspired is not in the right spot. He gets himself away to safety for now, but HLE is on the hot. Paranoia coming out from Kanavi, wants to go in after Berserker, but Kanavi's going to be first to die. Inspired still alive, but Guma finally finishes him. Zeka picked off to the left side, but he barely gets away for now until the R2 comes in. 3 already dead on HLE, and Isles wants more. Zayas tries to get away with a point-blank Flash Frost. The Crystallize cannot stop Saints. HLE are crumbling, and LYON take 4 for 1.
Make it 5 because they're going for Baron here. It is just Delight alive as Inspired could get nothing in that fight, but the cask from Dokla finds Guma, they take him out, and now they have to pull off that Baron. They decide it is a bridge too far.
Delight had Smite, he changed with the Unsealed Spellbook, so not having that Summoner spell available, they decide to back away, but still LYON. Huge plays. Look at your carries. 6 and 0 on Saint and Berserker. That is insane.
I mean, Inspired has been doing so much carrying throughout this tournament, and now this is a pretty big misstep from Inspired here. He goes in and he goes for a kick flash just to try to disengage. Ward hops out, but it's the carry's turn to take over. Look at this cask knocking in Guma as he steps forward. Guma goes up, and this to me is what really changes the fight right here. That cask into the body slam, Berserker takes him out.
It was also the fact Inspired stayed alive for so long. The shield coming through, the heal coming off of the Alistair, then the Sundered Sky proc, means that then Gumayushi does overextend, which gives that option to Dokla.
Absolutely. I mean, he lived as long as he could, and Inspired having a little bit of a laugh. Not the cleanest of Lee Sin kicks, I will say, but look at the difference between the damage coming out of these carries from LYON.
Good Lord, man. 5,000 apiece on Saint and Berserker. That's how you earn your 6 and 0.
And what a difference as far as vision control, as far as map control compared to last game, right? Last game it felt like, yeah, LYON are close in gold. The dragon spawns, you look at the map, they can't even go close. This time, they are the ones leading in the dragons. It is a Hextech Soul available, and we can see in our Coinbase Gold grind, it is a pretty significant lead here for Saint. He has the Seekers for this fight, which will be very big. And look at him trying to find an angle in behind HLE.
Yeah, that 1.8 goal lead immediately invested into safety, because if he can get access to the backline, there's so little available. Remember, Orianna still no flash.
Okay, fighting for the next Drake. It's number 4, 2-1, favoring LYON so far in the Dragon count. Saint still hanging out on the backside of the pit. HLE stepping forward as a 5-man unit. Dokla Inspired keeping themselves safe. The Dragon aggroed, but very low DPS on the objective. True Shot Barrage tags Zeka. Saint still waiting, hiding in the fog, looking for his opportunity to go in. Keep your eyes on Dokla. If they want to try to make a move, he goes for the flash. He knocks in Delight. The Rakan's about to die, but he gets away for now. Here with a shield. The Protobelt plus Ignite might just burn him down. Saint goes over the wall, goes godlike. Delight's already gone. LYON, they get the single kill on the support, but it's enough to earn them control of the bottom side river and claim Soul Point.
A very quick reaction there from Zayas, gets himself out to safety. He was fast with that reactive flash, but because they caught Delight, because Saint finishes them off, they get uncontested third dragon here. Saint gets another kill, and he is starting to run away with this one.
Nice mechanics from Saint in the fight as well. Throws down that W, and Shuriken flips away over the wall to get the kill, then use the Shuriken flip back too. So very nicely done on the Akali. And with LYON now, this is like, they are in such a strong position. 3 dragons, the gold lead, map control, the ability to push in a 1-3-1. It's tough for HLE to come back here.
It is, but they have been in these positions before against BLG, and they couldn't get it across the finish line. They need to stay cool, calm, and collected in these moments. They need to show that they can actually kill the Nexus. We can see this one more time. It is about Dokla here. He looks for the body slam flash. Look how fast Zayas reacts, gets away, but the cask does catch Delight. And here's what you're talking about with Saint.
Yeah, Saint ends up putting down the W there. Shuriken flips over the wall, gets the Hextech Gunblade kill, and then immediately hops back over before HLE can really respond. So nicely done by Saints on the back end.
It's always funny to see something like a Gunblade actually get the last hit on someone, since it's normally doing so little damage, just facilitates the combo.
It's actually doing the name.
Yeah,
doing the thing.
It's more gun than blade in that one. But LYON, with their 2,000 gold lead, with Soul Point, they're definitely in a good position, but you cannot underestimate HLE. HLE, the team fighting on this squad. Remember, it was this Baron area team fight in game number 1 that really locked things in for HLE, and LYON now have to respect them as HLE moves into the LYON red jungle.
And these choke points are so dangerous for them, but LYON just want to let Saint push in that bottom side of the map. But if you end up falling prey to a shockwave into that MF ult, that's where it could be lights out for LYON.
Instantly, you know, and that is the power that HLE has. You could be 5K up. If Delight gets a charm on multiple people, they get shockwaved and the bullet time comes over top, your lead means nothing. You're instantly dead. And that is why LYON have got to stay locked in, have got to show that they can actually shut the door on a team like HLE with the advantage they have.
And Zeka's gone for a very greedy build. Traditionally, what we've seen against the Akalis is the like of that Rod of Ages. So you have the health to survive in a side lane against the Akali. He's gone full damage. He wants to make sure he can have that big burst in the fight, only the Seekers as a defense.
Exactly. Does have that Seekers now, which will be critical. And we'll see if he can find that perfect activation. As Zeus is pushing out bot, trying to get tempo there. LYON wanting to push in and try to knock down this turret, but Guma is just constantly clearing out the waves.
Seekers available for both solo lane mages on the HLE side, as well as for Saint, who does have 10 stacks on his now Medjai Soul Stealer, really trying to snowball forward, find more success in these fights. Inspired and Isles both hanging around. If HLE wants to go after Saint, they are going to find LYON ready to respond. Dokla clearing waves over in the bottom side right now, does have the teleport ready to respond. Dokla is down 2.5 levels compared to Zeus. Level 15 Gragas versus the level 17 Anivia. This could be a big difference maker in these upcoming fights. If Dokla doesn't land a huge value cask like he did on Gumayushi in this previous top river fight, the Gragas will not be able to do anything near what Anivia can.
Absolutely true. I mean, Gragas is one round of spells, and that's his value. That's basically all he's going to be bringing.
Kanavi knocked up into the air there, as immediately now coming right back in here with the paranoia, but no, it's Inspired! Finding the kick on Gumayushi. LYON looks for the damage. Massive 3-man knockup coming out with a pulverize from Isles. Berserker goes godlike and Gumayushi goes down. Kanavi with the flash over the wall. The cast comes out. Kanavi under pressure from Inspired yet again as the tier 1 turret falls. Saint continuing to dive forward. Kanavi is on the run. Both bottom laners as well as the top laner of HLE are nothing but corpses. LYON 3 for nothing. LYON get a turret. LYON going to Baron.
Inspired stepping up massively there. The kick flash onto Guma is a game changer. The Nocturne lives but has no health, has no flash, has to go back to base. It is 50 seconds until Soul. They're going to get Baron, and they are going to head straight there to try to seal the deal.
Saints Seeker's arm guard was clutch as well. Kanavi immediately tries to jump on with that shockwave combo, but they weren't able to make it happen. We'll see it at the start of the fight here. So as Kanavi tries to turn, jumps onto Saint, the shockwave, the stasis, the turnaround from Inspired with the kick, it all picture perfect from LYON.
Wardhop, kick flash, Guma gets caught, in goes Saint, and Saint is just dancing around in this fight, playing it beautifully. The cast from Dokla, knocking back Kanavi, they can go in, that tower has no health, so it's not safety there. Look at this from Saint. Dodges the knockup from Delight, but we are back to live. Dokla getting spotted.
Yep, Dokla's going to be found by Delight. It is LYON with a 4,500 gold lead. It's LYON who will claim the soul if they take this next dragon. HLE, they know they have to stop this.
Saint got enough gold after killing that tower. He has a full Zonius.
Okay, Guardian Angel also available on Inspired. Seeker's Arm Guard also purchased for Berserker. So both LYON carries. Very easy to protect themselves from the Paranoia Shockwave combo. Saint clearing out the ward off to the side over here as LYON still continue just waiting for HLE to try to approach them. Sonic Wave onto Kanavi. Inspired not going to follow that one here with a resonating strike. Instead going to turn attention back over to the Drake. Delight over the wall. Sonic Wave collides with the Rakan. The Dragon still at about half HP. True Shot Barrage finds Zeus. Saint goes in. Remember, there's no egg. He already lost it in the previous fight. Zeus is about to die right here, and Dokla takes him out. Revenge for the laning phase as LYON killing the enemy top laner. Now just want to guarantee they take the soul. Zeka wants to see if there's a cheeky steal, but he's going to be zoned away by Dokla and Isles, and LYON claim the Hextech soul.
LYON give him no chance at the 50-50. It is picture perfect play here. They hold their lines. They attack Zeus on the side. They catch him. They burst him down. And now it's a full court press. They're going.
All right, Kanavi wants to full send it again. They're trying to make a move here with the bottom side with a paranoia play, but Saint staying alive here in the smoke. Zeka Zeka keeping himself in the stasis for now. Dokla goes after Gumayushi with a true shot barrage over the top. Kanavi is already dead. Sonic Wave resonating strike. Gumayushi on the run. Inspire chases after Zeka. He needs a couple of more hits and he's got him. LYON just aced them. LYON are in the base. And LYON tear the throat out of HLE in game 2.
LYON are gonna do it. We've got a tied series here against the #1 team from the LCK.
Zeus respawns, but there's nothing the Anivia can do alone. LYON were down 2,000 gold in lane, but they bring it back and tie it up.
Humble Life got their comfort, but they don't look comfortable. Desk, what the hell was that?
That was NA, baby!
Let's
go, LYON!
You know who looked comfortable there? Saint,
yeah.
building Medjai's, going deathless that entire time. Berserker on Ezreal, deathless the entire game.
Do it again!
Oh, God. All right. God, there's fur everywhere. I was so
Wait, I hope that doesn't get clipped later and become something it shouldn't, Kobe.
I was so nervous about this draft because they had to literally survive the laning phase until this fight.
Just hold on!
This draft was engineered to get Saint on this Akali. They seeded the Nocturne Orianna, and they made it. They did what Dokla said they'd be able to do.
And all year long, we've been praising LYON team fighting, and people have been trying to take the knees out of it by saying, oh, they only do it against North American teams, but they just did it against HLE.
And that wasn't even what Inspired wanted. That wasn't even the perfect kick, but they still pick up the extra kills because they commit to the call. They commit to the play. Look at that. They're putting the pressure on the LCK #1 seed. They're feeling the tension. Also, shout out to Big Dokes. That Baron fight, his Gragas, my goodness. He had to play into the Anivia again. Zeus Anivia. So
Why did they pick it?
He buys time.
The Gragas,
they wanted to win lane.
The Gragas ultimate onto Guma when Guma overchases Inspired. It's.
What? I don't believe they still pick it.
I
did not watch yesterday.
LYON takes this 4-for-1 in our HyperX Reflex replay, which is another game-breaking fight because the goal here is just pretty much even. LYON's even behind, and watch Inspired just hide in the fog of war during Nocturne ult, get Triumph heals, get his W shield,
and now,
while the team cleans up.
Look at this, Guma overchase, boom, Dokla hits him with the big cask as well, while Saint is on Zeka, boom, he kills Zeka as well. It is hype. It is hype gameplay.
Can I ask you a question? Is HLE over-focusing on Inspired? They seem to lose their heads trying to kill him in this fight.
I think he was very elusive on Lee Sin, and he knew he was out of position.
Yeah.
I think that was actually the right play, and he's like, oh, I got away with one there. But I want to go back to Emily's draft point, because for the series, in game 1, I was disappointed when they picked the Kiana, because to me that signaled that they didn't feel like they could play what they were comfortable with and outscale in team fightings.
Yeah.
And then they ended up in a situation here with better team fighting, but 3 losing lanes. And if you lose that game, which was in danger, that was in play, they were 2,000 gold down from laning phase alone. If you lose that game, the series is over, they're going home. But when they clutch up from a deficit with 3 losing lanes against HLE, the early game powerhouse, that will imbue them with confidence.
Yeah, and that's why that Drake fight was so important. And then in this draft, again, the idea is, okay, we are going to have losing lanes. We believe in ourselves to be able to survive because we have Berserker on Ezreal and Saint on Akali. This is something, along with the Silas, that he's just been destroying people with. His stat line in this game was absolutely absurd, and those early, like those mid-game fights, he was 10-0 and 7, almost 30% of the team's damage. That's a little low just because of Berserker Ezreal. And 2 solo kills. That solo kill on Zeka on top side was sick.
Yeah, the Medjai's. He did it.
He built the Medjai's,
slapped them with
stacks,
it.
Kept slapping.
But let me ask you the side of HLE then, because to me, right, obviously I'm not as emotionally invested as some other people here.
You're an important foil for us here. It's
yes,
necessary.
I do think like the draft and the skirmishes, I know you want to go for the Nocturne Orianna, but LYON figured it out very fast what they had to do against it. And I am puzzled at some of the decision-making of how to posture around objectives, when to go for certain fights that are obviously disadvantageous for HLE at that point in the game. Like, this is not to take anything away from LYON, right? But I do feel like there's two sides to every story.
So if I'm HLE, I'm actually not necessarily looking at draft as a problem because I think they had winning lanes, right? Like they had the Nocturne Orianna. They weren't able to get off that sick Knockwave combo that you want. So I think it's like they should have pushed the pace a lot faster, but then it was execution and especially team fight setup around objectives. And that's what I'd look at.
The thing is, one of LYON's favorite strategies is give some of these high-prow, low-mobility carries to the enemy team because Saint loves playing these types of champions with higher mobility. They can put the pressure on the Orianna, the Anivia, and the Misfortune later in the game. They can find those flanks, find those plays, and Big Doke's discussing it.
Yeah, I think they're thinking about top lane matchups because Zeus is a key in the series. But to answer your question, Chalks, who are we highlighting from HLE for why they're in the lower bracket? We're saying Zeka didn't play great against Knight. Yep. I don't feel like he's playing great in this series. He was okay on Syndra. That was a bad Orianna Nocturne game. 0 combos actually landed. And then the other one was Delight, who did okay in game 1, but was difficult with the Camille and did not find good engages on the Rakan. So that's a trend that is consistent across their last 2 series.
Well, that's a worrying trend, some mayhaps would say, but we'll see. We know that reference.
Promising
we'll see indeed.
trend.
It's LYON that fight back and put HLE behind. Let's see who gets to match point first.
Whew. I'm glad we got one.
What?
I'll take the...
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in Gen 3! They are just going to ace them!
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Try to get the fight going. They don't have an Evia.
Where is it?
Mid, bot side.
Bot side. I mean, both. Can come?
We are coming. We're coming, but we're far.
Look. I ulti here. Yeah, I'm coming.
We're fast still, guys. Yeah.
My ulti 10 seconds.
I will chase. Keep going.
No flash. Nice!
Nice!
Well, battle of who's more useless top.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026. It's the penultimate match to see who gets to play against BLG for the championship tomorrow. HLE took game 1, and in game number 2, they were slamming the lanes, but LYON fought their way back all the way to the enemy nexus and tied us up 1-1.
I was just blown away by Gumayushi's signature because that looked cool as hell. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like his signature just smogged everyone's. That was actually crazy. But I gotta say, man, LYON are blowing me away. I love their prep. This is only the second time that Nocturne Orianna has been let through the entire tournament, and a lot of people are going to think that's an absolute death sentence. If you let that through and you lose, you are getting roasted for it.
Oh, yeah.
Why would you give the #1 jungle mid combo? But it has allowed them to know exactly what their opponents are going to pick. When you leave that up, they know they're going to be playing Akali Lee Sin into it. They know how they want to play the fights, how they want to play the lanes, when they're going to be strong. And they have talked through all of this very clearly, so much credit, I think, is deserved by the coaching staff throughout this entire event. I feel like LYON's prep has been incredible.
Yeah, you could tell the same happened with like letting through the Ziggs Camille, trying to see if he had an answer to that. Didn't quite go in favor of them, but still, LYON very well thought through on the way they want to approach things. We'll have to see what the game plan is coming into this draft now.
And the only time that Nocturne Orianna even got through was not main stage. It was TL versus KC. So it hasn't been let through a single time on the main stage here. And we are so deep into this tournament, so many games having been played, and that is just incredible from LYON.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it. HLE, as the losers of the previous game, have selected first pick here in this next game. So we're going to see Jace and Gnar banned out by LYON, targeting that top lane, targeting Zeus. Meanwhile, HLE banning out the Varus, the Vayne, and the Nautilus.
Will the Vi get banned is my next question, because very strong, especially for a player like Kanavi. He's been exceptional on the pick, so could be something like a Vi Ari to try and land us through here.
You know what? I honestly wouldn't be shocked if they leave it up and they try to take a page out of Griffin's book, because he and NA had been leaving that up and going Shen as an answer into it, even at times if the comp is low, going Nasus as an answer into it. I think we might be about to see Inspired learn a thing from one of the new guys, and I think that's what they're trying to set up. They're trying to set up a bait. If HLE don't take it, though, Inspired also does love playing the Vi, and Saint is wildly comfortable on the Ahri. So I'm going to be so interested to see, is HLE nervous to grab it?
They take it. So here we have to see what the plan is going to be.
I think we get Shen.
Yeah, I do like the response, because I think Shen, as you say, very strong into it. You just ult the target that's been ulted by the Vi. Makes it very difficult to try and follow up, but we'll have to see, because LYON, like as you say, their prep has been exceptional in this series.
And you saw when Vi was locked in, 9-2 so far at this tournament. Very, very powerful, over an 80% win rate. So you can't just pick something normal. You've got to have some sort of answer pre-planned. And first and foremost, LYON is going to go with the Lucian. 7-1 here at MSI has also been a very powerful pick.
Yeah, Lucian Melio obviously really good as a bot lane just in general, but also specifically into this, especially if you are expecting something like an Ahri. You can cleanse the charm coming through with the Breath of Life. Cog Lulu could go pretty hard, though. I think that is not an easy 2v2 to deal with, but I'm not sure if they'd be willing to just slam it down right here, right now.
I mean, we have seen HLE play it domestically. They actually had the Shen for themselves in that combo as well.
Oh.
But the Neela, that was not what I had on the cards.
Okay, no picks, no bans, no presence at this tournament up until this point.
Senna very strong alongside the Neela if you want to try and go for it, but it's not traditionally. Okay, draft has disappeared. Maybe they were cooking it a little too hard. The pot spilled a little bit. We got to recombobulate.
Yeah, the Neela shocked me, because I feel like it is not an easy pick to play into Lucian Melio as well. If you get disengaged on your dash in, that can be really, really tough. If you're going in with the ult and you get knocked back by the Ultra Mega Fire Kick, that can be really tough. But these are always these weird situations. We've had this a couple times in the tournament where it's like, if it is an accidental pick and the other team has not yet done their pick, then it can sometimes be okay on that remake, but it depends on why it happened. So we will update you as soon as we get any additional information about what exactly is going on stage.
Right, the rules are generally always, if it was some kind of a technical issue or whatever and the player couldn't make the choice they wanted, okay, we remake for that. If the player just
didn't lock in time, any sort of user error, you got to play it out.
Yeah, I am curious though if they do end up going for, like, say it is remade and they don't want this Neela, like the Lucian Kog'Maw, because traditionally what I've seen is like Lucian Kog'Maw with like Xin Zhao or like some of these kind of on-hit junglers, because you want to try and have that Lulu to support them, something that works very well in the early stages, but also something that can clear quickly to help support the Lulu Kog'Maw in the matchup. I feel like you kind of need that little shove from the jungle to really get the Lulu Kog'Maw with that early control. And with the Vi locked in, I don't know if that really gives you what you want.
All right, I've been updated by our production, excuse me. It was a client error. Neela was not the correct champion that was supposed to be locked in. So the draft is going to be remade exactly as it was with the bans and the first couple of picks up until the Neela lock, and then HLE will be allowed to make the choice that they did want instead.
Yeah, maybe Nico also starts with N, you know?
It could be something completely different too, right?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
It's Korean client, so I don't actually know how the phonetics even work on that, so I'm not even going to guess what it could be.
You've been here for several weeks. Have you not learned?
True, I have been here for weeks. I mean, Dokla's doing pretty well with the Korean. If you've been listening to his vlogs, he's got me beat.
Dokla might have it figured out, but we certainly do not.
We stay in our lane.
Yeah, man, I grew up in a cornfield. I do not know how to speak Korean.
I got
That's all right.
cappuccino Junseo, and that survived me through this. You know?
Hey, you've got me beat, brother. All right, let's go ahead and get back into it. So yeah, Kog'Maw Lulu, the hyper-scaling bottom lane duo to answer the Lucian Melio.
This is going to be really, really interesting. You know, do you go for a denial pick here? Is it something like the Shen? Am I completely off on my read and they just go something more standard? You know, there are a lot of different options. I think not having any dive threat versus Kog Lulu is really scary, which does kind of dissuade something like the Shen, I think. So they might just go for a different angle, try to get some hard engage from top, from jungle, and it is going to be Saint, you know, playing comfort here on the Victor. They could ban out some of the pairings like the Ahri in that second phase. And I assume that they would want some hard engage here, because you either do that or you try to just like kite out the Cog W and you try to, you know, play around those windows of power, but it's not always easy.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking a lot about the Shen, but again, Zayas has played the Shen with the Cog Lulu domestically, so you could end up having that Shen actually taken away. They did end up playing the Shen, though, into things like the Sion, which was more kind of the answer, and with Sion now no longer available, and not really, I think, a tank for Dokla in the top lane, maybe that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, I don't think Dokla would be going towards it, and it's obviously already been played, but yeah, I just think the Shen becomes less likely as an answering pick because of the Cog Lulu, but I'm interested to see, you know, what their read on it is, because they might have a completely different read of like, no, we don't actually dive, we just kill Vi when she dives. And that is what Shen does really succeed at. So, you know, if that is your read, we kite back, we just outrange the Cog and Lulu, just run away from them and kill whoever runs in.
Which is kind of why I like the Victor, right? That zone control, because Kog'Maw has to try and run through that gravity field to make sure that he can actually auto-attack you. So I do like the way LYON are already considering kind of how you can control the zones that Kog can play through.
Completely agree, and I mean, the lasers can be difficult to deal with. It's going to be Ahri and Cassio, so two of those pairings that you might expect alongside that Vi taken away. Trundle obviously can be pretty annoying for Vi. It's kind of a similar thought process of you're not trying to go for the others, you're trying to actually go for the Trundle, and you can pillar out the Cog and just kill the Vi when she ults in.
Yeah, Trundle is so good at stat checking these junglers who have their engage as a big part of their power budget when you think of something like a Xin Zhao, when you think of something like a Vi, so that ban makes sense. K'Sante going to be the final ban here in this draft.
The last time a Korean team played Cog Lulu internationally was actually Worlds 2017 semis, Wolf and Bang playing it against RNG. This was the infamous Faker Galio series where he was everywhere.
That was the first year I was a professional caster. It's been that long ago.
I hadn't started.
All right, so you and I are both taking a long step back in time. LYON are going to go with the Skarner here for the jungle pick.
So this is a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Potentially you can get in on the Cog, but you also can just peel the Vi when the Vi dives and actually kill that way. So I do like this as an answer, especially... Okay, it's going to be Yone, so they're just throwing down the gauntlet. Zeka, famed for his melee picks. And what does Dokla do into this? Is it just going to be an Ornn answer or a Galio answer? I feel like that could kind of fit what they're building here because it is against this Rumble, which can be a very tough matchup.
So we saw Zeka play the Yone in the series against BLG. That was in game number 1. That was also the game where there were 2 deaths before anybody even went to lane. So it kind of just was
lost from the very onset of things. This will be probably a more honest showing of what he can do, but Dokla is going to lock in the Gwen here for the top lane against Rumble.
Yeah, so Rumble did get nerfed several patches ago that makes him a little bit weaker to those AP matchups.
Yeah.
So opting into the Gwen to say, hey, we've got that late game scaling coming through from the Gwen, strong side lane presence, which has worked for LYON thus far in the series, and just see if you can immediately jump on towards this Kog'Maw on the backline using that W, the hollowed mist, so the Kog'Maw just can't hit you and you take him down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can be very strong. Obviously, you're going to outscale the Rumble in those side lanes, in the 1v1s. But here's the question. Game 1, you're playing against a tank. You know, the lane is pretty chill. Game 2 went very bad for Dokla in this Gragas versus Anivia matchup. He was really on the back foot. He had some great utility that he brought to the team fight. If you fall behind on Gwen, you don't have utility. You bring damage, and you bring only damage. So he has got to now believe in his skills in the 1v1 against Zeus in a carry versus carry matchup, because he can't fall thousands of gold behind and expect to still be useful.
And again, it goes back to what you mentioned in game number 1, the quote from Inspired, you've got to take risks. You can't just play safe against HLE when you know you're the underdog, when you know what caliber of team you're up against. Sometimes you've got to roll the dice, and Dokla's saying that he can step up and answer the challenge.
And I'm trying to see if they're going to be weighted dice here, because I think Inspired should be trying to play down towards this bottom side. That's your bridge to the late game. Get this Victor online. Get Dokla into a position where he can be strong. Even opting into the exhaust in the matchup for Dokla. He wants to play heavily, but...
And look at Zeus. Zeus is actually playing Storm Raider Surge. So he's going to be playing Storm Raider Surge on the Rumble, not the typical rune, but he is saying the way that I die... Oh, level 1.
All right, not a whole lot that we got from the level 1.
But that's actually pretty big, because I don't know if they're going to get a chance to base, right? And now you got a little bit of chunk. You lose about 100 health there. So Inspired with a nice little angle, and we'll be back to that red buff in time to start. But again, yeah, Storm Raider Surge is tech to deal with the all-in that's coming out from Dokla. When you hit 6, these slows from the needlework come out, and it can be very difficult to escape. And so this is the tech that allows you to answer that.
I believe with the bone plating down on Gumayushi as well, it gives Berserker and Isles a little bit of a window here. And when the dash comes back up, there you go to try and look for these trades. Immediate barrier there, so Gumayushi can still contest this level 1 push.
Yeah, the barrier coming out very, very quickly. And a good shield from Delight as well to help stave off some of that damage. But Berserker and Isles just constantly going to be trying to force these trades, because Guma outside of his W window is very weak, but during it, he is very, very strong, and that is why you see them trying to push so hard. Zeka's kind of getting slammed in these trades right now. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, but that's why you can also see the pathing coming through from Inspired, where he's moving topside, because you do have the level 2 hit. Good trading there, coming back from line, honestly, as they use the heal to keep themselves topped up. But this is where this can get painful if you're the Lucian Milio. Constantly getting pushed in. You never really have the ability to push it back out, because Lulu can use the Q, but here we go.
Yep, down in the bottom lane, it's Berserker, bringing Gumayushi down to 100 HP. Isles continuing to go forward. Berserker! He gets first blood in the 2v2. Isles flashing away from the Kog'Maw body so that he does not get traded back. But LYON's bot lane duo comes to life.
How about this for lane dominance? You get the 2v2 and the flash off Guma. You take him down, and Sate is looking incredible in this mid lane. They had a ward on both sides of the jungle for Vi. They know exactly where he is.
And that's the extended punish from that level 1. The bone plating went down. So in the initial trade, Gumayushi has to burn the barrier, and then LYON know they have more in the tank when it comes to the summoner spells. Immediately going in, the cozy campfire giving the heal, the range, and you've still got the barrier to make sure this trade is all in favor of LYON.
And it's just beautiful there. Notice the backstep from Berserker. He's getting low. Isles is still dealing the damage with the auto attacks. He's soaking up that damage from the Kog'Maw. And Kanavi is going to get in here, try to get that early ward down. Dokla doing all right so far. And you can see this is the all-time head-to-head LCK versus LCS. Has not looked too good for us, let's be honest, but we have had these glimmers of hope in the more recent years. You think about that 5-game series between FlyQuest and Gen G. You think about TL challenging T1 a number of times. You think about that belief that we had in some of these series, and that is what LYON is trying to recapture.
Saint doing a great job of freezing the wave here in front of his tower. Hasn't gone for the reset. Zeka already TP'd in, but now the play under tower. Saint needs the flash.
Yeah, Kanavi over the wall, coming in with the ball breaker. There's the Q flash to try to get the kill. One more hit from Zeka's gonna get it done. And the HLE mid-jungle duo accomplishes the mission. Now Inspired, Ishtal's impact over the wall, but he can't collide with Zeka, so HLE get a 1-for-0.
Saint was trying so hard to freeze that, had the teleport to come back into lane, just wanted to thin the wave a bit, but HLE find the timing window with Kanavi sneaking around to the far side and getting the dive.
That's actually huge. He cancels Zeka's base there, and he has no TP.
Yup, now up here on the top side, Dokla versus Zeus. You can see the speed of that Storm Raider surge there for the Rumble, but now Inspired making his way towards the bottom lane. The wave has crashed into the turret already. Berserker and Isles once again looking to make the moves. Gumayusi is taken low. Isles absorbing the turret. Gumayusi killed again. It won't be a 2 for nothing. It will not be a trade back from HLE. Inspired survives, and Guma's dead again.
They're continuing to punish on this bottom side. LYON were counterpicked, but LYON are stomping Gumayusi into lies.
It is just beautiful to see here from Berserker and Isles playing it out so well. Dokla doing great in the 1v1 on the top side, and Inspired getting involved here early. Guma, his barrier came back up, but it just did not matter. They juggled the turret well. Isles picked up the early aggro, and that was enough to buy them the time, even through barrier and shields, to kill him off.
And I'm glad you mentioned the barrier, because the first death, Gumayusi lost his flash anyway. Now he loses his barrier anyway, and you can see here Berserker won his first game against Gumayusi just last game, and now he's off to a nearly 1,000 gold lead.
And I have always felt a little bit that Berserker, when he goes international, has a little bit of a mental block against these LCK teams, because his time in the LCK, he was on bottom teams. He was mostly losing. He was seeing firsthand just how good they are, and I wonder if getting that win against someone like Guma, who he respects so much, could really allow him to play a little bit more free, a little bit more confidently, believe in himself in these matchups that little bit more.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of belief in that bottom lane right now. Berserker is absolutely showing up. 2 kills now in the Lucian. The early Sheen to a slingshot. Like, you're going to be very much able to continue this pressure on the bottom side, and that opens up things like the Dragon.
Yeah, but now it's a full send coming out. The Fate Seal does just that. HLE solo laners rotate over. They'll take the crab, and they'll take Inspired's life.
And the fight was decided by the smite. Kanavi wins the smite. That gives him 6, and that allows him to full send it there onto Inspired.
Nicely done there from HLE. Kanavi coming out on top there in that smite battle. Earns him an extra kill.
And an extra camp as well. Might even earn him Dokla, who has stepped away, but Kanavi just going to hop out of that one. Still, HLE making some moves on the top side.
Yeah, they didn't want to try to make any sort of a play towards Dokla there. Equalizer is not available. The Vi ult is not available. The exhaust and the needlework both there for Dokla, so they just back it off.
Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing the value of this Vi. Kanavi making him pay thus far for giving that over. That is one of these picks. Again, it is down to preparation. They didn't forget about the Vi, just like the Nocturne Orianna. They're saying, we are giving you this power, but our response is going to be powerful because we know exactly what you're going to be going for. But so far, Kanavi, great gank in mid lane, gets a kill for Zeka. That fight up on the top side, winning the smite fight, gets a kill for Zeus. And the double Z's up on the top side are getting a big lead.
And this is Kanavi's tempo. When he joined HLE, the whole story was HLE trying to pick up the pace to keep up with Kanavi. You're seeing it now on this top side. The play in mid, then finding that smite on the Scuttle Crab to pick up the kill as well. And if this Vi can start to punish some of the fact that, you know, you still have that flash gone in mid lane. You don't have a flash for Dokla on the top side. There's always these windows for HLE to pick up more.
And this is how HLE wants to play. They want to play around their solo lanes. They want Kanavi focusing on getting those double Z's like you're talking about ahead. We mentioned back in game number 1, Gumayushi's used to being weak-sided. He's able to just farm up, he can be targeted, and count on the rest of the team to get the work done if he's being focused.
One thing I will say, though, Cog Lulu obviously has a lot of power in the late game, but generally speaking, I like LYON's comp late game way more. I mean, I do think their ability to disengage some of these engages is incredibly powerful. Kanavi, though, looking for Saint.
Yeah, Saint could be in some danger here. Vault Breaker finds a target. Saint uses the Power Siphon to get himself away in time. Still loses about 1/3 HP.
Yeah, but it's the chunk because Inspired here is over on the grubs. And does grab that first grub. Has his ulti available. Kanavi's is back too.
Okay, 1 for 1 on grubs so far. Third grub still alive. Kanavi should be able to secure this one easy, so HLE's coming out on top.
Kanavi is up 2 full levels over Inspired now. After the kills, after the stolen camps, Inspired rarely gets this far behind.
And that's why I'm surprised that LYON didn't try and take that fight. They had the push on top. Already Victor shifts across the mid. I honestly expected them to just try and full send with the position they had on the map, but Inspired a little bit wary as he backs away. Now Kanavi wants more.
Yep, that's the level 8 versus level 6 advantage. Kanavi knows Inspired cannot deal with him, and now cease and desist yet again. Wild growth with Gomayushi coming up right behind him. Delight takes the kill, and HLE find their third.
Punch in the face, knocked up by the wild growth, and then turned into a little butterfly. Inspired did not have a fun time in that one at all. And Kanavi, this Vi is taking over.
Yeah, it's going to get really hard because he's losing camps again off the back of that. Inspired is always so precise with his plays, always so efficient with his plays, and now down so much farm. The gold is less the problem than the experience because he's maintained that 2 full level lead. And though I do really like LYON scaling, if the Skarner does not stay relevant, you are just food for this comp.
And I think Kanavi's been doing a great job of basically tracking what Inspired's up to and then punishing further, right?
Yeah.
Make the play on bot, you get a camp. You try and take the fight on the top side after Scuttle, steal away the Gromp, then go for the reinvade on the Gromp, have the support there. And it's this constant ticker that Kanavi goes for. Because in the past, we had like Yankos was talking about trying to play against Kanavi. If you took a Scryer's Bloom at the wrong time, Kanavi would track you for the next 3 minutes. This has always been where this jungler has shined, and again, we're starting to see it here in this game.
And I mean, when he is at his best, he is so hard to stop. The plays come fast and furious. He's always trying to push that limit, as you're saying. You know, tracking you perfectly, forcing plays, creating advantage after advantage after advantage. And Inspired right now, it's just kind of in recovery mode. It is a very late first Dragon, so you're not worried about an early soul or anything like that. And top lane has been fine so far for Dokla, which I think LYON are going to be very happy about.
Yeah, this Dragon way later compared to the first 2 games. This is honestly around the time the second Drake has spawned and been fought for in the previous 2. So slower on that one, but HLE does own the first Drake. They do own the 2-1 here in the Void Grub. So neutral objectives going the way of the team that has the accelerated jungler.
The 2 first items completed by Berserker and Kanavi, though. So it really does become a fight between those 2 if we get to this next objective. And Kanavi realizing, hang on, I don't have that cease and desist. I don't want anything to do with this bottom lane right now. I'm just going to try and clear it out, make sure I was there to cover any sort of play that happened, but just try and keep this gold influx going in my favor.
Ooh, hold on. Exhaust use here in the top side. Dokla's got the needlework. The equalizer's already been used on the wave. Meanwhile, bottom lane Inspired, potentially looking for a play down here. Top side, Dokla going to be burned low. Zeus with the solo kill, cuts him down. Meanwhile, bottom side, Berserker needs a little bit more damage to try to kill Gumayushi. The turret's going to turn right back over onto Inspired. Breath of Life will not save him, but Berserker's already got the double kill. It's a 2 for 2 across the map.
Inspired is all in on this bot lane, is giving up his top camps to make sure that Berserker can go 4-0, but it's HLE that are winning elsewhere.
Yeah, and they're winning elsewhere big time. Inspired now 3 full levels down. Yes, Berserker is strong, but Zeus gets a solo kill on that top side. And Dokla, you know, tries to fight it out, feels that the exhaust might actually make the difference here. But with that Shroud down, Zeus was happy to take the fight. Even with that early exhaust, he just kites it out. He has the Swifties. And you can see this needlework not really getting too much value. And then Zeus keeps his heat at just the right temperature, let's call it. Flashes in, finishes him off. Beautiful solo.
Yeah, the needlework dodged twice in that fight was huge. And then on the dive, Gumayushi flashes away, but it's straight into the face of a Culling. And it's good using of the tower aggro. It is Inspired, it goes down. But the fact that you get 2 kills onto Berserker and some turret plates has to be the silver lining here for LYON.
It really is, and I mean, it's kind of all eggs in the Berserker basket because the gold is close, but Dokla gonna get pressured again.
Yep, it's Kanavi looking to work together with Zeus and find yet another kill here in the top lane. HLE's game plan, focus these solo lanes, get him ahead. Dokla survives for now, but Kanavi re-enters, and Kanavi takes another one. HLE, 1,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, Dokla had both Berserker and Isles who were moving up, but thought maybe he could play it safe with the dash, calls them off, and it means he just falls on his own.
Yeah, I feel like Dokla had outplayed it. He had survived, and then he was trying to reset that skip and slash by getting those melees down and ends up just dying and giving one over, and that's costly. They're going to look for Zeka.
Yep, Zeka's about to endure a 4-man play. He wants to try to turn it around a little bit here. Soul Unbound has already been used. Fate Seal doesn't get him a whole lot. Zeka taken out. However, HLE's not done. Berserker's under pressure. Kanavi trying to kill him off. Berserker firing back. Kanavi gets the kill over onto Inspired, and the Wild Growth is going to keep HLE going. LYON are utterly routed, and HLE bear
Carry 4! Dokla will at least get one back on Gumayusi over in mid lane. As he skips and slashes away from the bomb, he'll survive. It's a 4-for-2 trade. HLE, 2,000 gold lead.
LYON had to have thought they had Kanavi there, but the Sundered Sky healing was insane. He just bounces back and forth between targets, heal after heal after heal. The fight starts out pretty well. There's a TP coming in behind, but they just rush down Zeka. But look at how tanky Kanavi is. He is 2,000 gold ahead. They stun him into the wall. They ult him up. Look at the survival here, though. He gets the passive shield, one proc from the Sundered Sky, another proc from the Sundered Sky, the wild growth, and even as strong as Berserker is, he can't get the kill.
And LYON were just trying to make that play quick and fast, get on out. But Saint didn't have the mana to follow up on the rest of the fight. But Dokla at least able to get something back in the mid lane. We can see Zeka happy that his team was able to bail him out of that one.
Absolutely the case. We'll see if LYON can continue to try to pull their way back into this. I mean, you still have a super strong AD carry, but Zeus is now massively ahead. Kanavi has maintained this enormous jungle lead as well.
And that was the problem in that fight as well. Kanavi having so much damage just meant he basically soloed out Berserker before anyone could really help him out. And that's a major issue for these upcoming fights.
And Inspired having no damage, right? You know, if he had had any damage, he could have actually maybe finished him off there. Kanavi was down about 5-10% before he started getting that healing coming in. But Inspired is still down almost a full 3 levels here as Kanavi's going to hit 12.
Yeah, Inspired has his Heartsteel, and he has a couple of very basic low-tier items. Meanwhile, Sundered Sky and Cleaver both completed for Kanavi. Gumayusi about to die to the calling. Barrier keeps him alive. Berserker loses a lot of health to the heated-up turret.
Not really worth it in the end. Berserker took so much damage from the turret that he has to back away anyway. And now you've got that push on the bottom lane from Zeka. So immediately HLE going to move over towards the Dragon and pick that one up.
And at the very least, Inspired, obviously, from behind, you have your CC. But we talked about it with Dokla. He did get that kill onto Guma, which is something for him. But, you know, before that solo kill, he was holding even. Then he gets solo killed. Then he gets dove. Now he's down 2K. And Gwen does not have that utility.
Now, though, maybe a moment to fight for LYON. Because you've just hit 2 items on Berserker on this reset. You have Rift Herald up and available. Ping's already going down from HLE. They want to try and move into position, but you only have the members of LYON coming back out on the map now, Inspired, starting to move into this bottom side where there is not a single camp in sight for him.
I think the terrifying part, though, is when you are kind of one threat right now. I mean, Saint is relevant.
Over the wall goes Kanavi, and Dokla once again must cease and desist. Zeus unstoppable. Kanavi is anywhere and everywhere at the same time, and he is dominating this third game.
And look at Zeka reading the play. He knows every time they go top, they dive him bot. Zeka just walks mid. He's going to farm up the wolves and say, I know what you were looking for. I'm not going to show up for it. I won't give a kill back this time. But, you know, you need that second threat for LYON, because otherwise it's going to be Yone ult, it's going to be Vi ult, it's going to be Equalizer all on your head every fight as Berserker, and someone else has to punish.
Berserker now going to be your target. Polymorph tries to get away, but the fate sealed again will do its duty. Gumayusi takes the kill to add insult to injury, and now the 1 point of strength for LYON is cut down. HLE over 4,000 gold ahead as they ram the Rift Herald straight down mid.
The instructional video for Azel's commentary just comes through immediately afterwards. Like, there was nothing that Berserker could do on that one. Now the Rift Herald going to the bot lane. 4,000 gold about to skyrocket for HLE.
I mean, this is just a top side masterclass here. Kanavi and Zeus really running away with the game. LYON will continue to fight, continue to look for plays, and we'll see if they can find something on the Zeus, but this is a risky dive if they want to go for it.
All right, Dokla's wave going to be cleared out by the Equalizer. Saint shows up, Inspired trying to get in here and make the play. Zeus shoved away out of the turret. Inspired barely survives. LYON get their mark before Kanavi can show up with Delight to try to get one back.
I wasn't sure if Delight was going to get there in time, but I don't think they really care. You got Zeka onto the tier 2 in the bottom lane, putting in work. It feels like LYON, they're still trying to make these plays happen, but they just don't have the map to do so.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. I mean, when your jungler falls this far behind, it's going to be tough, and Kanavi looking for more.
Yep, once again, that cease and desist is going to find a valuable target. The solo laners on LYON are being hunted. Kanavi is having such an impressive game here. This is exactly the way he wants to play. This is exactly how HLE has become such a powerful team in the LCK, and they are doing it again here in this third game against LYON.
And while Berserker is still strong, quietly his gold lead has been eroded away at, Guma. Down 1K, that is relevant, but then you look over and you see a 2.4K gold lead, a 2-level lead in the jungle. You see an entire level lead and 1.3K in the advantage of Zeus, and you realize that 1K for Berserker might not be enough.
Kanavi versus Inspired here with the blue buff. Inspired going through the wall, wants Kanavi there, but the flash away from the Vi to answer the flash from Inspired to chase him over the wall. Kanavi stays alive and still deathless this game.
A valuable effort from Inspired, but couldn't quite make it work. Was trying to use the timing window as Zeka was pushing in this top side to make something happen, but LYON haven't reset. Zeka's getting so much gold on these side lanes for free.
Yeah, I mean, LYON obviously feel like the pace of the game is not working in their favor. So they have made the call that we have got to send on plays. We cannot play the game out normal. We cannot just match side lanes and expect to win. So Inspired is just going to keep sending it. He does this in NA. It is very rare that he gets behind, but as Flowers can attest to, sometimes he does, and he has these games where he's going to end up with 7, 8, 9 deaths, it feels like, because he believes the best way to win in a position like this is just to send it. So that's what he's going to keep doing.
He will not bleed out slowly. If he feels like they are at a disadvantage, he's going to keep trying to make a move happen. But it's so difficult against a team like HLE when they have a lead built up like this. 4,000 gold. Everybody's feeling super strong. Gumayushi now with a second fully completed item. He's on the same number of completions as Berserker. So again, that 1 point of strength for LYON doesn't feel particularly strong with 30 seconds left to go until the third Drake spawns.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what he's going to be able to get done. LYON trying to fight. It is going to be yet another Hextech Soul. 3 games in a row here that is going to be that Hextech Soul up and available, and this time it is definitely favoring HLE as they are the ones with a 2 dragons to 0 lead. And LYON not really looking like they are prepped to even fight this one whatsoever, so I think LYON are going to have to give it probably.
And you can see powerful defensive itemization for the HLE solo laners as well. Immortal shield bow for Zeka. Inspire going to be the target here for Kanavi. Tries to use the Impale to turn things around and buy himself a little time. Inspire below half HP. Dokla going to be your target. Tries to use the Hallowed Mist, but Dokla's already down and Kanavi is on a rampage. HLE, they find the pick and earn the Drake.
It's a feint from HLE. They go for the Skarner, but they hit in the kidneys, and it's Dokla who ends up falling as a result. Dragon number 3 for the LCK.
It's just one of 1,000 great plays from Kanavi this game. Inspired sent the Impale in onto Kanavi, but there was no one around to follow up on the damage, so Kanavi was still at full health. And we see him just full send it onto Dokla as soon as he shows up, and they're going to move themselves to Soul Point. They have nearly a 5,000 gold lead. They are looking so damn strong. Inspired maybe thinking that his team was closer than they were in this moment. I mean, Kanavi goes in and he tries to CC him up, but it's just no one's in range to follow up on the Impale.
Yeah, Inspired just a little bit too far forward. Maybe worried that Kanavi was going to ult him immediately, but instead Dokla tries to move in to help, and they end up just turning it onto the top laner and finish him off. Zeka has been hiding in this bush for a while. I thought he'd go for the tower, but once maybe a kill, but it's just going to channel the back, and yeah, we'll end up backing away fully.
4.9 thousand gold lead, 3 Drakes to nothing, 3 turrets to 1. Everything belongs to HLE right now as Gumayushi steps forward. And this Kog'Maw is really starting to hurt up here in the top lane. Zeka also winning out in the trade against Dokla, even despite the turret's interference. For LYON, it's got to be some kind of a miracle. We think back to game 1. We think to the clever steal on the Elder Drake that looked like it may have given them a chance when the game was otherwise over. Anything shy of that, and I feel like HLE's got this one locked down.
And I just don't think they have the same kind of playmaking. I mean, Isles has been so critical in the last 2 games, his playmaking. It's really just Inspired that can try to grab someone, but he's so far behind. He has just been paper, and HLE want to force the issue. They're trying to get at least a TP from Dokla.
Exactly. Dokla down in the bottom lane, teleport's ready, but Kanavi and Zeka can take down this Baron so easily with just the 2 of them. Teleport coming in now from Dokla. HLE, they got what they came for. Summoner spell is down. Saint steps forward towards the Baron, but it's already lost its patience and regenerated far too much HP. Berserker Stepped up here in the mid lane. Inspire goes over the wall, finds the slam onto Kanavi, but where's the follow-up damage? There's nothing from LYON. Kanavi's just fine with Wild Growth. He gets back over the wall. That's Impale plus the Arcane Storm used by LYON. Only Wild Growth from HLE, as now Inspire looking to find the catch here onto Zeka in the mid lane. Isles grabs the kill. They manage to take out the enemy mid laner. Gumayushi's about to die next. Zeus in the middle of everybody, exhausted. They try to get Kanavi out. He barely stays alive. No deaths on the LYON side. I said they needed a miracle, and that team fight may have turned water to wine.
What a fight there from LYON out of nowhere from so far behind. They're going to go for the Baron, but Berserker has no HP. I don't even know if he can do this, and Kanavi is still in the area, has Smite.
Okay, Melio very good at keeping his allies topped off. You've got the cozy campfire, you've got the warm hugs. Saint's gonna try to make sure that Kanavi can't get anywhere near this one. Saint goes over the wall, Kanavi trying to get out now, stuck inside the gravity field, turns it right back around with the Vault Breaker, looking at Saint, cease and desist, Kanavi staying alive, Saint outplaying him, and with the Ultra Mega Fire kick, Isles guarantees the enemy jungler falls. Let's take another look.
You can see in the fight here that as they end up forcing Kanavi out, they jump on top of him. You get the ult, but Kanavi has to escape over the top of it because of the gravity field coming through from Saint. And that's where Zeka thinks he finds his moment. He whiffs, and it sets up LYON for the re-engage.
Exactly. Zeka goes forward here, but he's already a little bit low. And look at that sidestep from Inspired. Slams him into the wall, and they just have enough damage to take him down. Guma has overstepped. Dokla catches him, and then Zeus flashes in, tries to take out Berserker, but the exhaust is there. The breath of life is there, and then Berserker going too far forward, has to use both the summoners, barely survives. A big misstep from Berserker, but it's still a brilliant fight, and they're looking for Guma!
We're right back on the live, but Gumayushi's dead! Inspired looking to make it a two-man play as Delight tries to get out. They use the Impale, and they found Zeka. He wants to get away, but the bait shield is blocked. Zeka making enough distance for now. Zeus in the middle of everybody, but Berserker kills him off. It's a meat grinder! HLE! They are aced! You can win the game for 90% of the time, but LYON find the clutch.
They find the clutch, and they should be able to end it right here, right now. They got the wave.
They're pushing straight into the enemy base. Look at your win chance. Look at the gold gap. Look at LYON in the base of HLE. They push towards the Nexus turrets. Gumayushi is back alive. Delight in 10. LYON health bars. Compromised. First Nexus turret, taken low, taken out. 3 seconds on Delight. Gumayushi stepping forward. The game's not over yet. LYON's health was too low to end.
LYON don't think they can do it. They will just back away, but the TPs are coming in. The resets, thanks to that Baron buff, are going to get them out of there. LYON with a 7,000 goal play on the Red Bull Baron power play.
But it's Soul that's on the table now, and HLE are rushing for it here. LYON are strong now, but they spent a lot on that fight. They thought they could end it.
Yep, LYON's going in. They want to try to challenge here for the Soul. This could decide the entire game. HLE already onto the objective. LYON stepping forward, but they're doing it slowly. Dokla over the wall. Inspired's on top of the Drake as the calling forces Gumayushi away. The Kog'Maw's already almost down. They go to make the play. Cease and desist coming out from Kanavi, but he will not find a kill here just yet. Berserker is shut down. HLE find a couple of kills. Gumayushi staying alive. Inspired here with the bullet to Zeus. HLE still trying to take the Drake. It is secured by LYON. Zeka still fighting here in 1v3. The main character, but Saint executes him. Gumayushi, the only man left alive.
And Saint, who took the dragon, he does it again.
Wait,
pulls the miracle out of his hat.
They want to keep going. They think it's just Gumayushi. They were considering going for the end there. But with Isles on such low HP, they decide to back away. But holy moly, what is this game, boys?
It is insanity. It is LCS going toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in the world. And it is Dokla creating so much space at the beginning of this fight, pushing back Kanavi. But it is HLE standing strong. They find Berserker. Look at Zeus on the flank. Was marked by Isles, got knocked back. But then in they go. They get in, back onto the solution. They burst them down.
And it's Saint who dives the backline. Saint who manages to get the stasis. And when it all comes crashing down for HLE, it is Saint standing over them saying, I don't forgive you, HLE. NA, you're here to play.
And it is Guma living with one spell of health, or they would have won the game there. They would have been able to go down. But again, are they going to catch him on the recall? They spotted him, but Zeus is there.
both of these last fights, Berserker's culling has found the heart of Gumayushi, the Kog'Maw, under so much pressure from these Lucian ultimates, and it's making it hard for him to participate.
And it's also the build from the Lucian, going for the Black Cleaver, giving him that little bit of extra survivability that was crucial on the play in mid, because the cozy campfire kept him topped up. He survived for so long in that dragon fight, and now Berserker finishing off the Infinity Edge. 4 items for this Lucian. He is so strong.
He is so powerful, and Inspired was down 3 levels. He's down less than 1 level now. Got so much experience from the Baron, from these fights. Dokla is relevant as far as gold goes as well. He almost has his completed Zhonya's. And LYON, we got to see, can they get it across the finish line here? HLE so deadly in these fights. They've got a GA. They've got the Zhonya's on Zeus, and they've got the Infinity Edge on Zeka.
All right, battle in the enemy red side jungle as LYON tries to push forward. Inspired here on the front line, but Kanavi secures the red buff. Vault Breaker channeled to make sure that he can get right back out. 1,500 gold lead for Saint. Zhonya's Hourglass ready to go. 10 stacks on the Medjai's. Seeker's Arm Guard for Dokla. Protoplasm Harness for Inspired.
It is about slowing down the pace here for LYON. Baron in 40 seconds. Keep the waves pushed in. Keep HLE on their side of the map. Don't let them look for more as Kanavi.
Yeah, Kanavi jumps in after Inspired, but he goes for the Vault Breaker immediately. Kanavi backing right back away. Inspired's impale does pose a little bit of a threat, but nobody is close enough to provide the damage. But now the calling comes out. Zeus on the run. LYON looking for their angle here to try to end the game. Dokla's made his way in. The Nexus turrets both standing at about 1/3 HP. HLE still trying to escape. Equalizer onto the minion wave.
They're on the towers!
Putting damage onto the towers. Kanavi still trying to enter into the fight. Berserker attacking turrets. Kanavi here in the front line. Dokla goes golden. Zeus does the same. Kanavi is down. Kanavi is gone. The Nexus is gone. LYON are on match point.
LYON are pulling off the miracle. They are on match point against the LCK's #1 in Daejeon.
Closer than they've been in, I don't know how many years, to doing the impossible. Shades of the FlyQuest almost upset, being channeled. They are outplaying HLE at every turn.
That is the closest they've been. They were up 2-1 in that series in 2024.
Yeah.
We are close to a historical series, but nobody jinx anything. Everybody, relax, calm down. Everybody, okay.
Oh my God.
I mean, they were losing that game. They outplay. Shots. It is literally not. It's not like, oh, we're out comping or anything. They outplay. It is the juke, the pivotal moment. Yone goes in. Zeka's Yone goes in on Inspired, and he sidesteps him, slams into the wall. They get the comeback in that fight. So much gold, and then they consecutively win the fights in the game. Shots.
We thought it was over. We had a whole segment about how Kanavi was unstoppable.
Yeah, and this was...
I'm going to pass out.
It was just such... Okay, I'll take over so you guys can take a breather. This was just such a massive team fight win from LYON, using the strength of Berserker, who did get significantly far ahead, but it was kind of to the detriment of Inspired, right? And the fact that they were able to have so much space for him was so important. And then this fight, Saint just ends up absolutely having to beast this.
I mean, this is where you would expect a possible choke, because they had just overstayed in the base trying to end, couldn't do it, had to do this desperation play, and Berserker died, but Saint just seems calm. I feel like he's in such a flow state. He's laughing.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's cackling on camera.
And he's so clutch in all these fights.
Yeah, as someone looking kind of from the outside in, right? HLE don't seem secure in their approach. And you know why? It's because of LYON.
Let's hear these comms at the end.
Just zone them. Don't try to kill.
Yeah. I'm ending, okay?
Don't try to kill. Don't try to kill.
Hit the tower.
Don't try to kill. Don't try to kill. Take it slow. Don't focus on ending. Just play.
Are you guys focusing on ending?
Exactly. And now everyone end. Yes!
Nice.
Okay.
This is so adorable.
Let me remind you, with all this, Saint smiling and they're joking in this high pressure situation in the biggest stage that they have played on together. This is the team. When LYON was formed, everyone said, they're going to crash out. They're too toxic. They're all going to just break apart and rage at each other. This is the team that is laughing while they're taking down the #1 seed of the LCK.
So, I mean, okay, third time ever NA has got a 2-game wins within a best-of-5. Fly versus Gen G, and then C9 had 3-0 to Freaka back in 2018.
Yeah.
This is historic.
Well, so here's the thing that we got away with, I feel like. In the 4 or 5 bans of this draft, we banned Ari Casio and gave over Yone Rumble to pair with Fi. I thought that was going to be the thing that was the top post in the thread, that was the I can't believe we gave them this. This is when the series turned, and the fact that we won that game when they're on those cover picks and Kanavi's 4,000 gold ahead, I cannot believe it.
And here's where I want to really highlight Berserker, right? Because we've talked about, you had highlighted, Jat, where you weren't necessarily super confident because Berserker, until this point, wasn't able to play with nameplates off. And the fact that he was so confident in those interviews prior to this series about going up against his kind of, not necessarily teammate, but former organization mates in Kumayushi, and then to have this kind of performance where he does end up putting the team on his back. It's his strength in so many of these fights that is really, really crucial. That's such a turning point for Berserker specifically as a player.
100%. They gave LYON one area to play off of, while Inspired is 3 levels down to Kanavi, with Kanavi constantly making plays on the top side of the map and then counter jungling him as well, because Berserker and Isles had good laning and because they punished and killed Gumayushi. LYON still had an area to bridge them over and buy time until that crazy fight. And that fight was in mid lane. That's the one where they dodge Zeka and they're able to get the counter, they're able to get the turnaround, and they're able to scale.
Dude, 5,000 gold down. And you made a point during last game, Shocks, where you're saying maybe we're not seeing the other side of it. Is HLE messing up? I feel like both of these teams are actually quite nervous. I think the Inspired smite on Scuttlecrab when they were going both for level 6 is a very uncharacteristic play for him. If it's a losing fight, if he's going to lose a smite, usually he backs away. But it's, I think, a little uncharacteristic how fed they let Guma get, how they couldn't close the game with a 5,000 gold lead, and they lose a fight right in the mid lane. So
absolutely,
HLE's got to be feeling it right now. It's completely unacceptable for them to lose this and lose their world's 4th seed.
That's in the back of their minds, and we've talked about HLE's mental composure sometimes failing in positions like this. I'm gonna say, I think this is the best chance you've ever had to beat that Elsa. I really think so. Look at everything. Look at the momentum of LYON beating G2 so handily yesterday. They weren't even in the conversation. Now they push HLE after a 5,000 gold lead. How did they bring it home?
Well, yeah, and I was going to say from the HLE side, I think this is massive, right? Because like you said, we've seen this team kind of have struggles when the pressure is on, when they get reverse swept and then can't close it out to qualify for tournaments. Obviously, some of the pieces have changed, but this is huge.
They should be feeling so confident. Have better team fight scaling is my one rule.
Don't let Zeka get to game 5. Let's just end it in 4.
True. Yeah,
just end it in 4.
Just end it in 4.
Good callback. Please, LYON, end it in 4. We'll see if HLE fights back and brings us to Silver Scrapes.
Your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome to Arkin. Now live in Shanghai, it's your time to step into the rare arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
와, 여러분 정말 손에 땀을 쥐게 하는 경기가 펼쳐지고 있습니다. 이런 시점일수록 우리 하나생명 e스포츠 더 응원해야 돼요, 여러분. 아시겠죠? 선수들에게 닿을 수 있도록 현장 이벤트와 함께 응원을 진행해 볼 텐데요. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 하나생명 응원하러 오셨나요?
아, 당연하죠.
그러면 우리 하나생명 선수분들에게 닿을 수 있도록 응원의 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
하나생명 화이팅!
화이팅! 외쳐주셨습니다. 정말 라이언과 함께 명경기를 보여주고 있는데, 자, 그러면은 저희 바로 이벤트도 진행해 보겠습니다. 두 개 중에 하나를 뽑아주시면 되는데요. 둘 다 선물이에요. 어떤 걸까요? 뽑아주세요. 티셔츠 축하드립니다. 티셔츠 선물로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 또 뽑아보실 분 있으신가요? 한번 뽑아보시죠. 자, 앞으로 나와주시고, 두 개 중에 자, 둘 다 선물이에요. 제 생각에는 뭔가요? 하이파이브! 저랑 하이파이브 했어요! 좋습니다. 자, 그럼 다음 도전자분 나와주세요. 자, 구마유시 선수를 응원하러 오셨습니다. 구마유시 선수에게 응원의 한마디 해주시죠. 구마유시 화이팅! 화이팅! 두 개 중에 하나 뽑아주시죠. 과연 하이파이브! 예! 예! 네, 좋습니다. 자, 바로 다음 도전자분 모셔보겠습니다. 해보시죠. 자, 두 개 중에 하나 뽑아주시고요. 하이파이브! 예! 좋습니다. 자, 마지막 도전자분 모셔볼까요? 아이고, 귀여운 인형이에요. 자, 하나생명 e스포츠에게 응원의 한마디. 하나생명 화이팅! 화이팅! 자, 두 개 중에 하나 바로 뽑아보겠습니다. 과연! 잠깐만요. 아쉬우신가요? 아, 죄송해요. 하이파이브가 선물이에요. 하이프와 함께 힘찬 응원 보내봤습니다. 마지막 한 분만 모셔보고 바로 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 나와주세요. 제 뒤에 있는 아리따운 팬분과 함께 뽑아보도록 하겠습니다. 마지막 팬분은 티샷 축하드립니다. 여러분, 더 뜨거운 응원 보내주시길 바라면서 바로 다음 세트 만나보겠습니다. 파이팅!
Push the wave, I'm going.
Yeah, they're in LoL now. Fight,
come, no flash, go more.
Nice.
Come. Just look Kill the tower. I got the Yone too.
Yeah.
He has flash. He has flash. No flash now.
Yeah, look, you.
Throw.
It's fine. Throw.
Go in.
The Nexus is gone! LYON are on match point!
LYON are pulling off the miracle! They are on match point against the LCK's #1 in Daejeon!
Focus.
Oh my god, LYON is up 2-1 against HLE, and I found some fans, role-swapped G2 fans for the day.
Yes, after yesterday, they have our support today. It's been amazing watching them.
So after what they did to us, you still wanted to cheer for them?
Yes, they played so well that we had to come still give our support.
Oh my god. Does it feel better losing to LYON, knowing what they're doing to HLE right now?
Oh, what they're doing is amazing right now. It definitely makes it feel better. Oh yeah.
Do you think they can do it? 2-1 right now. They won 2 in a row.
They can do it. Oh yeah, they can do it.
Who do you believe in?
And LYON, I believe, oh my gosh. Inspired every time I see his plays. It's amazing. Yeah.
He dropped the bomb in the interview. He dropped the bomb in the all the celebrations, and yeah, in the end, he's doing it. You guys want to give me a celebration?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, let's go!
Love seeing the LYON fans show up in the audience, but even more, I love seeing LYON show up for North America, show up here in Daejeon versus the best team from Korea, and now it's LYON who only need one more game to take the series.
But coming into the series, to even get one game was looked at as something that would be incredibly hard. We saw what this team did to G2, what HLE did to them. So they have to stay on point. You cannot let your foot off the gas against HLE. You misstep and they can easily win 2 in a row.
And now the question is, how deep does that prep go? We've seen it be exceptional from LYON these 3 games. Game 1, it didn't quite work out, but thus far it has been doing them some serious favors. And as we get into this, the immediate Yorick ban, this says to me, Jace for Dokla.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but I think there's also a possibility of going in towards the Gnar even. They definitely will not give over Jace to Zeus. You can guarantee that. So the question is, are they okay taking the Jace blind? How comfortable will Dokla feel on it? I feel like he held up pretty well in the 1v1 in the Gwen versus Rumble, but then Kanavi was just kind of taking over.
Also in the Team Secret Wales game, I was incredibly impressed with Dokla on the Jace as well. Had that big 3-man crash down onto people that really turned the game in their favor. So well executed on the Jace. We'll have to see if that is going to be the plan. Is HLE slowing down in the drafts here?
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, they might have been taken a little bit off guard by the Yorick, and then they kind of have to decide, how do we want to play this out? Because, of course, LYON does have first pick, so they would be the ones who would be able to grab the Jace if they want. HLE have to think, okay, if we can't play Yorick and we can't play Sion, 2 of the kind of common answers, what are we comfortable playing into the Jace? Are we okay giving it over?
All right, we've got the Yorick, the Vayne, and the Bard banned out by LYON. Cassiopeia and Trundle banned away by HLE. And now that we're on to Game 4, it's always these last 2 games in a best of 5 that really start to feel the pressure of Fearless. This is where the pools finally start to get tight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Olaf is something we have seen as an answer, so I think that is an option. So HLE have to just discuss it. Are they okay just playing whatever into it? Okay, they're going to pick Jace for sure. There's no way I feel like you give Zeus the Jace. I think they just have too much respect for him on that champ. I would be shocked. If they do, then maybe they go the Olaf. But I just think that matchup does not look easy, and Zeus is such a beast on it. This makes a lot of sense. And now, does Zeus go for the Olaf that we've seen a couple times here, or does he not want to kind of bet his tournament life on a pick like that?
And I feel like there's so much history here. You think back throughout what's like 15 years of Pro League of Legends now, NA Jace being a meme for so long, going up against Zeus, one of the best Korean top laners, period. And he's the one who will now go up against that NA Jace, and we'll see if Dokla can pilot it. But HLE, instead, they are going to prioritize some serious lane power for bottom. Last game, remember Berserker and Isles were 2v2 killing them at level 2. This time around, Caitlyn Karma has some presence.
But it's also not the style that we've seen from HLE, right? Like the whole talking point coming into this tournament was Delight now on Engage, Delight actually being able to roam, Delight having that impact. Now he's not bad by any means on the Enchanters, but falling back to what they had in the regular season is not what I expected coming into this Game 4.
Is it going to be Camille Mel here? Are they willing to bet on that? There's been a lot of criticism of, Camille, of course, or a Pike or something like that they could go towards. Blitz would be pretty crazy. I think it is a Mel bot for Berserker, which I want to see if he's ever played it in his career. It's the Pike, so they are bringing it out. There has been so many questions about Isles' ability to play on a pick like this. The Camille game against TSW was much better, but his Pike game was a bit of a disaster, was not looking comfortable on it whatsoever. And you have a very hard to execute first 3. You're playing Jace, you're playing Pike, and you're playing it against some of the best players in the entire world.
To be fair to Isles, though, the first Camille game, not so hot. Second Camille game, significantly better. Pike number 2 could be a lot better this time around as well, and especially with lanes to play around like this Jace, that could be it.
The first Mel game in Berserker's career could be the one that clinches him the greatest performance of his career if they are able to take down HLE. But the pressure is on, and the question is, how comfortable are you on these champs, given that we haven't seen a single stage game of it from him, and the only Pike game we've seen from Isles went very, very poorly.
To be fair, though, I've been impressed with Berserker when he's on the Zig, so definitely feels comfortable on the mages, and especially if it can open up this ability to move around, because I think Inspired definitely would have liked a helping hand in the last one when Kanavi was invading his jungle, and with the Nefiri on the opposite side here, I feel like that's going to be the game plan again for HLE here.
I mean, it's going to be so interesting because I agree he's been great on the Zigs, but one of the things about the Zigs is you have the inherent safety of the satchel, right? Mel does not have that, and I think Nefiri can be a problem for a champion like Mel. There's not that much to reflect that's going to really save you in a lot of these situations. And it is Cassante. I wonder if they'll ban out the Olaf as well. Are they even concerned about it?
The other thing I'm even more surprised by, Lissandra ban from HLE. Not a champion that has been very relevant in a while, but they will also ban out St. Silas.
Interesting. So clearly, Lissandra to me says you want to go playmaking, right? I think about LeBlanc.
Yeah.
But then Silas, I don't feel like is that terrifying for the LeBlanc. So that's why I'm a little bit confused by it. There's also not really any good ults to steal yet at all on the HLE side. Maybe it's like a protection ban for something that they're going to go later on, and they know that, hey, like if we go X, then he would want to take the Silas. But those two bans feel like they're going in different directions.
Yeah, maybe the Twisted Fate is something they're also looking at in the mid lane. So like you try and go for the TPs, Lissandra can't interrupt you, that kind of style, but still feels a little odd. But no, just going for a bit more stock standard here.
All right, Aurora locked at 1-7 so far here at this MSI for this champion. Has not seen a whole lot of success so far, but remember, this is also still a flex pick.
And also, remember, the Scion was 0-9. They won with that, right? You know, it does not indicate that they are going to be getting a free ride here by any means. Zeka is a beast on this champ. I do like the Wukong. I think it is a powerful team fight champion into this. Annie makes a lot of sense as well. Gives you some engage. Is a pretty good matchup into the Aurora.
The only other thing I'm questioning is maybe a Pantheon, because the idea of, hey, we've got early access to the map, level 3, level 4, work with this Pyke to try and make plays, exactly. But we'll have to see. And yeah, it looks like that might be the call here to try and match the Neferi presence as well.
Yeah, I mean, I like both the Pantheon and the Wukong. I'd be pretty happy either way. The big question on everyone's mind is going to be, what will Zayas bet their series on here? To me, I'm still thinking about that Olaf. There is angles for things like Malphite, and you can go really kind of more out of left field, things that are more like solo queue answers in towards the Jace. There's Aurelia and some of these more aggressive picks that sometimes people like to bring out, but
you just lack so much engage though on HLE side. You've got decent poke here, so I think maybe that could be it. Like try and go for something that has.
But for fifth pick, why would you save it, right? That's the thing that's making it hard. It could actually be Aurora top. I think it's Aurora top.
I called the flex.
Yeah, so I think it is going to be Aurora top. I think it's going to be Swain mid, so they are moving things around. I think Swain is a tough pick to answer, but it could also be, you know, both. I mean, right now, Zayas is the one who is in control of this. Either way, there is, you know, pretty short range champion in the Annie. There's two of these kind of playmaking champions like the Pantheon and the Pyke. And you're going to have to try to be fighting through this Swain, who's going to be buffed up by the Karma. Kind of similar style to like almost those Bruisers plus Enchanters.
Still haven't seen the swap come through yet, though.
So I think he's just going to play a top.
Yeah, so I think I would have preferred in the mid lane, though.
Me too.
The never move, sure, if you can connect with it, does mean that Jace comes in range, but Jace never really wants to be up close and personal with the Swain anyway, so I think you should be able to try and dodge away.
I mean, I think the one thing I will say is that, you know, if you ever are fishing with the never move in a matchup like this as Swain, then he goes hammer form and you get slammed, right?
Yeah.
You know, you have to kind of whittle away at it. I'm seeing it more than ever move as a response to a hammer form Q. If he's jumping forward, you throw out the E, maybe pull him back. You know, you can drop the defensive W, so he's jumping into that. You know, getting those souls is both really big in the lane because you're getting the heal, but it's also really big for actually stacking HP for Swain later on. If you're not able to get any access towards souls, if they just kind of don't interact with you, you're a lot less tanky in the team fights later on, but just not a ton of consistent damage on the side of LYON, which I think is where the idea of the Swain is coming from.
Exactly. Just drain tank through it. Unless you get insta-gib, you're going to survive for a very long time. Here we go. Hanwha Life Esports, their life on the line here in this game. Win, and you go to Silver Scrapes. Lose, and your MSI journey ends just short of the finals.
And that would be an absolute shock here. MSI in Korea, T1 shockingly knocked out by G2. If both of their teams were knocked out, it would be a repeat of first stand where we saw, you know, G2 taking out both those LCK teams. But to lose both of your seeds in best of fives to Western teams back-to-back tournaments would be unheard of.
Especially when you look at, like, again, the amount of world champions that are on this team. They want to try and add that MSI into the mix. We're even talking about, like, Zayas and Gumayushi fighting with Viper to be the first players to have all the trophies, those 3 across the year, in their trophy cabinet. To now step out at this stage, honestly, unspeakable when we started coming into this tournament.
Dokla, great sidestep there from Zayas, and he has actually hit 3 Qs in a row now on Dokla, and Dokla's going to be in trouble. He's out of potions, and Zayas is going for level 2. Dokla's going to have to base, I think. That is a bit of a disaster for Dokla. His Shock Blast gets sidestepped.
and he's not able to sidestep any of those little laser hands coming out there from Zeus, and he goes W to even delay the base. So being very annoying, and now trying to make sure he gets this wave in. But I think Dokla, with the push now coming in, is just going to get some of that XP.
Yep, Dokla leveling up to 2, so he'll get a little bit of extra stats for that, get a little bit of extra health, does not want to miss out on this wave. Solar Snare collides on the Gumayushi, and the Bone Skewer's ready to follow it. Isles goes in for the stun, forcing the flash out of the HLE 80 carry.
And that's Cleanse gone as well. That's Heal gone as well. That is a lot of tools. And now Guma, you want to play pushing when you are playing Caitlyn Karma. You've got no sums here. Inspired could visit later on. It's going to be so much harder for them to actually push, and imagine he gets caught here.
Nope, not quite, not quite. You can see this is the 3rd time the LCS has ever taken 2 games off of the LCK. Previously, hold on, let's see if Delight can make the move on to Saint. Rome does get the flash out of the LYON mid laner, and that's going to make Saint very vulnerable.
So Delight using that small window that he had as Gumayushi had to reset to move towards mid. Only level 2, so didn't have access to the tether, but it does burn that summoner spell. So we've got many lanes that these junglers will be looking at now.
Yeah, and Dokla, thankfully for him, Zeus shoved in that wave expecting the base, so he picked up enough, was able to get back here to lane. He's going to be looking to push it in and reset one more time, though, and does have the support behind him.
Yeah, but that first purchase for Dokla does not feel good. Refillable potion being the only thing you can add to inventory. So yes, the support roam from Isles going to be critical for getting this wave crashed in.
Exactly. That's all he's looking to do, is just reset that wave one more time, with a better buy here. As Inspired looking for the re-invade. They do have the push, and they have Pyke on this side of the map.
Yep, Isles is making his way over. Inspired does steal away the big chicken, as Isles will find Kanavi about to face check into him, into the brush here. Saint trading with Zeka in mid lane at the same time. They want to make the move on to Kanavi. He goes over the wall, he stays alive. Isles still chasing, but there's no more damage, ready to go. Inspired used his flash there. Kanavi used his own. Flash for flash. Kanavi's forced out of the jungle, and now Zeus hanging on up here in the top lane. Dokla is very low on mana, but wave. Inspired, he has all of the charges there in his passive. Dokla's going to just try to use the 2 the skies, get this wave shoved up as fast as possible. Allow LYON to try to make the play here. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, Solar Snare coming out from Berserker, trying to keep himself safe, reflects the headshot, does take a chunk of damage, but up here in the top lane now, it's Zeus going to be your target. They jump in for the Pantheon stun, they get the damage. Zeus is down, Kanavi wanted to come in and try to help his top laner, but instead, Kanavi gets one back. Beautifully done, as Call of the Pack gets him away. LYON gets a trade back again. It's a double kill for Kanavi. Isles flashes in to get the jungler, trades his own life for it, and it's 2 for 2 in the top side.
It's 2 for 2, but Zeus ends up losing a ton of minions to that tower. Ends up falling down when it comes towards the gold. Is trying to shove in that top end as quickly as possible to make, actually he's just going to hold the wave to make sure that you can try and snowball that back a little bit, but it is a win, honestly, for Dokla.
It's a big win for Dokla there. He gets the kill. Kanavi does get a couple kills, but also credit to Berserker staying safe in that bot lane. He was in a 1v2 that entire time. The Karma never moved, and Berserker is staying dead even.
And this is the reason why we've seen this kind of transition to the mages bot lane. They're incredibly good at being able to solo clear out waves, and then you're able to get the solo XP as well. So you end up having a little bit of advantage there, but hang on, Isles fishing for Zeus.
Yep, Isles trying to make a play before Zeus has the Demonic Ascension ready to go. They drop the Ignite, and Zeus is killed a second time. Kanavi wants to get one back in the dark, and Dagger will do just that. Kanavi with a return kill onto Dokla, and the game stays tied 3-3.
Kanavi again, back-to-back games, putting on a clinic here. It feels like 800 gold lead for him, but credit to Isles, who has been playing well. They're looking for a dive.
Yup, Delight trying to facilitate Kanavi, getting yet another kill. Isles tries to get away, gets a good stun. Delight's gonna die to the turret. Yes, Isles will fall, but again, it's 1 for 1. 8 kills on the board, 6 minutes into the game.
Isles, I apologize for doubting you, because he's playing a great game so far, it feels like, on the Pyke.
But the guard dog for the birdhouse is kind of taking over right now. 4-1 for Kanavi.
Yep.
He is huge on this Neferi. We saw him get a lead in the last game, but this pick has way more damage in the tank and can assassinate so many of the key members of LYON.
It really can, but at the same time, it is a very fragile pick. You're not going to see Kanavi in the middle of the entire team tanking up all the CC that he did in the last time. And you look at point-and-click CC from Inspired, Tibbers point-and-click CC from Saint, and so much burst. So he has got to be perfect with his Call of the Pack. If he can immune those key spells, he can take over. But one misstep, one stun, could be lights out.
All right, let's check in on the rest of the map since, never mind, okay, we don't have time. Demonic Ascension coming out from Zeus. Delight makes his roam up here into the top side, looking to help Dokla out, but Inspired has arrived here for the ulti. Zeus and Delight getting themselves away. That is heal and flash from Delight. No summoner spells used by the LYON side.
The small slow was enough to keep Inspired out of range of Zeus, but Isles still fishing up here. Nefiri on the way as well. I think LYON just want to make sure that Dokla can get the reset safely, and he will do just that.
Yeah, exactly. And Isles, has that gold lead. It is actually pretty significant for Pyke. When you get this early gold, the amount of damage you can put out matters a lot in these early fights. Bursting people low enough in combination with the Annie. It's all about the resets. It's all about that first kill for LYON. They want to get someone low, get the Pyke ult, take him out quick, and try to snowball the fights.
And also with those kills, he's been able to keep up an experience. The Light has been much more situated down towards that bot side at the get-go, but now Isles accelerated as well, can get towards that level 6, which adds so much depth to that. Plus, that Ignite is so good against Zeus. Like, trying to keep him from healing up is going to be crucial, and if he goes low health, that's where that depth from below becomes so valuable.
Both supports hanging out up here yet again as Kanavi is first up into the top side. Dokla to the skies, trying to get himself away, but Kanavi, he's got the damage, and he keeps himself alive with Call the Pack. HLE coming out on top.
Dokla hitting back pretty hard there. Would have had him if it wasn't for Delight being in the back pocket, but Kanavi, another kill here. 5 now to his name.
Ooh, Isles goes in for the Bone Skewer, interrupts Kanavi's recall, but it's not like he can threaten anything lethal here.
And look at bot lane, no one answering that right now. Zeus had that push.
The Bone Skewer, though, does give Inspired time on the Void Grove, so all three, it looks like, going to be going across. As a little bit of damage there towards Isles. But now, as you say, Dokla matching bot wave. So LYON kind of getting the map back, but it is that small gold lead, mostly off the back of Kanavi here for HLE.
And that is all 3 grubs for LYON. As you called out, the interrupt on that recall from Kanavi allows Inspired time to get that. Inspired obviously very far behind as he was last game, but still, he's within touching distance of experience, though he is very far down in gold, so much more relevant than he was in the last one here. And Isles now level 5. As he gets that level 6, it is going to be critical.
So what they're doing at the moment is LYON shifting Berserker down because he has the level advantage over Dokla to try and interact with the Dragon. They saw Gumayushi in the top side, so Dokla, knowing he'll be okay to catch this wave without too many shenanigans, is going to try and do so. But HLE not feeling confident to start up this objective, just getting the vision down and waiting to see if they can find a pick, maybe on Berserker in the side lane.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do that. They do have a ton of vision around that Dragon, though. You can see the entire area littered with HLE wards, so they will have full info on anything they're trying to do as Isles and Saint are here and matched by Kanavi.
All right, 5-4 for HLE with control over this bot side river. It's another slow Dragon game, but very understandably so with how much attention has been in the top lane.
HLE should try and start this now, though. Zeus has matched Dokla on the top side. He has that teleport to try and join in if they need to. And you can see Kanavi already comfortable to try and make that play. Saint just trying to get some poke onto Zeka in the mid lane. But curious to see if they do push Zeka back. Does Saint just walk up towards this top side? It's a big wave, and you got the Pantheon to cover as well.
Yep, that might be the play, but it looks like Inspired and Saint both going to go for a recall instead. They know that Zeus is underneath his turret. Diving Swain, even with a numbers advantage, can be very difficult. It's super dangerous. Meanwhile, back in bottom lane, Berserker just reflects the inner flame back towards Delight. Bone Skewer from Isles. That flash was not what he was hoping for.
No, it's a bit of a swing and a miss there. Tried to go for the big play. Delight was missing his flash. That's why he sends it. Because if he catches Delight there, Delight is dead to rights. You get stunned up, you get rooted up, you get burst down, but they're looking for Jace.
Speaking of dead to rights, Dokla trying to get away again. Sidesteps Vision of Empire, but Kanavi lands the first Darkened Dagger. Dokla with a sidestep there in the second. Never move, finds no target. Dokla jumps back in, and it forces the Demonic Ascension from Zeus, excuse me, crisscrossing my top laners here as Big Dokes gets the outplay. Inspired down here in the bottom lane yet again, trying to find some sort of a move. Delight and Gumayushi staying away for now. Isles eats a massive amount of pain there from Gumayushi. The Caitlyn warding away this attempted play from LYON.
So both side laners going to breathe a breath of relief there. Dokla not having to burn the flash is crucial because he managed to keep himself safe in the side lane. And also the turnaround onto Isles means that HLE's bot lane will live to fight another day.
Yeah, they absolutely will. That was so critical from Guma, being able to trap up Isles, get him low, being able to force out that Aegis Assault early from Inspired. Otherwise, I thought they were going to get dove. And Doka also getting the ult off of Zeus quite big as well. You know, that was a bit of a misstep. He thought he was in with a chance there, but stepped into tower range and does have to use that ult as a result. Has his Rylai's now completed, so it was just rushing towards that. That is a big one. It makes it so much harder to actually kite out the ult from Swain, which keeps that thing chugging along.
And one thing that I also think is very important here, Inspired with his Sundered Sky now done. We talked about how accelerated Kanavi is as the owner of all 5 kills on HLE, but it's 1 fully completed item to 1 in the jungle.
Oz did just get spotted going into that bush. You can see the pings from Zeus. The invisibility not quite getting him into that third bush, so immediately Zeus backs away, and it may set up HLE to try and look for a play. Now they know where the support is.
Yup, Saint's going to be your target. Zeka goes in between worlds. Kanavi thinks about it, but he doesn't want to dive towards Saint, who has the Tibbers ready to go.
Exactly, and if you dive to that side, that's where Inspired was, and they knew that because Kanavi was coming from the bottom side of the map, so they're not sure how close he is.
Niles stepping forward here, sees Zeka, does not want to try to do anything crazy. Saint is still very hurt. Inspired jumps into the ulti, going in after Kanavi, tries to take the enemy jungler low. The root from Delight, but he flashes over the wall. Now Zeka's trying to make some sort of a play. Kanavi barely survives. Zeka doing the same. X marks the spot where Zeka's buried in the mid lane. LYON get a 1 for nothing. They're looking for a little bit more, but they will not find it. Just the single kill play from LYON.
Yeah, very narrowly avoided the death onto Kanavi, which was big. The shield came in from Karma to absorb that ultimate coming through there from Berserker. Doka has the eyes on it. A little bit slow on the shock blast, but...
It is very nice of LYON to take the training weights off of Isles, though, in the Pike, because he has been insane in this game. Catching on the edge of that death from below as well. Setting up for that other kill, keeping this game within touching distance. Like 800 gold with how much action we've had is absolutely insane.
I mean, I've just been blown away by Isles this whole series. The Poppy game was incredible. His engages have been so stellar throughout the series across, you know, a bunch of different styles of picks. He is right place, right time. His Melio, it didn't feel like he set a foot wrong. He's been really playing brilliantly.
And I think he's feeling himself. Like, the fact that we have Isles Pike versus Delight's Karma is the exact opposite of what I would have expected coming into this game for. And I think it has been a major turning point for LYON in this game.
And I mean, one of the...
Once again, Saint's going to be the target, but he gets away in time.
I mean, one of the coolest things, people have talked a lot about Dokla. He is an amazing story and should be talked about a lot. But Isles also kind of goes under the radar as this player who was honestly stuck on bottom teams for such a long time. And there's so many players who have come through the league. You spend a couple splits on a bottom team. You can never really shine as a result. And then you're bounced out of the league. He gets a shot on LYON. And people were doubting it. People were saying, well, why did they get Isles with, you know, these 2 MVPs in Berserker and Inspired? He has made the most of this opportunity.
Dokla using the Ghost Blade now to get some distance between himself and the approaching HLE collapse. Inspired and Dokla both backing away from what would have been a 3 versus 2. Important to note, 10 seconds until the Rift Herald, 15 seconds until the next Drake spawns. So we will have that interesting situation where neutral objectives are available at both sides of the map at the same time.
And it does feel like we're kind of getting that cross map, right? Isles is doing a good job of getting deep vision on this top end. I don't really feel like HLE are in a position to contest this, especially as you can see Kanavi realizing that, just going to go take the dragon for himself. I imagine Inspired will start to shift over towards that other objective in just a couple of moments.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of the LYON classic, right? They love playing the side lanes. They love prioritizing gold. They have done it all year long in NA. They're very willing to give up a couple dragons and try to build a gold lead elsewhere. And they see that as a very worthy objective. I will say Mountain Soul goes crazy in this game for both teams. There is so much upfront burst on both compositions. When you're thinking about Aurora to Fury, you're thinking about Pike, you're thinking about Annie, a Pantheon, a Jace. It is going to be so devastating for either side if they can claim Soul.
We're not actually getting the response on the objective from LYON. There is a ward for HLE on the Rift Herald, and there is pings going down. So despite the vision, LYON wanted to reset before they really looked for this objective. Zeka in trouble though.
Yup, immediately pulled him. The boat's going flash for the dive as Isles makes the kill. But now he and Saint are ready for the teleport to arrive. HLE trying to find a counterplay as Inspired meets Kanavi in the tri-brush. Zeus in the middle of 3 trying to tank with a demonic ascension, but instead he finds himself dead alongside his ally. Both solo laners on HLE eliminated as LYON finds a 2,000 gold lead. They're not done yet. Isles, Saint, and Dokla still hanging around. Kanavi with 1/3 HP. Bone Skewer misses. Isles won't get anything more, but a 3,000 gold lead for LYON. Gumayushi taken down to 300 HP there from the Golden Eclipse. Berserker still trying to get away, breaks the tether. There's your ace in the hole. Berserker just takes the damage, fine for now. Zeka coming in, looks to get the kill. Solar Snare to lock him up, flash of the wall. Berserker evades the counterattack.
Huge plays across the map, and they grab the Herald off the back of that. And the man from down under, Isles, is burying HLE in this game, 5-2-2. This is an unreal performance, especially after that previous series. His E-flash there was picture perfect. At the last moment that he could have actually gotten the redirection, he finds it beautifully.
Yeah, he's hanging those pictures up in Zeus' head. Like, he has made himself very comfortable in there because he has just been existing continuously in this top side, trying to make sure he can find these plays. You can see Zeka here on this, doesn't know that Oz is there, and it's just perfect.
Exactly. He lands the Bone Skewer from the brush. Last time you pointed out he had been spotted. Look at this. He goes to the side, E-flash, redirect, Tibbers, ignite, ult, and the reset is so critical because it means they have the damage to burst through this Swain. We can see the Nefuri on the side was being pushed back by Inspired. He matched the play. He played on vision. Kanavi face-checked him, got pushed back easily, and they get another kill. And remember, every Pike ult, that is additional gold. That is not one kill. That is double gold that you are getting with that coin.
And you can see it respectfully in both the solo laners. 1.4k gold, 1.7k for Saint on this Annie. He is going to blow someone up in these fights.
And it's starting to feel like the pressure is really on HLE. This is the team that was expected to have an easy win. This is the team that was expected to be in the finals against BLG, to be going back for that rematch. This is a team that is playing at home with the expectations of their region on their shoulders.
Both of these teams, their only series loss in this tournament so far is to the team waiting in finals. They've both only lost to BLG. And man, what a performance from LYON here in the game number 4 as Inspired's in the enemy jungle, wants to jump in after Kanavi. Dives away there with the call of the pack. LYON steal away the red buff. Sidestepping the vision of Empire. Delight here with the tether as Dokla wants to try to turn it around. Kanavi wants to get away. Dokla's very low. Zeus with a massive demonic ascension. LYON is forced back, but a nice never move. Saint has to flash out. LYON in serious danger. Zeka's on the flank, and it's a shutdown over to Zeus. Kanavi gets another, and HLE just killed 3.
LYON tried to push the advantage, and HLE tripped them up as they go for it. An overextension in the top side leads to a 3-0 for HLE.
And Zeus is coming up huge here. LYON trying to push in, trying to pressure. They sidestep that Vision of Empires. They are able to get out, but watch as they go back in here. The ult gets popped, Kanavi flashes back, and then the critical moment here, Saint arrives, dies without using anything. He onto the trap, no Tibbers, no W, no Q, literally no spell pressed there. If he had dropped the Tibbers, even getting trapped up, I feel like there's enough damage coming out that they have a shot in the fight. But Saint arrives, does not use a single button, and they get punished massively.
Because all of that burst was used just before Saint arrived. They tried to kill Kanavi, they tried to kill everyone else, but that meant there was nothing left when Zeus popped that demonic ascension. He was a raid boss in the front line, and it holds the line for HLE here.
Next dragon about to spawn. HLE already owned the first 2, and the lead that LYON spent 20 minutes building has now evaporated. The game is at an even state, and it comes down to execution. Kanavi jumps back over the wall with Eviscerate as LYON step forward to clear out some of the vision to try to prevent HLE from securing Soul Point.
LYON in this position, though, is very hard to scoot out. Good vision control, multiple angles of attack. If you don't know where Isles is, that setup could be brutal. So HLE looks like maybe, oh, hang on, they go trying onto Berserker, but Dokla's going top lane.
Yeah, they're wondering if they're not actually going to be able to fight this. Doka does have his TP, so he could join if they want to go for it, but they've ceded control, and now there's a trap line, and there's no rebuttal on Berserker. This could be tough.
Yep, walking into a Caitlyn team that has first move on an objective is incredibly difficult, so Lion's going to say no. Instead, they summon up the Rift Herald here in mid, they get the charge into the turret, but they won't fully kill the structure. HLE, soul point now for a Mountain Soul in this game that you already said it earlier, Azrael, would be a massive power spike.
I mean, Emily talked about it on the desk yesterday. LYON ceding control of objectives to get more gold, to get into a better position. But this is risky. Inspire said they like to play risky against these teams, but how far are you willing to push the envelope? Because that Mountain Soul could change everything here.
LYON has showed us they are willing to push it all the way to the edge. They are willing to go all in and bet the game on one fight here. And they have the faith that they can get it done. That top lane fight by the red buff cost them massively. They were going to be in such a good spot for this Third Dragon, but they didn't like their odds, missing critical flashes there, and I feel like that is the biggest reason that they decided to back off.
You're going up against a man who used to be known as the King of Thieves, though. Kanavi was incredible when it came towards the Snites back when he was in the LPL, and now 6-1-2 on this Neferi. He called for a carry in this game, and he's done it before in the past. When he was down game 5 against T1, he wanted the Belveth, he wanted to be the carry. This time around, elimination once more on the line at Internationals. Kanavi needs to be the carry for HLE.
Okay, once again, the Bone Skewer looking for a target, not going to find anything valuable. All the little Neferi dogs get blasted, but the big dog still doing just fine. LYON with a 1,500 gold lead, but HLE with 3 Drakes worth of bonus stats, that doesn't mean anything. And critically, 2,000 gold here. The lead for Kanavi, he's very, very soon going to have that Death's Dance you can see he's building towards. And in your coin-based gold grind, Isles has at least been doing a good job on the LYON side, getting ahead and making plays.
Yeah, they're going to go, though.
Down here in the bottom side, Zeus is your target. Saint, Inspired, and Isles working together to take down the Swain. Meanwhile, up here in the top lane, Doka's going to get dove in a 1v2, and he dies as well. Both top laners, the targets for the enemy hit squad.
Nice pick on either side. You can feel how tense it is, and now LYON want to move in towards this mid lane.
Yep, the wave getting cleared away, but not fast enough. Inspired, stepping forward to tank the turret. One more auto attack gets it done, and LYON are up to a 2,500 gold lead.
So you're still going to get the advantage here for LYON. They get the mid tower, they will get the bot tower, and at least a little bit of gold back in their favor. And you can see how much burst this Annie Pantheon combo has. Like, Swain, incredibly strong at the moment, but they're still able to get through that health bar.
They absolutely are, and Swain, though, is going to be building towards a Zonia's third, I would bet, right?
Yeah.
And that is where things get really, really difficult, right? Where you have to then be able to kill him before he pops that Zonia's. He's going to keep healing during it, and you have to decide, do we have the damage to do it, or do you have to ignore the Swain? If you ignore the Swain and he does too much damage to you, that can go really bad. So it's a hard decision to make, but LYON have just been walking this line, it feels like, all game long. Berserker has not really been involved in anything in this one, but is pretty strong here alongside Guma.
But I do think you have the range to play with online, right? Like, look for the poke with the Jace, with the Mel. Just don't really give that opportunity for HLE to find the all-in. And if they do, it's into Saint. You can try and backpedal away from Zeus. I think that's where they can try and play out these fights.
Yeah, I would completely agree, and it's going to come down to execution. I feel like at this Dragon, you must be there first. It is very difficult to enter in to a Jace and a Mel that are set up, but likewise, it is very difficult to walk in when you don't see Aurora and there's a trap line. You don't know where they are. You could lose the game.
And let me bring you gentlemen back to game number 1. Remember, it was a Guma Yushi diff, and here in this game, other than Kanavi, he's the other player on HLE who has an individual lead. He's got his Hex Optics, he's got his Infinity Edge, and now his jungler's looking to make a play on Dopa. Kanavi gets stunned up, he's taken very low, and they end up killing him here with Isles execution. Zeus in the middle of everybody here with Demonic Ascension, he's staying alive, he's tanking so much. Saint's gonna be killed 1-for-1 trade overall so far. Guma Yushi going in after Dopa, and he finds the kill. Inspired takes Delight with them, but it's a double kill back over to Zeka. HLE are killing everybody. Berserker tries to flash away, but he falls. HLE with a critical team fight. 30 seconds before the soul.
Kanavi overextends, but Zeus has his back. HLE find the fight that they want. Dokla stepping forward, Kanavi jumps onto him, and it's the immediate invulnerability into the stun that baits LYON in, but Zeus has never moved. Onto Saint, onto Isles, pulls them into the death grip, and it's that just machine churning through that lets HLE bring it back.
Exactly, I mean, they get that first kill on a Kanavi, but you've spent all your cooldowns, and now they're back here on the Dragon. Inspired does have his ult. Will he try to send it?
Berserker is not even alive right now. HLE putting the work in on the Drake. They're going to burn it down before LYON's able to do anything. Isles just killed at the very start. Inspired ult's in, but it's into his own demise. Surely the Mountain Soul is claimed. LYON is routed, and HLE are on the hunt. Inspired will die next. He wants to take Zeka with him, but he loses his Guardian Angel for free instead. HLE, at the time when they had to clutch up most, they do just that. They earn the Dragon Soul. They kill off 3, and HLE are feeling good.
It was supposed to be an uphill battle, but HLE says there's still more mountain to climb. They will not give up in Game 4. LYON will have to push them the distance.
HLE get the soul. They're going to get the Baron. They have taken full control of this game. LYON decided it was worth sending it to try to deny the soul there. They weren't able to do it.
Now Berserker under pressure from Zeka here in this bottom lane. Yeah, Solar Snare hits. Radiant Volley isn't gonna do it. Zeka with a 1v1.
Zeka continuing to find plays, continuing to rub salt in the wound of LYON as the soul went over.
And the setup here was all there for HLE. They had the extra members. Isles trying to look for an angle in this MasterCard priceless moment of the game. Can't find anything. He dies in a hurry. Dokla knows he's got to try to send it on to Guma, who had no flash. He felt that was maybe the only way in, but he doesn't have anywhere close to the damage. Inspire can do nothing. Saint and Berserker can do nothing. And it feels like this one is definitely slipping away from LYON.
Zeus took the Swain. Kanavi continued to play towards the bird in the top, and there is very little that LYON can now do to get Zeus down.
And it all goes back to that fight at the HLE red buff. Up until then, LYON was running the show. But against a team like HLE, against the LCK's #1 seed, if you make one misstep, they are going to punish. Dokla trying to push into the HLE base right now, but it's HLE with the Baron. It's HLE with that extra pushing power for the next minute and a half that are just bulldozing through the base of LYON. They've already made their way onto the Nexus turrets. Gumayushi setting down some traps. LYON looking for the moment to possibly defend. Zeus taking the recall to go back and defend against Dokla's push. HLE are not done yet. They've already claimed the bottom inhibitor. Now they're looking to go even further. Saint, he's the ace in the hole as well as the Between Worlds. HLE have already taken Nexus turret #1. Now they're trying to get themselves out. Isles is low, but he is not dead. Inspired's first to die. Berserker here on the front line. He dies next. HLE will not go quietly into the night. They will find their win. They will take us to Silver Scrapes.
Inspired versus the LCK. Could it end up in Game 5 any other way? An insane performance from HLE as the desk is going to break it down.
HLE say not today. If you want to get past us, you're going to have to do it in Game 5, and Zeka is waiting.
And Zeus was also incredibly clutch in that game. The
Swain pick became so hard to deal with.
The pressure is on both sides. We were saying this before the game. LYON can play free when no one expects them to win, but when you're 2-1 up, you try and exercise all your demons, right?
Yeah.
The NA Pike, the NA Jace, the Annie with Inspired. I actually loved the slots they picked those champions in, but HLE was just better in this Game 4.
They were executing for so long, though, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing to me is, again, Kanavi got so many kills off of this top side.
Yeah.
And then that essentially, even though I think HLE were also still very shaky in some of these teamfight setups, there was a run of play where LYON actually got 2 tier 1 turrets 2-1 against them, so they were playing the map better. But this acted as a huge bridge for the Swain to just take over, and it was a really nice Swain pick. Like, I agree with Jet. It was a good draft from LYON, but the Swain absolutely took over.
But I liked LYON's game plan of how to deal with it. Isles, constantly up there on the pike. They attacked it so heavily in the early game, constantly going there to try and keep it down, but they could not. It's not just this one either. That was a double never move. They also had the other one on the bottom side jungle, and even leading up to this, the W as well, the eyeball just delaying their exit caused this collapse. It's so hard to deal with because everybody else so low health, and he becomes this immovable object that was able to run them down, hitting multi-person snares.
Yeah, and you saw shades of what make HLE so formidable here, right? I still don't think they're playing anywhere near at their best, but again, Kanavi being able to get so many kills early, really spreading that pressure, and then, you know, the Swain just absolutely taking over everything.
The Swain, but it was the combination of everything a little bit, right? Kanavi was super fed. Zeus was getting there, was able to do what he needed to do. Zeka in that jungle fight earlier, the Caitlyn, like, it was a lot, Jad.
It was a lot, and I think HLE was able to pull themselves through the slot they needed to pull themselves through. This would clearly be, if they're weak mentally, a way to just fall away and get eliminated and lose the world slot. But Guma smiling and giving that little fist bump after the big fight, you know that that's really when they locked in.
Absolutely. So we're going to head over to a break, but when we come back, we're going to set it all up. All of the stories going into Game 5. The fact that Inspired is on the precipice of something he has chased for so long. We'll be right back after Silver Scrapes. Another silver scrapes here in the Daejeon Convention Center as we head into the most important game of LYON's lives. And I want to set it up by calling back to unfinished business for FlyQuest, Inspired, and Gen.G. This is the player that we've been hyping up coming into today that's even in this series made the crucial decisions that has helped them win games. And this is exactly what he's been waiting for.
They went to Game 5 against Gen.G in 2024 Worlds. They went to Game 5 against BLG in 2025 MSI. And they lost pretty badly in those Game 5s. I think one thing I'm worried about with Inspired is his energy expenditure throughout the series because he is so locked in and he has to do so much shot calling. But I also feel like he's learned lessons.
You see those camps, man?
Dude, this is different. He trusts this team more than I feel like he's trusted those past teams. So if he's going to do it, I'm more confident he can do it now than I was in those last 2 instances.
Yeah, I feel like that every time we've gotten to look at the cams, they look like they have the energy still. I think it just comes down to focus and execution. You know, they have had really good game plans. It comes down to best of 5. In the last game of Fearless is where it all comes out. Inspired loves playing Fearless. He loves the Champion Select game. So you really have to lie and wait, see what they cook, especially mid lane. Having the Ahri and the Sylas are primo picks for both.
What are some kind of choices that have to be made here? Lay it out for me.
The Ahri and the Sylas are primo picks.
Well, you have a tool for it. That's what I meant.
Oh yeah, I mean, if we pull up the picks right now that HLE would have in Game 5, because we've seen so many fringe picks already, a lot is up. Like I see Zeus, Gnar, Jax, I see the Ahri, Cassio, Talia, LeBlanc, Sylas. There's a slew of power picks still up in Game 5.
Yeah, the Sylas is one I'm going to have my eye on, mainly because we have 2 really big Sylas players. Like, I know obviously Zeka is known for that pick before he really expanded his champion pool and became a more well-rounded player, but Saint has absolutely destroyed people on the Sylas as well. So you know either of them are going to pick it in a really good angle. But there's honestly a lot that's very normal that's been left up for this Game 5.
The Bard and the Shen for supports, with roaming being so critical. Isles constantly in the top lane in the last game.
Yeah.
It's all about, can you leave your AD carries by themselves, make the plays for those solo lanes. And the solo lanes of LYON were competing. They're doing more than competing.
Absolutely. So, Emily, talk to me a little bit about this Zeka Game 5.
Yeah.
How afraid does LYON have to be?
So he was basically known as, or it still is, known as the Game 5 Devil, basically for his propensity to win Game 5s in really critical situations, which is kind of at odds with what we've talked about with this HLE roster, where they have been a little bit mentally shaky after unexpectedly losing. So
you got some examples, maybe like a world final or something that he's been able to do it well in?
Yeah, maybe. What, 2022?
maybe there's, the most famous one of 2022.
I mean, but I think it's so pertinent, right? Because it is in the story that we've been telling of Zeka, you did draw my life, right? That high point, that inflection point in his career, never really able to get there again. And now it's on his shoulders and HLE's shoulders to get them a berth in the MSI final to possibly get them another trophy.
Yeah, and he had a solid game last time, but we really haven't seen him pop off. We really haven't seen, outside the gigantic Swain, that kind of really big topside pop off. This last game, I think, was the closest we got to it. So if I'm HLE, I'm looking at being like, okay, we did do this last game. We can do it again, even when the pressure is on, even when all of Korea needs us to lock in to earn more world seeds for our region.
And that is very real. Did you hear this crowd? When HLE won that comeback team fight, it was deafening in here. The entire place is packed and they were all shouting.
Maybe some of them remember a few days ago their other LCK seed ended up being knocked out. They're holding their breath, chat, but spin me the story for LYON. That longing from Inspire to make good on his promise to get this win and his chance that he has now with this team.
He already knocked out G2, which was personal, but a great career accomplishment would be to win this best of 5 against the best current team in the LCK. He's done it with so many different teammates, but he trusts these teammates more than he has in the past. Saint and Berserker have been popping off. Dokla has been the clutchest player. Hell, even Owls' Pike, he had some fancy moves in that game 5.
Yeah.
So if Inspired can do this for himself and for North America, it would be, to me, the greatest accomplishment internationally in the history of the LCS. And I know Team Liquid made it to the finals. That was the best of 5 win against IG. But the gauntlet they would run through, G2, who was the number 2 ranked team in the world by the power rankings, into LCK 1 seed, and who knows what would happen after. I believe it will be number 1.
It would be absolutely monumental. It would be in the making since 2018 for the LCS to get that win over the LCK. But this is what you have to go through. This is the gauntlet you have to run if you want to get that win. HLE is standing tall, bringing them into Game 5. All of the fans behind them, but LYON, they can do it. They can do the thing that LCS has been waiting for so long. Captain, it's so close. You can almost taste it.
Taste it. You can see it. You can hear it. You can feel it. Here in the arena, you hear the music. You see the lights. You feel the energy from all the fans. As after hours of back and forth between these teams, we now find ourselves at the only place that it can truly be decided. Game 5 to determine who gets the honor to play for the championship tomorrow and who will tragically fall short.
One game to decide it all. Elimination match here. 2 number 1 seeds. LYON trying to do what the LCS has not been able to do in so long. They will bet their fates on second pick here. Blue side with an over 70% win rate so far at the tournament. And they have selected second pick, which means HLE will get first pick, and they have chosen blue.
And now this is where you find out exactly what you're made of. Is it nervousness or is it excitement? Is it fight or is it flight? The LCS stands poised to make history, but they need to do it against the number 1 seed from the LCK, against that record you just said, Azale.
Okay, we've got Vayne, Varus, and Bard banned out by HLE. We've got Cassio, Seraphine, and Nard banned out by LYON. And it's a first pick Kalista for Gumayusi.
And the answers are not that easy here, because a lot of these kind of strong laners, survivable laners, you think, okay, you sit back, you farm it out, but a lot of that stuff is all gone, right? There are hyper carries that Berserker is known for, that he's made his career on. You could go Yunara Lulu, you can go picks like this. But are you willing to risk going into the Gumayusi Kalista?
Oh, they take the Renata.
And they're going to take the Renata, and I think that means they are going to go hyper carry. Yeah. I think that they are going to go for that more defensive side. They take this away, but of course you can still go some of the aggressive pairings here. Nautilus is still up and available and unbanned. So you can go Kalista Nautilus, you can go Kalista Blitz, you can go a lot of these aggressive pairings, and we will see. It's going to be about, can Berserker withstand the onslaught in that bot lane?
I'm curious what he'll decide to play, but we are going to see the Shen locked in before an AD carry here.
It's a two-way flex. It can be jungle, it can be top, so we'll find out where they want to send it. Xin Zhao is up and available, and so they didn't decide to go for that.
I think it's also just trying to give that protection to the bottom lane, right? Once you get to that level 6, if that all-in comes through. But this was the mid laner that I had my eyes on. The Ahri going to be hovered here for Zeka. One of the last remaining top-tier picks, it feels like, in that mid lane, and something that opens up a lot of playmaking for Kanavi.
I really wonder, would they go towards something like the Sivir here? You know, they did bring it out in that BLG series. Berserker was at a good spot, and Sivir is a champion that can sometimes withstand the difficult matchup simply through wave clear, right? If you're not actually dying early, you get to a point where you're just one-shotting the waves, can be difficult, and it is the Blitz that I had called out. They do not decide to go for the Nautilus. Blitz ult, though, is crazy to steal a Silas. There's a fat AP ratio. It's an AoE silence. It's great against a lot of these champs, and the Ahri ult also powerful to steal.
Plus, you've got Renata to keep you alive, Shen to keep you alive. There is so much here that Saint could work off of. And after his performance yesterday, this could be his moment to shine again.
I mean, I love the Silas here, but still, you are so nervous if you are the LYON bot lane. Yeah, great. If we get to 5v5s on even keel and you have Berserker on hyper carry, you're feeling good. But this is Blitz Kalista, and we are in Game 5 Fearless with 2 AD carry bans, 8 already out of the pool from earlier, including the AP carries. And I think it's going to be tough. You know, they can look towards things like Tristana and try to buffer the hooks. I think that could be an angle. You could look towards Sivir, as I said, but I'm expecting that'll be banned because Spell Shield very powerful against Blitz.
Yep.
You can
Zaya is the other thing I'm in my head for the level 6. He could try and get away with the Featherstorm, but Yeah, you're lacking.
Worrying so much in the pre-6,
exactly,
right? And so I wouldn't expect Daejeon, but yeah, the options are not easy, right? As I said, this guy was famous for his Zeri, for his picks along those lines. That is how he became known. It's all about the hyper carry. The Sivir I expect to be banned is going to be banned, and they're going to ban out the Trundle and probably the Xin here as well, I would expect.
Maybe Corki is another one you can go for with the Valkyrie. It's kind of fallen out of meta at this stage, though.
It's tough. I mean, I kind of am feeling the Trist, but Trist early game is very weak. You would have to be basically saying it's survival. We just try to hang on, and we get to a point where we can survive, because the nice thing about the Trist is you can buffer the hook, right? And that is really, really key. The Renata plays behind you. You try to buffer the hook. Wukong going to be banned out instead, so you're expecting Kanavi could go to Xin, but Kanavi's been so stellar on these playmakers when you think about the Vi, when you think about the Nefiri.
One thing about Xin, though, Silas loves his ultimate. That's another thing that you have to be careful of, those defensive ultimates. Alistar obviously not available because that's already been eliminated through Fearless, but Xin Zhao's ulti allows Saint so much power in the team fight. Olaf going to be the final ban instead here from HLE.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Kanavi's champion pool is absolutely insane. Like, I've seen this man play Kha'Zix. I cast him play Shaco in the LPL. Like, this man goes into the depths that you don't expect him to, so there is going to be so much that he's able to bring to the table.
I feel like if you're going this, I don't believe it. I believe this more, but I am really, really worried about how the early levels are going to go. You don't have the rocket jump. You don't have the safety of a spell shield if Sivir wasn't banned. You don't have a lot of those tools. Shyvana, I don't think so. My understanding is that the Silas ult stealing the Shyvana ult is crazy good. So I would be surprised if he went that way, but I'm not as familiar with the interaction.
No, it's a ton of damage. Like, you can one-shot 3 people in insane fashion.
And you get the fear as well.
Yeah, exactly, This would make more sense.
Kanavi Nidalee in Game 5.
The Renekton is still up. Renekton Nidalee. Yeah. That's what it is. It's a Game 5 Renekton Nidalee. They're going to go for it because, Renekton is still up and available, wasn't banned, and was not picked. And that is the throwback. Wait. I would be out. Okay.
Wow.
No, it's not. It's the Aatrox instead for Zeus in the final game.
I'm shocked. I think he thinks it's the Shen top.
Exactly. I was going to say.
Aatrox is way better into Shen, but I think this is going to be a Shen jungle now, and I think they're going to give the counter pick to Dokla.
The Shen jungle is tough, though, against the Nidalee. Your clear speed is just not that good. I think, you kind of, like, yes, you will have the matchups to try and play around, but I think Nidalee can just take your jungle so quickly, especially your go low on that first clear.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, but you're balancing a lot of different things now, right?
Yeah.
So now you are betting your Game 5 on what I believe to be a hard losing bot lane, a hard losing top lane, and an early, pretty hard losing mid lane. So you're kind of drafting 3 losing lanes here and saying, if we can hang on, we should win, because you're looking at Blitz and Nidalee and Glista and champions that don't get that much guaranteed value. There's not even great setup, and Ahri Nidalee is a horrendous 2v2 combo.
Yeah.
So if they can hang on, you could win this game in the 5v5, but a lot of questions to be answered before you get there. It is so hard to play Shen into Aatrox. It is so hard, I feel like, to play this Xayah into this Kalista Blitz.
And up against Blitzcrank, a champion that warps the game around himself in a bit of a way, right? Blitz utterly useless if he can't hit pulls, but the threat of that pull is such a different type of threat compared to almost everything else in the game. Even hooks like Pyke or like Nautilus doesn't bring you near as far as what Blitzcrank can do, and if LYON aren't respecting it, we know Delight is a playmaker, especially with the way that he likes to roam around the map and affect the top side. Blitzcrank early roams can be nightmarish.
Once more, NA has pushed the LCK to a Game 5. Once more, Inspired must try and find the success on the Xin Zhao to keep the NA train rolling. The Daejeon doubters have been there, but this would be a story for the history books.
I mean, it would. It would be a run where you have now beat 4 #1 seeds at MSI as NA. They took down Furia, they took down TSW, they took down G2. If you win here, you have knocked out 4 of the other 5 #1 seeds from the tournament. The only one remaining would be the one waiting in the finals in BLG. It would be unequivocally the greatest performance we have ever seen from an NA team.
But it's a lot easier said than done. You're talking about HLE. You're talking about the #1 seed of the LCK. You're talking about players who individually have so many accomplishments. People talk about playing with the nameplates off, but the nameplates are still there. Nice pull coming out from Delight onto Isles nice and early, but Gumayusi has also already taken some trade damage.
Exactly, and the level 1 there, a little bit tough for Blitz, and they just play in the wave, they get the shove, they utilize that range support advantage here, so even though the hook comes down, there's not that much threat, but Saint, he's going to have to hold on as well. A master of these melee matchups here. Zeus taking a horrible trade.
Yeah, Dokla hits the taunt, brings the Aatrox down to 200 HP.
And look at the pathing from Inspired. 3 camp into this top side. Could look for the potential play or just an invade off the back of this.
I mean, Dokla could kill him solo. Taunt Flash kills, I think, at this HP. It is close, though. Zeus did pop his pot and has healed up. Dokla, I don't think, going to want to send it on a Taunt Flash, but we are seeing an early base from Inspired, so he's going to go for that early base here and try to be there, likely to cover bot.
Yep, exactly. It's the plan where you clear one side of your jungle, you make your first purchase. Usually you see Longsword being the choice on that one. Instead, going to go for the Ruby Crystal. Dokla goes in, finds the taunt yet again. Zeus trying to get away there, but Dokla brings him down to 100 HP. This Shen matchup going well for LYON here early on.
I mean, this is brilliantly played from Dokla. The easiest part of the matchup is the early levels. It really does get difficult as you get more points in that queue for Zeus, and as the cooldowns become shorter and shorter, those windows of opportunity are very hard for Shen. And if you ever get knocked out of your taunt, it is a disaster. If you get hit by a sweet spot as you're taunting in, you are trapped there, you are chased down by the Infernal Chains, and that is where it can become so tough. But Dokla laning brilliantly to start things off, and he has a better buy as an advantage. Gets that refillable plus that Ruby Crystal.
And holds on to the TP crucially as well, so very big start for the LYON top laner. Already we're seeing kind of movement here from Saint just to make sure that the Scuttle Crab went to Inspired, but Kanavi happy to handshake that on the top end. Is giving Berserker a bit of time to push in on the bot side as well, get his own reset. So a slower pace early game, favoring LYON thus far.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The question is, how much do you have to give, and how much can you give to be able to have a good chance in the team fights, right? LYON have to be able to make that judgment. If the lanes just continue as is, this is fantastic for them, but HLE are going to look for plays. You've got Nidalee, you've got Blitz, and Saint respecting it.
Yep, Saint does not want to get caught off guard by Kanavi here. Also worth pointing out, I want to shout out the exhaust on Berserker. I feel like against Kalista, where so much of her damage comes from that big blast from Lend, a properly timed exhaust can turn a fight.
I agree completely. I mean, he used it very effectively in his Ezreal games, and not even just the Kalista, but it's great on Kanavi, it's great on Zeus, it's great on Zeka.
Ooh, nice pull from Delight. It doesn't turn into a whole lot, but he still gets a good chunk of damage there on Berserker as Gumayusi hits him with the Pierce at the very end.
Yeah, not the end of the road for Berserker. Kind of knew that Gumayusi wasn't that far away, so doesn't burn anything to make that play extended or defended, so just manages to step away. And I think this is where, again, if Gumayusi and Delight get some poke, not the end of the world. You've got the pots, you can heal it up. It's more a case of if Kanavi ends up down on that bot side and you get a good hook, that's immediately into the spear, and that can be the devastating play.
Or if you're overextended, you get too far up in that lane, and then all of a sudden you get hooked in, you get chased down, the spears are stacked, and Kanavi is going to be on his way down towards this bot side. That Vision Plant was hit by Delight, so they don't know. He could actually hook over the wall potentially here. Isles maybe sussing it out, but if he gets too close, he could just be dead.
Yup, they're waiting for the minions to pass. Delight still waiting there, fires off the hook, and he grabs himself Isles! HLE! They don't find the kill! Isles stays alive with a heal and the flash, and he'll be able to walk it off. Now back in the mid lane, Saint trying to get something onto Zeka, but he's level 5 against level 6. The Ignite prevents the Kingslayer from doing a lot of healing. Saint's out of health, out of mana. Saint just trying to style on him a little bit as Delight rotates back over. Saint's feeling it, but he's got to be careful.
Saint knew he needed to go for the all-in with the Ignite down. It would have been lights out if he ended up trying to step away, but gets the heal, gets the trade, and gets to go back.
And I mean, surviving there for Saint is so massive. That is Zeka's ult and flash down.
Yeah, but now Berserker forced to flash as Delight uses his own to threaten a grab. Berserker staying safe, but down to 200 HP without that summoner spell is dicey.
I mean, Saint down in farm big time now. So now these goldies starting to open up a bit here. Inspired wants to go for the early dragon, knowing that it is going to be a reset for Delight and that Zeka has no ignite, no ult, but instead deciding to pull off it here once again.
And Azale, you talked about how all these lanes early on are going to be losing matchups for the side of LYON. HLE up to a few hundred gold of an early laning advantage. The biggest difference here in mid lane, 60 to 44 in terms of farm count, as Zeka has been controlling this head-to-head. Obviously, as the game goes forward, Saint is going to look to be the X factor in the team fights.
Yeah, exactly. And Saint is going to be getting stronger and stronger here. Guma and Delight looking.
Yeah, Delight goes right on in, just walks up and knocks Berserker up into the air, but a beautiful handshake coming out from Isles. The Shen ulti, stand united, but Berserker is first blooded by Delight. Dokla couldn't complete the ulti because he's interrupted by Zeus. HLE coming out on top.
The interruption from Zeus turns everything. It looked like LYON might have been able to find the play, but it's the missed time on the ulti, denies the revive, denies the follow-up. It's nearly a hook onto Isles as well.
Yeah, HLE, that is so big for them now. You get that kill. Fortunately for LYON, the gold did go to Delight, but it's a 1.4k gold lead here already.
Yeah.
He knew it was going to be hard to withstand this onslaught, and they just play this out very well. He goes out into that alcove, Hex Flash over, gets straight in onto Berserker, and you go to live, and this is what the Shen versus Aatrox match usually looks like. You are stuck under your tower, and Guma's able to flash out with no health.
But you can see just barely the bailout doesn't come through, and I think it was a little mistimed. He had that Shen ultimate come through at the same time as the bailout, so not quite able to make it happen. It was a good flash away from Gumayushi to turn the tides.
Yeah, it's hard to know in those situations, you know, in that panic moment. Did he use it too early? Was he worried about that Rend coming through a little bit quicker and maybe getting that kill? And now Dokla. This is where it gets so tough. You get stuck under your tower, and you get the melees for free, but every time you try to farm a range minion in this matchup, you are just... it's fish in a barrel. He's just throwing Qs on the range minions over and over and over, and slowly but surely, Aatrox just builds a bigger and bigger lead. And it really is one of my least favorite Shen matchups, I think, in the game.
I know you play a lot of Shen.
They are trying to move him out of the matchup, though, and rotate Xayah up into this top end. Actually, just going to, HLE, going to not swap into it either. Kind of moving everyone up to fight for these Void Grubs.
Yep, you can see, though, you've still got Gumayushi on the bottom side of the rift. Dokla also taking up his position down there, but he's got no stand united, he's got no teleport, so he won't be able to join for any sort of a fight, so HLE will continue to own the grubs.
And there's the charm hook.
Beautiful charm, and the follow-up with a grab. Zeka looking to make the play here on Saint, but he steals the Ahri ulti back away with the Spirit Rush over the wall. Comes inspired, they get the kill, and Saint stays alive.
LYON sends up a prayer, and Saint will answer, and now Guma fighting Dokla.
Yeah, Dokla going in after this Kalista. Needs a little bit more damage, but he cannot find it. Gumayushi already using the Rend. Down to 150 HP, but he stays alive as Delight rejoins his carry.
Great trade for Dokla, though, because it means he gets to push in this wave. You've got the reset for the Kalista, and actually movement from LYON towards this top side. Delight just trying to stop this wave from crashing.
Yeah, Delight going to be trying to be as annoying as possible. Dokla wants a plate, and I think he will be able to get it. And so he gets that plate, and if Dokla can get towards that Titanic, that starts to mitigate a lot of the difficulties in these matchups because your wave clear becomes so powerful at that point.
You can see here, though, a Saint just underneath the tower. They think they have it with the charm, with the knock-up, but immediately Saint steals the old double dashes, and Zeka overextending with Inspired there to support the mid laner.
And watch Inspired in that moment. He has the presence of mind. He preps the Q3 knockup on the birds over the wall, flashes in, and immediately knocks up Zeka. Saint survives. They get that kill, and that is just so critical. Because you're already down 1.5k, you're trying to hold on. That is the objective here for LYON.
And Zeka has been such a playmaker for his teams in Game 5s. 9-2 in Game 5s. We've seen him win World Championships from this position, but Saint and Inspired able to stop him in his tracks there.
All right, Delight still potentially looking for angles down here in the bottom side. Kanavi is going to join up with his bottom lane duo, but Inspired is also in the area. Keep your eyes on Delight here.
This is a dangerous moment for LYON. Look at the top side of the map. 3 completed items for HLE, none until just now for Inspired. They are at their weakest right now.
And Zeus is looking strong here in this 1v1, continuing to find multiple good trades against Dokla. Kanavi with his Lich Bane can chew through this dragon so easily, and HLE, again, it's not a fast first Drake, but it's an HLE first Drake.
But a slow first Drake is all that LYON want. Inspired here to cover the play. They want to cover everything from HLE. Will be Kanavi backing away. But as long as you keep this pace, I think you're kind of happy as LYON. Sure, it's a 1.7k gold lead, but most of that is top lane and not too advantageous right now.
Zerker utilizing his opportunity to step forward, try to trade aggressively a little bit into Delight, but the Blitzcrank isn't too bothered by it.
Yeah, I mean, look at all the vision from HLE across the river on both sides of the map. They have all the wards right now. It is full court press for HLE.
Yep, Delight now going to get jumped on by Inspired, who isn't going to full send anything here just yet, but a teleport coming in from HLE. Nice pull from Delight. He's hitting so many of these as Gumayushi tries to save his support. Zeus has already arrived, but Dokla's ready to follow here with the Stand United. Saint also making his way down into the bot lane. Gumayushi barely survived. Saint takes him out, but LYON's in danger. They've already lost Inspired. They've already lost Isles. Zeus in the front line as a raid boss here with the Aatrox. Q3 won't find the target. He heals up with the massive. Zeus still staying alive for now. Triple kill back over to Zeka. HLE making the plays. Saint barely hanging on. Dokla's still alive for now, but Zeus refuses to die. HLE still looking for a little bit more, and Dokla surely has no way out here. LYON staring down the barrel of a nearly impossible scenario. Blitzcrank hook fails. They're still trying to look, but this sequence means an over 3,000 gold lead for HLE.
This top lane god does not bleed. Zeus stays alive with Sundered Sky, with the Omnivamp, and LYON cannot defy him.
And it's by the slimmest of margins here. So many big plays from the HLE members as the initial fight looks like it's going to be pretty good. Inspire gets hooked in and says, okay, we just got to send it on to Gumayushi. Go straight in with the Stand United. They get the taunt flash from Dokla here onto Guma, and they try to burst him down, but then in comes Zeus. The bailout onto Inspire does basically nothing, and now watch this hook in the later end of the fight. Zeus is getting incredibly low. Berserker flashes back, and this hook onto Saint, I think could be game winning because Saint was just about to kill Zeus, but with the hook from Delight, not only does Zeus live, Saint dies, and that might be the backbreaker right there.
The predict by Zeus on the flash as well keeps him in range for the Sundered Sky proc that lets Delight keep him safe. HLE, the slimmest of margins, but those margins are growing. A 4,000 gold lead. Inspired running as Saint may be left here.
Delight with a 90% win rate on Blitzcrank in his career, and you can see why here in this game, landing so many hooks over and over and over. It's such a heaven or hell champion. You hit the hook, you're the MVP. You miss it, you're a cannon minion. And Delight is making so many plays. Your Coinbase gold grind showing another problem here for the LYON side, as Zeus is just such a monster here on this Aatrox.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard for LYON now. Feels like it's that 1% chance you're hoping for, as Saint might just get dove. They're looking.
He clears out the wave. Zeus backs away. Inspire jumps in after Kanavi. Blue smite. Flash away from Kanavi. Ooh. And Saint just barely misses hitting him with the abduct. Kanavi stays safe.
I cannot believe that didn't connect. Just tiny pixels away from maybe finding that kill onto the HLE jungler, but it still means pressure mid. They're getting plates for Gumayushi. They're keeping the pressure bot lane, and LYON are scrambling to keep pace.
LYON trying to defend this tier 1 turret here in mid. Kanavi, he's rescued by the Mikhails from Delight. This Blitzcrank is making such a difference time and time and time again. Kanavi once more, just fine.
I mean, Delight is just playing an absolutely brilliant game with the pressure on him. Elimination series here. There was 2 match points they had to contend with. They barely got by the last one, thanks to a big fight in that top side where they were able to take over. And this time, they were building that incremental gold lead. And again, it is one big fight that feels like it may have got them across the line.
HLE have hit their strides, push in side lanes, control for Zeus and Zeka, the ability to collapse around Gumayushi. This is where HLE have stood tall in the LCK, is the most threatening LCK representative. Rift Herald taken, the eye left.
And now Inspired just getting caught out. Could be in some danger. Stand United trying to keep him alive a little bit longer. Hostile takeover finding a little bit of value here as Kanavi is the first to die. Zeyas in the middle of everybody, making some space. Inspired dies to Zeka, and it's the HLE solo laners making the difference again. Zeka finally falls, but he's going to take Saint with him. Gumayushi still hopping around as Delight barely got away. Saint coming back in trying to get something, but Doka will not kill Delight, and only Saint and Isle still stand. Saint can't do anything in a 1v3, and Gumayushi executes him where he stands.
Delight again over the wall. This time it's Dokla pulled into the tower when he thought he had Guma. But these solo laners from HLE are just too damn good.
You can throw every summoner spell on Zeyas, but that man is never exhausted. As he flies into the midst of line, he absolutely tears them asunder. Zeka charms Inspired. Zeyas dives onto Berserker. The healing is absurd from this Aatrox. There is no taking down this HLE top laner.
They just don't have the damage. He keeps getting the resets, and the bailout from Isles there went on to Saint. You have to think it was meant for Berserker. Maybe that could have bought them a little time. If that expires and the hook doesn't land on Dokla, maybe, just maybe there's a way. But every fight is pushing it further and further out of reach. It's a 7,000 gold lead, the largest of the series. For HLE, it feels like by far.
LYON coming in, trying to see if there's anything they can do, but no, instead, it's just another beautiful pull from Delight. Zeka arrives, Saint dies, the bailout does nothing. HLE pushed to the limit here against LYON, but with the threat of missing finals on the line, they refuse. 8,500 gold lead, HLE 11 kill.
When the chips are down, that's where champions are made, and HLE have them out the wazoo. They are playing out of their mind. Delight, these hooks, this blitzcrank is defining this series.
It's breaking the back of an entire region here. This blitzcrank is doing everything for HLE. And Zeyas, with not a kill to his name, is 1.5k ahead. He's a brick wall in the top lane. They've got no healing debuffs for him in the fights. They're just so far behind. They're grasping at straws, trying to find a way in. But it's going to take a series of miracles for them to even have a chance.
They have Bramble Vest on Dokla, but Bramble Vest is passive healing reduction. You have to hit him. There's no reason for Zeyas to ever be doing that in these big fights. Sure, you can hit him with Qs, but there's no reason to ever hit an auto attack, so you just can't stop the regeneration.
And it's going to be harder to kill the squishies as well. Gumayushi picking up that Warden's Mail. He is going to be fairly tanky as LYON continue the pressure, but HLE will keep evading.
I mean, LYON are just going to keep full sending it. They know that you're 10k down. You cannot play the game normally. Yeah. They're trying to overload one side of the map. They're hoping that HLE gets sloppy, that they can get kill after kill after kill. But here comes HLE.
Yep, Delight finds another beautiful pull. Inspired, about to die. The Stand United tries to keep him alive, but no, Delight with the execution. Zeyas arrives, wings spread wide, and LYON will be buried in the enemy jungle. 3 already dead as Saint and Dokla have to try to escape. Gumayushi, Delight, and Zeka chasing after Saint. No matter how good his Silas is, there's no way out. Dokla trapped beneath 2 turrets is the only man left standing on LYON. And HLE get 5 for nothing.
There's no coming back for LYON. 20 minutes on the clock, an 11,000 gold lead. Immediate turn to Baron. HLE want the rematch with Billy Gaming.
And I think they're about to get it here. 20 minutes in, as you said, Baron, an 11,000 gold lead, and LYON can find no purchase in this game. They bet it all on their ability to withstand the onslaught that would be the early game here against HLE, but HLE in those critical fights just played better.
And you have to feel for Inspired. This man has pushed the LCK
Oh, you have to feel for Berserker as well. Even tried to use the exhaust, but Zeka, he's so far ahead, he just instantly deletes the LYON AD carry.
We get to see the replay here. Inspired on the ward, actually not even on a ward. There it is. Doesn't decide that he needs to back away, thinks he's got the supported line, thinks he's got that Shen ult. But everyone from HLE shows up. He falls only to watch the rest of his team go with them.
Yeah, and Isles trying as best he can, trying to keep Berserker alive. LYON are full sending it, and they know they would rather go out fighting, but they have to see the writing on the wall. They have to know that this one is one fight from ending. HLE pushing, they're trying to get gold on the map.
The writing is on the turrets now as Berserker is forced to ult immediately. Delight forcing out that critical defensive ultimate from the enemy AD carry as the bottom lane inhibitor is destroyed 21 minutes into the game. HLE now putting pressure on the mid lane. Second inhibitor about to fall. Delight looking for another pull. Instead just gets the knock up onto Dokla as HLE dog piles in. Dokla's first to die, but he will not die alone. Inspired joins him as LYON panic and run back to the fountain. HLE will rise to the occasion. They will chase down the last kill in the fight. Zeus will not even fall. North America's dreams are dashed in Daejeon. LYON are vanquished. HLE are victorious, and they earn their place in the finals.
A rematch is waiting for HLE. The LPL Giants will take on the LCK first seed and show Daejeon what they're worth.
And HLE gonna look to end that golden road early for BLG, the winners of first end, the team that took them down in the upper bracket. It is revenge in the cards here for HLE. They're looking to knock them down a peg.
It wouldn't be the first time some of these players have done just that. They would love to do it again in front of a home crowd. But on the opposite side, for LYON, it is heartbreak for this team. I don't think anyone can doubt the run they've had here in Korea. One of the most impressive performances against an LCK first seed I have ever seen.
Absolutely. People questioned, were they lucky? Did they deserve to be here? And they proved without a question, without a shadow of a doubt, that they belong on this stage against teams like that.
And that's enough for us for now. Let's toss things back over to the analyst desk to wrap up the series.
The wait for the LCS remains in taking down that all-important LCK team. Inspired tried again and again. LYON and everyone, they truly fought like lions at this MSI championship. It is just that one hurdle, right? But it's almost impossible to describe how difficult it is to win those game fives in these situations.
It is, and I think this game 5 was actually very similar to game 2 in this series. It was one of those games where LYON was picking something that just needed to hold on and win one early skirmish to be able to have a chance. And when the blitz hooks kept landing, or the one Xayah feather couldn't get through, or the one hit onto Gumayushi when the Shen ult came through didn't kill, it fell apart pretty fast.
Yeah, and I gotta commend HLE for their approach in this game 5. Emily, Delight's hooks early really set up this win.
So good.
Yeah, so he has a 90% win rate on Blitzcrank.
What?
He's now, well, he did going into this game. He's now 10-1. He was 9-1.
Oh, so it's more now.
And the hook, yes, it's over 90%. The hook on the back side of this fight is so huge. And this was the backbreaker, because I fully agree with you, Jet. Game 2,
this fight.
there, right there. As you see,
he pulled my heart into the turret.
Pointing. Yes. It was so important that HLE also end up winning that fight, but the fact that it was like by the slimmest of margins towards HLE, they then were able to snowball and take over the game.
And Kobe, you did it to me this morning, and I'm gonna have to give him back.
Give it
I'm
back.
sorry.
We're so
you each get one. You each get one.
We're so close every
Thank
time,
you.
but you know what? It was really fun. The journey, the excitement.
Yes.
The roller coaster that we were on, the peaks that we felt. Honestly, still worth the trough.
Is it?
It's worth it. It's worth it. Like, it's good. It's good. Overall, good. Now,
fun.
bad. Like, we were up 2-1. We were gonna do it. We were gonna be in finals. So half of our league was gonna be at Worlds. We were gonna meme it for months.
Right,
it was gonna be so funny.
At the end of the day, beating you again. You've done that before.
Sure, but now you're taking that away from us because it's no longer like a cool thing.
It is a cool thing. I'm taking nothing away from that. You stomped them into high heavens.
No, it's great. It's great. It's just right now.
It's all about.
Right now, it just feels bad.
Of course.
Yeah, it feels bad.
Feels awful. Who feels great, though, is Zeus. He's our Oppo player of the series. I think if we get there before the interview, maybe we can take a look. I don't know if we are.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus was completely unstoppable.
Yeah.
We can get to that either before or after.
Aatrox's that kill your team, like I've seen it many times, guys.
Yeah, his Rumble was also absolutely insane. His Swain, that Swain pick had such a key part in that draft and ended up taking over and frontlining for so many of their fights.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that he had here is he kept finding picks that if he got ahead, would take over the game.
Yeah.
So he was able to carry them across the finish line.
And the whole time you could tell, we're terrified of Zeus. We're banning Jace until we play it, so it's fearlessly banned out. And then we finally open up a little bit of ban space, and he's like, the Swain, immovable, and then the Aatrox becomes unkillable.
Yeah.
And he is an absolute beast. Dokla, as we said at the top of the show, had a lot of respect for him. It was talking about, all right, I'm just going to have to hold on.
On stage right now, we have Gumayushi for the Verizon post-game interview.
2016 결승전을 앞둔
MSI 2026, the last hurdle before the final. In the matchup between Hana Life Esports and LYON, Hana Life come out on top with a 3-2-2 victory. We are joined by Hana Life Esports Gumayushi. Please give it up for him, everyone.
네, 구마시 선수 결승에 진출하게 됐습니다. 오늘 경기에 대한 소감 들려주시죠.
How does it feel to make it to the MSI final? How was the match today? The game was really intense. The LYON almost swallowed us. I'm so relieved and happy that we won today and made it to the finals. LYON came into today with a lot of momentum after sweeping G2 3-0 yesterday. And today's series was definitely not as easy as some might have expected. What was it like battling the Lions of NA? They were really strong. Their performance, their gameplay, their macro play was so on point. What was the most important thing in the series today? Some of the games, our team fight was not as clean as we should have played, so we really wanted to kind of pull off a cleaner team fight. And as we headed to the game 5, we wanted to keep our mental fortitude strong.
그래서인지 오늘 좀 피곤하실 것 같기도 하고요. 경기가 좀 힘드셨을 것 같은데.
Going all the way to game 5 must have been really exhausting. How are you feeling right now?
또 내일
A little bit, but we have a match to play tomorrow as well. We're veterans, so we're used to it. We're gonna do great tomorrow.
그래서 구마유시 선수가 좀 배도 고프실 것 같아서 구마유시 선수를 위해
You must be quite tired and hungry at this point. So to celebrate your grand final qualification, we prepared a Daejeon specialty for you. The Daejeon's famous pastry, fried soboro with sweet potato filling in it. Please take a bite of it.
야, 팬분들은 또 이 장면이 굉장히 기분 좋으실 것 같은데 상당히 많이 드셨어요.
Hope this recreates your legendary cross-up moment, but Daejeon version. How does it taste?
겁나 맛있슈.
Extremely good, but in Daejeon accent.
야, 또 대전에 오신 만큼 이렇게 또 멋지게 맛 표현을 해주셨습니다.
Thank you very much, Gumayushi. And tomorrow, you will face BLG with the MSI trophy on the line. This is your chance to get your revenge for the lost loss. Are you confident?
저희는 BLG 상대로 한 번도 자신감 떨어져 본 적이 없어가지고.
We were never not confident up against BLG. And we will make sure that we will be the champion of the MSI.
궁금해집니다. BLG를 상대로 구마유시 선수는 몇 대 몇
What is your
예상하시나요?
prediction for tomorrow's score lines up against BLG then?
제가 마음 같아서는 그 스코어를 외치고 싶긴 한데
I wish I could
살짝 겸손 한
say
숟가락
that
얹어서
score line, but I want to be a little more humble.
3대1로
So
이기겠습니다.
3-1 Hana Life.
하나생명이 BLG를 상대로 3대1로 승리하고 우승을 거머쥘 수 있을지 팬분들 뜨거운 응원 다시 한번 보내주시기 바랍니다.
Everyone, please give it up one more time for Kobayushi.
자, 그렇다면 이제 진짜 마지막 내일 경기만 남아 있습니다. 우승을 향한 뜨거운 각오 한마디
And
들려주시죠.
before we go to close out the interview,
여기가 또
anything you would like to say all the fans out there?
대전인 만큼 저희 하나생명이 꼭
We're in
우승하도록
Korea,
하겠습니다.
here at Daejeon. I will make sure that Hana Life Esports will win the trophy tomorrow.
다시 한번 축하드립니다. 구마유시 선수였습니다.
And that was Kobayushi from Hana Life Esports. Thank you very much.
Let's go. Are we going to keep feeding him stuff on stage?
Yes. Bring him some liquid. You could tell
Yeah,
he wanted to eat more, but he
Yeah.
needed some cleanser
He was
right
also
there.
so hungry. I mean,
Yeah.
the 5-game series will take it out of you.
Look at this, is slow-mo.
Why are we doing this to him?
It's crazy. For me, still croissant number 1,
Yeah.
Daejeon pastry number 2, I think, for now. And then at Worlds, maybe hot dog number 3, like, who knows?
Depends how tasty it is, to be honest. I mean, maybe it's just delectable.
Yeah, what's our NA version going to be?
Yeah. It's,
the hot dog's a pretty good
It's just
example.
like a giant hot dog.
Yeah, just extra big.
Yeah,
Texas toast?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Cook on
We'll
that.
workshop it. We'll workshop it. Yeah, but HLE, I mean, we can talk a bit about the graphic tomorrow. We do have an interview with Dokla that's coming really, really soon. So is there anything my NA reps want to say about kind of how it ended?
I mean, I'm super proud. I'm super proud of what they showed. You know, like they were talking about the casters, you know, they proved the people who are doubting them and telling them that they didn't deserve to be here, that they were lucky, that they had an easy route, completely wrong.
I mean, up 2-1, finish MSI in 3rd place. With this modern MSI format, it's harder than it has ever been to be top 3 or top 4. They 3-0 G2, the LCS in total, basically swept everyone that isn't an LPL or an LCK team. So very proud and happy of how the LCS in general stood up. And I really hope that we can take that energy back home and have a really awesome summer split.
I feel the same about my region. I don't want to like hamstring it in, right? But I feel kind of the same. I feel for the West overall, if we look at both what LYON was able to do, you know, and G2 until they met LYON, like this is making me really hopeful for Worlds, for like the results that we could see. It seems like all the building blocks are there now, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think the big thing for LYON, and I'm glad that Guma called it out because I thought their macro was on point, their draft and preparation was really, really good, and the most surprising thing to me was that they were able to match HLE pound for pound in so many of these team fights. Like, their team fight setups were very thoughtful in a lot of cases, and that is such a huge win, I think, for North America as a whole, because it feels like there have been times where our teams have had better macro play, or they've just been really good at like lane swapping, for example, right? And helping dictate the pace of the meta that way, but haven't been able to stand up in team fights. So if there's one thing that I think LYON can take, because like this last game was so close in terms of that like bot lane team fight essentially decided it. The fact that they were able to stand up to a team like HLE, who can push the pace, as we saw from this last game, super well, and team fight super well, I think that is actually a really big takeaway for me as someone who has seen North American teams falter on that line previously.
Yeah, I mean, we had so many years at the beginning where we didn't have the hands to ever compete. You know, and it felt futile to even try and, you know, take a best of 5, you know, off of LCK or LPL. But so many moments in this series, LYON decide to fight them. They decide to test them on these moments, and they outplayed in some of them, and a lot of them. Not in the last one, not in the very critical one.
Not all of them, but a lot.
And a lot of them. So, you know, props to HLE.
Yes. And I think we're going to hear from LYON themselves now, because I believe Laura has Dokla backstage in the Verizon post-game.
Dokla, thank you so much for joining me after this series. It happened so fast in that last game, but how do you reflect on this series overall? What are we looking at here?
Well, it was a good series. You know, we put a really good fight. I think Game 4 is kind of where my mind immediately goes to, since you know, we were in a winning position. I had I would say, advantageous matchup, and I wasn't diligent enough in terms of thinking about my level 1, and I wasn't able to really gain a massive advantage, which in a matchup I thought I could. So Yeah, just kind of feel bad about Game 4 because it was just I was in a position to carry that game.
Yeah, makes sense that you're going to be self-critical about your own performance, but honestly, massive series from you guys against HLE today. And I want to talk about the improvements from LYON throughout the entirety of the tournament, how you guys started against Furia into challenging the first seed of the LCK here today. How do you reflect on everything that you've been able to achieve with the team and how far you've come, even personally?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is for sure the most competitive NA's looked in a while, so you know, happy about that. But you know, it just sucks we came up short, but still, you know, a lot to take home with, and still we can improve on this, and you know, it's not all too bad. You know, push like one of the best teams in the world to Game 5, so we can be proud of that.
It's the best hopes that we had for NA in ages, and I even want to say the West. Like, I can't even be mad at you guys for like the show that you put on today.
Yeah.
And what happens against G2, defeating 3 first seed, almost defeating the 4th one here. I remember the interview we had at the end of First Stands and how hard it was for you and how far you guys have come as a team. You said that you're going to take a lot of learnings going back to NA. Can you tell me more about this and how much you guys have been progressing as a team?
I mean, yeah, definitely First Stand helped us, you know, get a taste of international competition and kind of what we need to do to, you know, compete in moments like this. Fortunately, we came up short, but I mean, we're going to learn from this as well, and hopefully, you know, we make it to Worlds and we can, you know, improve more and then overcome this Game 5 hurdle. So, yeah.
It's going to be a pretty packed schedule for you guys, actually.
Yeah, actually, we don't really have much of a break, but I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Honestly, being busy is better than not being busy, in my opinion. So,
means that you're winning. So,
exactly.
and that you guys are going far in tournament. So, I'm really, really excited for the rest of the year for LYON and seeing you guys on the Rift as well. Is there anything that you want to tell the Western fans as a farewell here?
I mean,
so proud of you and what you achieved,
we literally gave you hopium and took it away at the very last possible moment. So, you know, we apologize about that. I'm just a bit disappointed in myself about the Game 4 performance. I mean, it's hard. You know, Zeus is an extremely talented player, and yeah, I still need to level up a bit more to just kind of eke out those advantages where I should be. But you know, I'm happy with how I played. You know, there's always more to improve on, but I thought we put up a good fight. And just shout out to my teammates. They played extremely well, and the fact that we had a chance in the series just goes to show how good they are. So yeah, just everyone involved, coaching staff, manager, everyone. So just shout out everyone at LYON.
Shout out to all of you guys. Thank you so much for the banger games, for the memories and everything.
Yeah,
and
sorry for the hopium.
see you for the next vlogs.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dokla, and thank you, LYON, for making us dream, honestly. Something that we don't get to do often. Also cool that everybody was cheering for your answers there in the backstage interview. Maybe the other interview was going at the same time. I don't know. I was cheering. But it's just, oh, I love him as a personality in the LCS. Big Dokes. Like, it's incredible. And also just the route he's on, because I know he's thinking about that Game 4. I think we understand that, right? But if you look at the improvement that he's made, overall, Emily, it's been just crazy to see.
Yeah, I think in the moment, he's obviously going to be looking back and being like, oh, if I'd only. But, I mean, he keeps proving time and time again, specifically to North American organizations, by the way, that he deserves a spot. And not only deserves a spot, but I'd say more often than not, he performs really well under pressure internationally. Like, I remember even when 100 Thieves were floundering a bit, he overall had some really strong individual performances in those games. So I think stop sleeping on Dokla. I know he's disappointed now, but I think he actually had a performance he can be super proud of.
Yeah.
And this LYON team is very new. Just put together this year, you know, cobbling together these pieces and trying to work out how they're even going to operate in these games. They've had very quick improvements as a team. So excited to see, you know, it continue to go up and to the right for this team. And if they can continue to improve.
Absolutely. So looking forward to their development. I'm really sad we're not going to see them tomorrow. I'm not going to lie. I would have loved to see that best of 5, but it will be HLE that goes up against BLG.
The fans will be a lot louder for HLE tomorrow.
Probably, who knows. But before the grand final tomorrow, we also have League Classic. We have a show match tomorrow that you can tune in for. And yeah, see all these legends of the Rift take on each other once again, Jat.
What a throwback. I mean, some of these guys were playing in 2010. Some of them are still challenger. I don't know how balanced it's going to be lane by lane, but I can't wait to just see old League with the old players. It's going to be such a nostalgia trip.
Yeah, I'm kind of eyeing Team Baron as my personal favorite. Maybe it's the double lift Weishao bias.
So up
maybe
until they lose the game.
Yeah, maybe
they'll be winning.
They're winning. We're gonna have to make a list of references that people
are not gonna get. They're just like, you guys are old. We
don't
get
care.
it.
So will the people tuning in.
Yeah, I can't wait. Finally.
I wonder how many people say that Scar reference without knowing who said it.
True.
A lot. Probably. Okay.
He wasn't even talking about his own team. That's the funny thing.
He was on an analyst desk.
Oh, so good. So many memories, and we'll share them all with you tomorrow, meaning we will be starting the festivities a little bit earlier, 8 a.m. CEST and 11 p.m. PST, as we're going to travel back in time for our League Classic show match. And that is all before, of course, the grand final of MSI 2026, BLG versus Hanwha LoL Esports. Thank you so much for sharing the ups and the downs and all the emotions with us today. And we'll see you right back here tomorrow for some nostalgia and then hopefully 5 banger games. Good night.
Welcome to the penultimate day of competition here at MSI. Korea's #1 seed, HLE, takes on North America's #1 seed, LYON.
After kill, but here comes HLE.
Yep, Delight finds another beautiful pull. Inspired, about to die. The Stand United tries to keep him alive, but no, Delight with the execution. Zeus arrives, wings spread wide, and LYON will be buried in the enemy jungle. 3 already dead, as Saint and Dokla have to try to escape. Gumayushi, Delight, and Zeka chasing after Saint. No matter how good his Silas is, there's no way out. Dokla, trapped beneath 2 turrets, is the only man left standing on LYON. And HLE get 5 for nothing. HLE will rise to the occasion. They will chase down the last kill in the fight. Zeus will not even fall. North America's dreams are dashed to Daejeon. LYON are vanquished. HLE are victorious, and they earn their place in the finals.